This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 23. Osborne Hamley reviews his position. Osborne had his solitary cup of coffee in the drawing-room. He was very unhappy too, after his fashion. He stood on the hearth-rug pondering over his situation. He was not exactly aware how hardly his father was pressed for ready money. The squire had never spoken to him on the subject without being angry, and many of his loose contradictory statements, all of which, however contradictory they might appear, had their basis in truth, were set down by his son to the exaggeration of passion. But it was uncomfortable enough to a young man of Osborne's age to feel himself continually hampered for want of £5 note. The principal supplies for the liberal, almost luxurious table at the Hall came off the estate, so that there was no appearance of poverty as far as the household went, and as long as Osborne was content at home, he had everything he could wish for. But he had a wife elsewhere. He wanted to see her continually, and that necessitated journeys. She, poor thing, had to be supported. Where was the money for the journeys and for Amy's modest wants to come from? That was the puzzle in Osborne's mind just now. While he had been at college, his allowance heir of the Hamleys had been 300, while Roger had to be content with 100 less. The payment of these annual sums had given the squire a good deal of trouble, but he thought of it as merely temporary inconvenience. Perhaps unreasonably thought so. Osborne was to do great things, take high honours, get a fellowship, marry a long-descended heiress, live in some of the many uninhabited rooms at the Hall, and help the squire in the management of the estate that would sometime be his. Roger was to be a clergyman. Steady, slow Roger was just fitted for that, and when he declined entering the church, preferring a life of more activity and adventure, Roger was to be anything. He was useful and practical, and fit for all the employments from which Osborne was shut out of by his fastidiousness and his persuado genius. So it was well he was an elder son, for he would never have done to struggle through the world. And as for his settling down to a profession, it would be like cutting blocks with a razor. And now here was Osborne, living at home, but longing to be elsewhere. His allowance stopped in reality. Indeed, the punctual payment of it during the last year or two had been owing to his mother's exertions, but nothing had been said about its present cessation by either father or son. Money matters were too sore a subject between them. Every now and then the squire threw him a £10 note or so, but the sort of suppressed growl with which they were given, and the entire uncertainty as to when he might receive them, rendered any calculation based upon their receipt exceedingly vague and uncertain. "What in the world can I do to secure an income?" thought Osborne, as he stood on the hearth-rug, his back to a blazing fire, his cup of coffee sent up in the rare old china that had belonged to the Hall for generations, his dress finished, as dress of Osborne's could hardly fail to be. One could hardly have thought that this elegant young man, standing there in the midst of comfort that verged on luxury, should have been turning over that one great problem in his mind, but so it was. What can I do to be sure of a present income? Things cannot go on as they are. I should need support for 2 or 3 years, even if I entered myself at the Temple or Lincoln's Inn. It would be impossible to live on my pay in the army. Besides, I should hate that profession. In fact, there are evils attending all professions. I couldn't bring myself to become a member of any I've ever heard of. Perhaps I'm more fitted to take orders than anything else, but to be compelled to write weekly sermons whether one had anything to say or not, and, probably, doomed only to associate with people below one in refinement and education. Yet poor Amy must have money. I can't bear to compare our dinners here, overloaded with joints and game and sweets, as Morgan will persist in sending them up, with Amy's 2 little mutton chops. Yet what would my father say if he knew I'd married a French woman? In his present mood he'd disinherit me, if that is possible, and he'd speak about her in a way I couldn't stand. A Roman Catholic too. Well, I don't repent it. I'd do it again. Only if my mother had been in good health, if she could have heard my story, and known Amy. As it is, I must keep it secret. But where to get money? Where to get money? Then he bethought him of his poems. Would they sell, and bring him in money? In spite of Milton, he thought they might, and he went to fetch his MSS. out of his room. He sat down near the fire, trying to study them with a critical eye, to represent public opinion as far as he could. He had changed his style since the Mrs. Hemans days. He was essentially imitative in his poetic faculty, and of late he had followed the lead of a popular writer of sonnets. He turned his poems over. They were almost equivalent to an autobiographical passage in his life. Arranging them in their order, they came as follows: To Amy, walking with a little child. To Amy, singing at her work. To Amy, turning away from me while I told my love. Amy's confession. Amy in despair. The foreign land in which my Amy dwells. The wedding ring. The wife. When he came to this last sonnet, he put down his bundle of papers and began to think. The wife, yes, and a French wife, and a Roman Catholic wife, and a wife who might be said to have been in service, and his father's hatred of the French, both collectively and individually collectively, as tumultuous, brutal ruffians, who murdered their king, and committed all kinds of bloody atrocities, individually as represented by Boney, and the various caricatures of Johnny Crapaud that had been in full circulation about 25 years before, this time when the squire had been young and capable of receiving impressions. As for the form of religion in which Mrs. Osborne Hamley had been brought up, it is enough to say that Catholic emancipation had begun to be talked about by some politicians, and that the sullen roar of the majority of Englishmen, at the bare idea of it, was surging in the distance with ominous threatenings. The very mention of such a measure before the squire was, as Osborne well knew, like shaking a red flag before a bull. And then he considered that if Amy had had the unspeakable, the incomparable blessing of being born of English parents, in the very heart of England, Warwickshire, for instance, and had never heard of priests, or mass, or confession, or the Pope, or Guy Fawkes, but had been born, baptized, and bred in the Church of England, without having ever seen the outside of a dissenting meeting-house, or a Papist chapel even, with all these advantages, her having been what was the equivalent for bonne in English? Nursery governess was a term hardly invented. Nursery maid, with wages paid down once a quarter, liable to be dismissed at a month's warning, and having her tea and sugar doled out to her, would be a shock to his father's old ancestral pride that he would hardly ever get over. If he saw her, thought Osborne, if he could but see her. But if the squire were to see Amy, he would also hear her speak her pretty broken English precious to her husband, as it was in it that she had confessed brokenly with her English tongue that she loved him soundly with her French heart, and Squire Hamley piqued himself on being a good hater of the French. She would make such a loving, sweet, docile little daughter to my father. She would go as near as any one could towards filling up the blank void in this house, if he would but have her. But he won't. He never would. And he shan't have the opportunity of scouting her. Yet if I called her Lucy in these sonnets, and if they made a great effect, were praised in Blackwood and the Quarterly, and all the world was agog to find out the author, and I told him my secret, I could, if I were successful, I think then he would ask who Lucy was, and I could tell him all then. If how, I hate ifs. If me, no ifs. My life has been based on whens, and first they have turned to ifs, and then they have vanished away. It was when Osborne gets honours, and then if Osborne, and then a failure altogether," said to Amy. "When my mother sees you, and now it is if my father saw her, with a very faint prospect of its ever coming to pass." So he let the evening hours flow on and disappear in reveries like these, winding up with a sudden determination to try the fate of his poems with a publisher, with the direct expectation of getting money for them, and an ulterior fancy that, if successful, they might work wonders with this father. When Roger came home, Osborne did not let a day pass before telling his brother of his plans. He never did conceal anything long from Roger. The feminine part of his character made him always desirous of a confidant, and as sweet sympathy as he could extract. But Roger's opinion had no effect on Osborne's actions, and Roger knew this full well. So when Osborne began with, "I want your advice on a plan I have got in my head," Roger replied, "Someone told me that the Duke of Wellington's maxim was never to give advice unless he could enforce its being carried into effect. Now, I can't do that, and you know, old boy, you don't follow out my advice when you've got it." "Not always, I know. Not when it does not agree with my own opinion. You are thinking about this concealment of my marriage, but you're not up in all the circumstances. You know how fully I meant to have done it, if there had not been that row about my debts, and then my mother's illness and death. And now you've got no conception how my father is changed, how irritable he has become. Wait till you've been at home a week. Robinson, Morgan, it's the same with them all, but worst of all with me." "Poor fellow," said Roger. "I thought he looked terribly changed, shrunken, and his ruddiness of complexion altered. Why, he hardly takes half the exercise he used to do, so it's no wonder. He has turned away all the men off the new works, which used to be such an interest to him, and because the roan cob stumbled with him one day and nearly threw him, he won't ride it, and yet he won't sell it and buy another, which would be the sensible plan. So there are two old horses eating their heads off, while he is constantly talking about money and expense. And that brings me to what I was going to say. I'm desperately hard up for money, and so I've been collecting my poems, weeding them well, you know, going over them quite critically, in fact, and I want to know if you think Dayton would publish them. You've a name in Cambridge, you know, and I dare say he would look at them if you offered them to him." "I can but try," said Roger, "but I'm afraid you won't get much by them." "I don't expect much. I'm a new man and must make my name. I should be content with 100. If I'd 100 pounds, I'd set myself to do something. I might keep myself and Amy by my writings, while I studied for the bar. Or, if the worst came to the worst, 100 pounds would take us to Australia." "Australia? Why, Osborne, what would you do there, and leave my father? I hope you'll never get your 100 pounds, if that's the use you're to make of it. Why, you'd break the squire's heart." "It might have done once," said Osborne gloomily, "but it would not now." He looks at me askance, and shies away from conversation with me. Let me alone for noticing and feeling this kind of thing. It's this very susceptibility to outward things that give me what faculty I have. and it seems to me as if my bread, and my wife's too, were to depend upon it. You'll soon see for yourself the terms which I am on with my father." Roger did soon see. His father had slipped into a habit of silence at meal-times, a habit which Osborne, who was troubled and anxious enough for his own part, had not striven to break. Father and son sat together, and exchanged all the necessary speeches connected with the occasion civilly enough, but it was a relief to them when their intercourse was over, and they separated, the father to brood over his sorrow and his disappointment, which were real and deep enough, and the injury he had received from his boy, which was exaggerated in his mind by his ignorance of the actual steps Osborne had taken to raise money. If the money-lenders had calculated the chances of his father's life or death in making their bargain, Osborne himself had thought only of how soon and how easily he could get the money requisite for clearing him from all imperious claims at Cambridge, and for enabling him to follow Amy to her home in Alsace, and for the subsequent marriage. As yet, Roger had never seen his brother's wife. Indeed, he had only been taken into Osborne's full confidence after all was decided in which his advice could have been useful. And now, in the enforced separation, Osborne's whole thought, both the poetical and practical sides of his mind, ran upon the little wife who was passing her lonely days in farmhouse lodgings, wondering when her bridegroom husband would come to her next. With such an engrossing subject it was, perhaps, no wonder that he unconsciously neglected his father. But it was none the less sad at the time, and to be regretted in its consequences. "I may come in and have a pipe with you, sir, mayn't I?" said Roger that first evening, pushing gently against the study door, which his father held only half open. "You'll not like it," said the Squire, still holding the door against him, but speaking in a relenting tone. "The tobacco I use isn't what young men like. Better go and have a cigar with Osborne." "No, I want to sit with you, and I can stand pretty strong tobacco." Roger pushed in, the resistance slowly giving way before him. "It will make your clothes smell. You'll have to borrow Osborne's sense to sweeten yourself," said the Squire grimly, at the same time pushing a short smart amber-mouthed pipe to his son. "No, I'll have a churchwarden." "Why, father, do you think I'm a baby to put up with a doll's head like this?" looking at the carving upon it. The Squire was pleased in his heart, though he did not choose to show it. He only said, "Osborne brought it me when he came back from Germany. That's 3 years ago." And then for some time they smoked in silence. But the voluntary companionship of his son was very soothing to the Squire, though not a word might be said. The speech he made showed the direction of his thoughts. Indeed, his words were always a transparent medium, through which the current might be seen. "A deal of man's life comes and goes in 3 years. I've found that out." And he puffed away at his pipe again, while Roger was turning over in his mind what answer to make to this truism. The Squire again stopped his smoking, and spoke. "I remember when there was all that fuss about the Prince of Wales being made regent. I read somewhere, I daresay it was in a newspaper, that kings and their heirs apparent were always on bad terms. Osborne was quite a little chap then. He used to go out riding with me on White Surrey. You won't remember the pony we called White Surrey?" "I remember it, but I thought it a tall horse in those days." "Ah, that was because you were such a small lad, you know. I had 7 horses in the stable then, not counting the farm horses. I don't recollect having a care then, except she was always delicate, you know. But what a beautiful boy Osborne was! He was always dressed in black velvet. It was a foppery, and it wasn't my doing, and it was all right, I'm sure. He's a handsome fellow now, but the sunshine has gone out of his face. He's a good deal troubled about this money. "And the anxiety he has given you," said Roger, rather taking his brother's feelings for granted. "Not he," said the Squire, taking the pipe out of his mouth, and hitting the bowl so sharply against the hob that it broke in pieces. "There, but never mind. I say, not he, Roger. He's none troubled about the money. It's easy getting money from Jews if you're the eldest son and the heir. They just ask, 'How old is your father, and has he had a stroke or a fit?' and it's settled out of hand. And then they come prowling about a place, and running down the timber and land. Don't let us speak of him. It's no good, Roger. He and I are out of tune, and it seems to me as if only God Almighty could put us to the rights. It's thinking of how he grieved her at last that makes me so bitter with him. And yet there's a deal of good in him, and he's so quick and clever. If only he'd give his mind to things. Now, you are always slow, Roger. All your masters used to say so." Roger laughed a little. "Yes, I'd many a nickname at school for my slowness," said he. "Never mind," said the Squire, consolingly. "I'm sure I don't. If you were a clever fellow like Osborne yonder, you'd be all for caring for books and writing, and you'd perhaps find it as dull as he does to keep company with a bumpkin Squire Jones like me. Yet I daresay they think a deal of you at Cambridge," said he, after a pause, "since you've got this fine wranglership. I'd nearly forgotten that the news came at such a miserable time." "Well, yes, they're always proud of the senior wrangler of the year up at Cambridge. Next year I must abdicate." The Squire sat and gazed into the embers, still holding his useless pipe stem. At last he said in a low voice, as if scarcely aware he had got a listener, "I used to write to her when she was away in London, and tell her the home news. But no letter will reach her now. Nothing reaches her." Roger started up. "Where's the tobacco box, father? Let me fill you another pipe." And when he had done so, he stopped over his father and stroked his cheek. The Squire shook his head. "You've only just come home, lad. You don't know me, as I am nowadays. Ask Robinson. I won't have you asking Osborne. He ought to keep it to himself, but any of the servants will tell you. I'm not like the same man for getting into passions with them. I used to be reckoned a good master, but that is past now. Osborne was once a little boy, and she was once alive, and I was once a good master. A good master. Yes, it is all past now." He took up his pipe and began to smoke afresh, and Roger, after a silence of some minutes, began a long story about some Cambridge man's misadventure on the hunting field, telling it with such humour that the Squire was beguiled into hearty laughing. When they rose to go to bed, his father said to Roger, "Well, we've had a pleasant evening at least." "I have. But perhaps you have not, for I'm but poor company now." "No, I don't know when I've passed a happier evening, father," said Roger, and he spoke truly, though he did not trouble himself to find out the cause of his happiness. End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 12. Preparing for the Wedding. Meanwhile the love affair between the middle-aged couple were prospering well, after the fashion that they liked best, although it might probably have appeared dull and prosaic to younger people. Lord Cumnor had come down in great glee at the news he had heard from his wife at the Towers. He too seemed to think he had taken an active part in bringing about the match by only speaking about it. His first words on the subject to Lady Cumnor were, "I told you so. Now, didn't I say what a good, suitable thing this affair between Gibson and Clare would be? I don't know when I have been so much pleased. You may despise the trade of matchmaker, my lady, but I am very proud of it." After this, I shall go on looking out for suitable cases among the middle-aged people of my acquaintance. I shan't meddle with young folks, they are so apt to be fanciful, but I have been so successful in this that I do think it is a good encouragement to go on." "Go on? With what?" asked Lady Cumnor dryly. "Oh, planning. You can't deny that I planned this match." "I don't think you are likely to do either much good or harm by planning," she replied, with cool good sense. "It puts it into people's heads, my dear." "Yes, if you speak about your plans to them, of course it does. But in this case you never spoke to either Mr. Gibson or Clare, did you?" All at once the recollection of how Clare had come upon the passage in Lord Cumnor's letter flashed on his lady, but she did not say anything about it, but left her husband to flounder about as best he might. "No, I never spoke to them, of course not." "Then you must be strongly mesmeric, and your will acted upon theirs, if you are to take credit for any part in the affair," continued his pitiless wife. "I really can't say. It's no use looking back to what I said or did. I'm very well satisfied with it, and that's enough, and I mean to show them how much I'm pleased. I shall give Clare something towards her rigging out, and they shall have a breakfast at Ashcombe Manor House. I'll write to Preston about it. When did you say they were to be married?" "I think they'd better wait till Christmas, and I have told them so. It would amuse the children going over to Ashcombe for the wedding, and if it's bad weather during the holidays I'm always afraid of their finding it dull at the Towers. It's very different if it's a good frost and they can go out skating and sledging in the park, but these last 2 years it has been so wet for them, poor dears." "And will the other poor dears be content to wait to make a holiday for your grandchildren? To make a Roman holiday? Pope or somebody else had a line of poetry like that, to make a Roman holiday," he repeated, pleased with his unusual aptitude at quotation. "It's Byron, and it's nothing to do with the subject in hand. I'm surprised at your lordship's quoting Byron. He was a very immoral poet." "I saw him take his oaths in the House of Lords," said Lord Cumnor, apologetically. "Well, the less said about him the better," said Lady Cumnor. "I have told Clare that she had better not think of being married before Christmas, and it won't do for her to give up her school in a hurry either." But Clare did not intend to wait till Christmas, and for this once she carried her point against the will of the Countess, and without many words, or any open opposition. She had a harder task in setting aside Mr. Gibson's desire to have Cynthia over for the wedding, even if she went back to her school at Bologna directly after the ceremony. At first she had said that it would be delightful, a charming plan, only she feared that she must give up her own wishes to have her child near her at such a time, on account of the expense of the double journey. But Mr. Gibson, economical as he was in his habitual expenditure, had a really generous heart. He had already shown it, in entirely relinquishing his future wife's life interest in the very small property the late Mr. Kirkpatrick had left, in favour of Cynthia, while he arranged that she should come to his home as a daughter as soon as she left the school she was at. The life interest was about £30 a year. Now he gave Mrs. Kirkpatrick 3 5-pound notes, saying that he hoped they would do away with the objections to Cynthia's coming over to the wedding, and at the time Mrs. Kirkpatrick felt as if they would, and caught the reflection of his strong wish, and fancied it was her own. If the letter could have been written and the money sent off that day, while the reflected glow of affection lasted, Cynthia would have been bridesmaid to her mother. But 100 little interruptions came in the way of letter-writing, and by the next day maternal love had diminished, and the value affixed to the money had increased. Money had been so much needed, so hardly earned in Mrs. Kirkpatrick's life, while the perhaps necessary separation of mother and child had lessened the amount of affection the former had to bestow. So she persuaded herself, afresh, that it would be unwise to disturb Cynthia at her studies, to interrupt the fulfilment of her duties just after the semestre had begun afresh. And she wrote a letter to Madame Lefebvre so well imbued with this persuasion that an answer which was almost an echo of her words was returned, the sense of which being conveyed to Mr. Gibson, who was no great French scholar, settled the vexed question, to his moderate but unfeigned regret. But the £15 were not returned. Indeed, not merely that sum, but a great part of the 100 which Lord Cumnor had given her for her trousseau was required to pay off debts at Ashcombe, for the school had been anything but flourishing since Mrs. Kirkpatrick had had it. It was really very much to her credit that she preferred clearing herself from debt to purchasing wedding finery. but it was one of the few points to be respected in Mrs. Kirkpatrick that she had always been careful in payment to the shops where she dealt. It was a little sense of duty cropping out. Whatever other faults might arise from her superficial and flimsy character, she was always uneasy until she was out of debt. Yet she had no scruple in appropriating her future husband's money to her own use, when it was decided that it was not to be employed as he intended. What new articles she bought for herself were all such as would make a show and an impression upon the ladies of Hollingford. She argued with herself that linen and all underclothing would never be seen, while she knew that every gown she had would give rise to much discussion and would be counted up in the little town. So her stock of underclothing was very small, and scarcely any of it new, but it was made of dainty material, and was finely mended up by her deft fingers, many a long night after her pupils were in bed, inwardly resolving all the time she sewed that hereafter some one else should do her plain work. Indeed, many a little circumstance of former subjection to the will of others rose up before her during these quiet hours, as an endurance or a suffering never to occur again. So apt are people to look forward to a different kind of life from that to which they have been accustomed, as being free from care and trial. She recollected how, one time during this very summer at the Towers, after she was engaged to Mr. Gibson, when she had taken above an hour to arrange her hair in some new mode carefully studied from Mrs. Bradley's fashion book, after all, when she came down looking her very best, as she thought, and ready for her lover, Lady Cumnor had sent her back again to her room, just as if she had been a little child, and not to make such a figure of fun of herself. Another time she had been sent to change her gown for one in her opinion far less becoming, but which suited Lady Cumnor's taste better. These were little things, but they were late samples of what in different shapes she had had to endure for many years, and her liking for Mr. Gibson grew in proportion to her sense of the evils from which he was going to serve as a means of escape. After all, that interval of hope and plain sewing, intermixed though it was by tuition, was not disagreeable. Her wedding dress was secure. Her former pupils at the Towers were going to present her with that. They were to dress her from head to foot on the auspicious day. Lord Cumnor, as has been said, had given her £100 for her trousseau, and had sent Mr. Preston a carte blanche order for the wedding breakfast in the old hall in Ashcombe Manor House. Lady Cumnor, a little put out by the marriage not being deferred till her grandchildren's Christmas holidays, had nevertheless given Mrs. Kirkpatrick an excellent English-made watch and chain, more clumsy but more serviceable than the little foreign elegance that had hung at her side so long, and misled her so often. Her preparations were thus in a very considerable state of forwardness, while Mr. Gibson had done nothing as yet towards any new arrangement or decoration of his house for his intended bride. He knew he ought to do something, but what? Where to begin, when so much was out of order, and he had so little time for superintendence? At length he came to the wise decision of asking one of the Miss Brownings to take the trouble of preparing all that was immediately requisite in his house, for old friendship's sake, and resolved to leave all the more ornamental decorations that he proposed to the taste of his future wife. But before making his request to the Miss Brownings he had to tell them of his engagement, which had hitherto been kept a secret from the townspeople who had set down his frequent visits at the Towers to the score of the Countess's health. He felt how he should have laughed in his sleeve at any middle-aged widower who came to him with a confession of the kind he had now to make to the Miss Brownings, and disliked the idea of the necessary call. But it was to be done, so one evening he went in promiscuous, as they called it, and told them his story. At the end of the first chapter, that is to say, at the end of the story of Mr. Cox's calf-love, Miss Browning held up her hands in surprise. "To think of Molly, as I have held in long-clothes, coming to have a lover! Well, to be sure, Sister Phoebe," she was just coming into the room, "here's a piece of news. Molly Gibson has got a lover. One may almost say she's had an offer. Mr. Gibson may not one, and she's but 16. "17, sister," said Miss Phoebe, who piqued herself on knowing all about dear Mr. Gibson's domestic affairs. "17, the 22nd of last June." "Well, have it your own way, 17 if you like to call her so," said Miss Browning impatiently. "The fact is still the same, she's got a lover, and it seems to me she was in long clothes only yesterday." "I'm sure I hope her course of true love will run smooth," said Miss Phoebe. Now Mr. Gibson came in, for his story was not half told, and he did not want them to run away too far with the idea of Molly's love affair. "Molly knows nothing about it. I haven't even named it to anyone but you two, and to one other friend. I trounced Cox well and did my best to keep his attachment, as he calls it, in bounds, but I was sadly puzzled what to do about Molly. Miss Eyre was away, and I couldn't leave them in the house together without any older woman." "Oh, Mr. Gibson, why did you not send her to us?" broke in Miss Browning. "We would have done anything in our power for you, for your sake, as well as her poor dear mother's." "Thank you, I know you would, but it wouldn't have done to have had her in Hollingford, just at the time of Cox's effervescence. He's better now. His appetite has come back with double force, after the fasting he thought it right to exhibit. He had 3 helpings of blackcurrant dumpling yesterday." "I'm sure you're most liberal, Mr. Gibson. 3 helpings! And I dare say butcher's meat in proportion." "Oh, I only named it because, with such very young men, it's generally seesaw between appetite and love, and I thought the 3rd helping a very good sign. But still, you know, what has happened once may happen again." "I don't know. Phoebe had an offer of marriage once," said Miss Browning. "Hush, sister, it might hurt his feelings to have it spoken about." "Nonsense, child, it's 25 years ago, and his eldest daughter is married herself." "I own he has not been constant," pleaded Miss Phoebe, in her tender, piping voice. "All men are not, like you, Mr. Gibson, faithful to the memory of their first love." Mr. Gibson winced. Jeanie was his first love, but her name had never been breathed in Hollingford. His wife, good, pretty, sensible, and beloved as she had been, was not his second, no, nor his third love, and now he was come to make a confidence about his second marriage. "Well, well," said he, "at any rate, I thought I must do something to protect Molly from such affairs while she was so young, and before I had given my sanction. Miss Eyre's little nephew fell ill of scarlet fever. Ah, by the by, how careless of me not to inquire. How is the poor little fellow?" "Worse, better, it doesn't signify to what I've got to say now. The fact was, Miss Eyre couldn't come back to my house for some time, and I cannot leave Molly altogether at Hamley." "Ah, I see now why there was that sudden visit to Hamley. Upon my word, it's quite a romance." "I do like hearing of a love affair," murmured Miss Phoebe. "Then if you'll let me get on with my story, you shall hear of mine," said Mr. Gibson, quite beyond his patience with their constant interruptions. "Yours?" said Miss Phoebe, faintly. "Bless us and save us!" said Miss Browning, with less sentiment in her tone. "What next?" "My marriage, I hope," said Mr. Gibson, choosing to take her expression of intense surprise literally. "And that's what I came to speak to you about." A little hope darted up in Miss Phoebe's breast. She had often said to her sister, in the confidence of curling time (ladies wore curls in those days), that the only man who could bring her to think of matrimony was Mr. Gibson, but that if he ever proposed, she should feel bound to accept him for poor dear Mary's sake, never explaining what exact style of satisfaction she imagined she should give to her dead friend by marrying her late husband. Phoebe played nervously with the strings of her black silk apron. Like the Caliph in the Eastern story, a whole lifetime of possibilities passed through her mind in an instant. Of which possibilities the question of questions was, could she leave her sister? Attend, Phoebe, to the present moment, and listen to what is being said, before you distress yourself with a perplexity which will never arise. Of course, it has been an anxious thing for me to decide who I should ask to be the mistress of my family, the mother of my girl, but I think I've decided rightly at last. The lady I have chosen— "Tell us at once who she is, there's a good man," said straightforward Miss Browning. "Mrs. Kirkpatrick," said the bridegroom-elect. "What, the governess at the Towers, that the Countess makes so much of?" "Yes, she is much valued by them, and deservedly so. She keeps a school now at Ashcombe, and is accustomed to housekeeping. She has brought up the young ladies at the Towers, and has a daughter of her own. Therefore it is probable she will have a kind, motherly feeling towards Molly." "She's a very elegant-looking woman," said Miss Phoebe, feeling it incumbent upon her to say something laudatory by way of concealing the thoughts that had just been passing through her mind. "I've seen her in the carriage, riding backwards with the Countess. A very pretty woman, I should say." "Nonsense, sister," said Miss Browning. "What has her elegance or prettiness to do with the affair? Did you ever know a widower marry again for such trifles as those? It's always from a sense of duty of one kind or another, isn't it, Mr. Gibson? They want a housekeeper, or they want a mother for their children, or they think their last wife would have liked it." Perhaps the thought had passed through the elder sister's mind that Phoebe might have been chosen, for there was a sharp acrimony in her tone, not unfamiliar to Mr. Gibson, but with which he did not choose to cope at this present moment. "You must have it your own way, Miss Browning. Settle my motives for me. I don't pretend to be quite clear about them myself, but I am clear in wishing heartily to keep my old friends, and for them to love my future wife, for my sake. I don't know any two women in the world, except Molly and Mrs. Kirkpatrick, I regard as much as I do you. Besides, I want to ask you if you will let Molly come and stay with you till after my marriage." "You might have asked us before you asked Madam Hamley," said Miss Browning, only half mollified. "We are your old friends, and we were her mother's friends too, though we are not county folk." "That's unjust," said Mr. Gibson, "and you know it is." "I don't know. You are always with Lord Hollingford when you can get at him, much more than you ever are with Mr. Goodenough or Mr. Smith, and you are always going over to Hamley." Miss Browning was not one to give in all at once. "I seek Lord Hollingford as I should seek such a man, whatever his rank or position might be, usher to a school, carpenter, shoemaker, if it were possible for them to have had a similar character of mind developed by similar advantages. Mr. Goodenough is a very clever attorney, with strong local interests, and not a thought beyond." "Well, well, don't go on arguing, it always gives me a headache, as Phoebe knows. I didn't mean what I said, that's enough, isn't it? I'll retract anything sooner than be reasoned with. Where were we before you began your arguments?" "About dear little Molly coming to pay us a visit," said Miss Phoebe. "I should have asked you at first, only Cox was so rampant with his love. I didn't know what he might do, or how troublesome he might be both to Molly and you. But he has cooled down now. Absence has had a very tranquilizing effect, and I think Molly may be in the same town with him without any consequences beyond a few sighs every time she's brought to his mind by meeting her. And I've got another favour to ask of you, so you see it would never do for me to argue with you, Miss Browning, when I ought to be a humble suppliant. Something must be done to the house to make it all ready for the future Mrs. Gibson. It wants painting and papering shamefully, and I should think some new furniture, but I'm sure I don't know what. Would you be so very kind as to look over the place, and see how far £100 will go? The dining-room walls must be painted. We'll keep the drawing-room paper for her choice, and I've a little spare money for that room for her to lay out. But all the rest of the house I'll leave to you, if you'll only be kind enough to help an old friend." This was a commission which exactly gratified Miss Browning's love of power. The disposal of money involved patronage of tradespeople, such as she had exercised in her father's lifetime, but had had very little chance of showing since his death. Her usual good humour was quite restored by this proof of confidence in her taste and economy, while Miss Phoebe's imagination dwelt rather on the pleasure of a visit from Molly. Chapter 12.
Chapter 58 of Wives and Daughters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 58. Reviving Hopes and Brightening Prospects. If you can without fatigue, dear, do come down to dinner today. You'll then see the people one by one as they appear, instead of having to encounter a crowd of strangers. Hollingford will be here too. I hope you'll find it pleasant. So Molly made her appearance at dinner that day, and got to know, by sight at least, some of the most distinguished of the visitors at the Towers. The next day was Thursday, Cynthia's wedding day, bright and fine in the country, whatever it might be in London, and there were several letters from the home people awaiting Molly when she came downstairs to the late breakfast. For every day, every hour, she was gaining strength and health, and she was unwilling to continue her invalid habits any longer than was necessary. She looked so much better that Sir Charles noticed it to Lady Harriet, and several of the visitors spoke of her this morning as a very pretty, ladylike, and graceful girl. This was Thursday. On Friday, as Lady Harriet had told her, some visitors from the more immediate neighbourhood were expected to stay over the Sunday, but she had not mentioned their names, and when Molly went down into the drawing-room before dinner, she was almost startled by perceiving Roger Hamley in the centre of a group of gentlemen, who were all talking together eagerly, and, as it seemed to her, making him the object of their attention. He made a hitch in his conversation, lost the precise meaning of a question addressed to him, answered it rather hastily, and made his way to where Molly was sitting, a little behind Lady Harriet. He had heard that she was staying at the Towers, but he was almost as much surprised as she was by his unexpected appearance, for he had only seen her once or twice since his return from Africa, and then in the guise of an invalid. Now, in her pretty evening dress, with her hair beautifully dressed, her delicate complexion flushed a little with timidity, yet her movements and manners bespeaking quiet ease, Roger hardly recognized her, although he acknowledged her identity. He began to feel that admiring deference which most young men experience when conversing with a very pretty girl, a sort of desire to obtain her good opinion in a manner very different to his old familiar friendliness. He was annoyed when Sir Charles, whose especial charge she still was, came up to take her in to dinner. He could not quite understand the smile of mutual intelligence that passed between the two, each being aware of Lady Harriet's plan of sheltering Molly from the necessity of talking, and acting in conformity with her wishes as much as with their own. Roger found himself puzzling and watching them from time to time during dinner. Again, in the evening, he sought her out, but found her again preoccupied with one of the young men staying in the house, who had had the advantage of 2 days of mutual interest and acquaintance with the daily events and jokes and anxieties of the family circle. Molly could not help wishing to break off all this trivial talk and to make room for Roger. She had so much to ask him about everything at the Hall. He was and had been such a stranger to them all for these last 2 months and more. But though each wanted to speak to the other more than to any one else in the room, it so happened that everything seemed to conspire to prevent it. Lord Hollingford carried off Roger to the cluster of middle-aged men. He was wanted to give his opinion upon some scientific subject. Mr. Ernulphus Watson, the young man referred to above, kept his place by Molly, as the prettiest girl in the room, and almost dazed her by his never-ceasing flow of clever small talk. She looked so tired and pale, at last, that the ever-watchful Lady Harriet sent Sir Charles to the rescue, and after a few words with Lady Harriet, Roger saw Molly quietly leave the room, and a sentence or two which he heard Lady Harriet address to her cousin made him know that it was for the night. Those sentences might bear another interpretation to the obvious one. Really, Charles, considering that she is in your charge, I think you might have saved her from the chatter and patter of Mr. Watson. I can only stand it when I am in the strongest health." Why was Molly in Sir Charles's charge? Why? Then Roger remembered many little things that might serve to confirm the fancy he had got into his head, and he went to bed puzzled and annoyed. It seemed to him such an incongruous, hastily got up sort of engagement, if engagement it really was. On Saturday they were more fortunate. They had a long tête-à-tête in the most public place in the house, on a sofa in the hall where Molly was resting at Lady Harriet's command before going upstairs after a walk. Roger was passing through and saw her, and came to her, standing before her and making pretence of playing with the gold fish in a great marble basin close at hand. "I was very unlucky," said he. "I wanted to get near you last night, but it was quite impossible. You were so busy talking to Mr. Watson, until Sir Charles Morton came and carried you off, with such an air of authority. Have you known him long?" Now this was not at all the manner in which Roger had predetermined that he would speak of Sir Charles to Molly, but the words came out in spite of himself. "No, not long. I never saw him before I came here on Tuesday, but Lady Harriet told him to see that I did not get tired, for I wanted to come down, but you know I have not been strong. He is a cousin of Lady Harriet's, and does all she tells him to do." "Oh! He is not handsome, but I believe he is a very sensible man." "Yes, I should think so. He is so silent, though, that I can hardly judge." "He bears a very high character in the county," said Roger, willing now to give him his full due. Molly stood up. "I must go upstairs," she said. "I only sat down here for a minute or two because Lady Harriet bade me." "Stop a little longer," said he. "This is really the pleasantest place. This basin of water lilies gives one the idea, if not the sensation, of coolness. Besides, it seems so long since I saw you, and I have a message from my father to give you. He is very angry with you." "Angry with me?" said Molly, in surprise. "Yes. He heard that you had come here for a change of air, and he was offended that you had not come to us, to the Hall, instead. He said that you should have remembered old friends." Molly took all this quite gravely, and did not at first notice the smile on his face. "Oh, I am so sorry," said she. "But will you please tell him how it all happened? Lady Harriet called the very day when it was settled that I was not to go to Cynthia's wedding, she was going to add, but she suddenly stopped short, and, blushing deeply, changed the expression, go to London, and she planned it all in a minute, and convinced mamma and papa, and had her own way. There was really no resisting her." "I think you will have to tell all this to my father yourself, if you mean to make your peace. Why can you not come on to the Hall when you leave the Towers?" To go in the cool manner suggested, from one house to another, after the manner of a royal progress, was not at all according to Molly's primitive home keeping notions. She made answer, "I should like it very much, some time, but I must go home first. They will want me more than ever now." Again she felt herself touching on a sore subject, and stopped short. Roger became annoyed at her so constantly conjecturing what he must be feeling on the subject of Cynthia's marriage. With sympathetic perception she had discerned that the idea must give him pain, and perhaps she also knew that he would dislike to show the pain, but she had not the presence of mind or ready wit to give a skilful turn to the conversation. All this annoyed Roger, he could hardly tell why. He determined to take the metaphorical bull by the horns. Until that was done, his footing with Molly would always be insecure, as it always is between two friends who mutually avoid a subject to which their thoughts perpetually recur. "Ah, yes," said he, "of course you must be of double importance now Miss Kirkpatrick has left you. I saw her marriage in the Times yesterday." His tone of voice was changed in speaking of her, but her name had been named between them, and that was the great thing to accomplish. "Still," he continued, "I think I must urge my father's claim for a short visit, and all the more because I can really see the apparent improvement in your health since I came, only yesterday. Besides, Molly," it was the old familiar Roger of former days who spoke now, "I think you could help us at home. Aimée is shy and awkward with my father, and he has never taken quite kindly to her, yet I know they would like and value each other if some one could but bring them together, and it would be such a comfort to me if this could take place before I have to leave." "To leave? Are you going away again?" "Yes. Have you not heard? I did not complete my engagement. I'm going again in September for 6 months." "I remember. But somehow I fancied you seemed to have settled down into the old ways at the Hall." "So my father appears to think. But it is not likely I shall ever make it my home again, and that is partly the reason why I want my father to adopt the notion of AimÄe's living with him. Ah, here are all the people coming back from their walk. However, I shall see you again. Perhaps this afternoon we may get a little quiet time, for I have a great deal to consult you about." They separated then, and Molly went upstairs very happy, very full and warm at her heart. It was so pleasant to have Roger talking to her in this way, like a friend. She had once thought that she could never look upon the great brown-bearded celebrity in the former light of almost brotherly intimacy, but now it was all coming right. There was no opportunity for renewed confidences that afternoon. Molly went a quiet, decorous drive as forth with 2 dowagers and 1 spinster, but it was very pleasant to think that she should see him again at dinner, and again to-morrow. On Sunday evening, as they all were sitting and loitering on the lawn before dinner, Roger went on with what he had to say about the position of his sister-in-law in his father's house, the mutual bond between the mother and grandfather being the child, who was also, through jealousy, the bone of contention and the severance. There were many little details to be given in order to make Molly quite understand the difficulty of the situations on both sides, and the young man and the girl became absorbed in what they were talking about, and wandered away into the shade of the long avenue. Lady Harriet separated herself from a group and came up to Lord Hollingford, who was sauntering a little apart, and putting her arm within his with the familiarity of a favourite sister. She said, "Don't you think that your pattern young man and my favourite young woman are finding out each other's good qualities?" He had not been observing as she had been. "Who do you mean?" said he. "Look along the avenue. Who are those?" "Mr. Hamley and is it not Miss Gibson? I can't quite make out." "Oh, if you're letting your fancy run off in that direction, I can tell you it's quite a waste of time. Roger Hamley is a man who will soon have an European reputation." "That's very possible, and yet it does not make any difference in my opinion. Molly Gibson is capable of appreciating him. She is a very pretty, good little country girl. I don't mean to say anything against her, but remember the charity ball? You called her unusually intelligent, after you had danced with her there. But after all we are like the genie and the fairy in the Arabian Nights Entertainment, who each cried up the merits of the Prince Caramilzaman and the Princess Badoura. Hamley is not a marrying man." "How do you know?" "I know that he has very little private fortune, and I know that science is not a remunerative profession, if profession it can be called." "Oh, if that's all, 100 things may happen. Some one may leave him a fortune, or this tiresome little heir that nobody wanted may die. Hush, Harriet, that's the worst of allowing yourself to plan far ahead for the future. You are sure to contemplate the death of some one, and to reckon upon the contingency as affecting events." "As if lawyers were not always doing something of the kind." "Leave it to those to whom it is necessary. I dislike planning marriages, or looking forward to deaths about equally." "You are getting very prosaic and tiresome, Hollingford." "Only getting," said he, smiling. "I thought you always looked upon me as a tiresome, matter-of-fact fellow." "Now, if you're going to fish for a compliment, I am gone. Only remember my prophecy when my vision comes to pass, or make a bet, and whoever wins shall spend the money on a present to Prince Caramilzaman or Princess Badoura, as the case may be." Lord Hollingford remembered his sister's words, as he heard Roger say to Molly as he was leaving the Towers on the following day, "Then I may tell my father that you will come and pay him a visit next week? You don't know what pleasure it will give him." He had been on the point of saying "will give us," but he had an instinct which told him it was as well to consider Molly's promised visit as exclusively made to his father. So the next day Molly went home. She was astonished at herself for being so sorry to leave the Towers, and found it difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile the long fixed idea of the house as a place wherein to suffer all a child's tortures of dismay and forlornness with her new and fresh conception. She had gained health, she had had pleasure, the faint fragrance of a new and unacknowledged hope had stolen into her life. No wonder that Mr. Gibson was struck with the improvement in her looks, and Mrs. Gibson impressed with her increased grace. "Ah, Molly," said she, "it's really wonderful to see what a little good society will do for a girl. Even a week of association with such people as one meets with at the Towers is, as somebody said of a lady of rank, whose name I have forgotten, a polite education in itself. There is something quite different about you, a je ne sais quoi, that would tell me at once that you have been mingling with the aristocracy." With all her charms, it was what my darling Cynthia wanted. Not that Mr. Henderson thought so, for a more devoted lover can hardly be conceived. He absolutely bought her a parure of diamonds. I was obliged to say to him that I had studied to preserve her simplicity of taste, and that he must not corrupt her with too much luxury. But I was rather disappointed at their going off without a maid. It was the one blemish in the arrangements, the spot in the sun. Dear Cynthia, when I think of her, I do assure you, Molly, I make it my nightly prayer that I may be able to find you just such another husband. And all this time you have never told me who you met at the Towers." Molly ran over a list of names. Roger Hamley's came last. "Upon my word, that young man is pushing his way up." "The Hamleys are a far older family than the Cumnors," said Molly, flushing up. "Now, Molly, I can't have you democratic. Rank is a great distinction. It is quite enough to have a dear papa with democratic tendencies, but we won't begin to quarrel. Now that you and I are left alone, we ought to be bosom friends, and I hope we shall be. Roger Hamley did not say much about that unfortunate little Osborne Hamley, I suppose?" "On the contrary, he says his father dotes on the child, and he seems very proud of him himself." "I thought the Squire must be getting very much infatuated with something. I daresay the French mother takes care of that. Why, he has scarcely taken any notice of you for this month or more, and before that you were everything." It was about 6 weeks since Cynthia's engagement had become publicly known, and that might have had something to do with the Squire's desertion, Molly thought; but she said, "The Squire has sent me an invitation to go and stay there next week, if you have no objection, mamma. They seem to want a companion for Mrs. Osborne Hamley, who is not very strong." "I can hardly tell what to say. I don't like you having to associate with a Frenchwoman of doubtful rank, and I can't bear the thought of losing my child, my only daughter now. I did ask Helen Kirkpatrick, but she can't come for some time, and the house is going to be altered. Papa has consented to build me another room at last, for Cynthia and Mr. Henderson will, of course, come and see us. We shall have many more visitors, I expect, and your bedroom will make a capital lumber room, and Maria wants a week's holiday. I'm always so unwilling to put any obstacles in the way of any one's pleasure, weakly unwilling, I believe, but it certainly would be very convenient to have you out of the house for a few days. So for once I will waive my own wish for your companionship, and plead your cause with papa." The Miss Brownings came to call and hear the double batch of news. Mrs. Goodenough had come the very day on which they had returned from Miss Hornblower's, to tell them the astounding fact of Molly Gibson having gone on to visit to the Towers, not to come back at night, but to sleep there, to be there for 2 or 3 days, just as if she was a young lady of quality. So the Miss Brownings came to hear all the details of the wedding from Mrs. Gibson, and the history of Molly's visit at the Towers as well. But Mrs. Gibson did not like this divided interest, and some of her old jealousy of Molly's intimacy at the Towers had returned. "Now, Molly," said Miss Browning, "let us hear how you have behaved among the great folks. You must not be set up with all their attention. Remember that they pay it to you for your good father's sake." "Molly is, I think, quite aware," put in Mrs. Gibson, in her most soft and languid tone, that she owes her privilege of visiting at such a house to Lady Cumnor's kind desire to set my mind quite at liberty at the time of Cynthia's marriage. As soon as ever I had returned home, Molly came back. Indeed, I should not have thought it right to let her intrude upon their kindness beyond what was absolutely necessary." Molly felt extremely uncomfortable at all this, although perfectly aware of the entire inaccuracy of the statement. "Well, but, Molly," said Miss Browning, "never mind whether you went there on your own merits, or your worthy father's merits, or Mrs. Gibson's merits, but tell us what you did when you were there." So Molly began an account of their sayings and doings, which she could have made far more interesting to Miss Browning, Miss Phoebe, if she had not been conscious of her stepmother's critical listening. She had to tell it all with a mental squint, the surest way to spoil a narration. She was also subject to Mrs. Gibson's perpetual corrections of little statements which she knew to be facts. But what vexed her most of all was Mrs. Gibson's last speech before the Miss Brownings left. Molly has fallen into rambling ways with this visit of hers, of which she makes so much, as if nobody had ever been in a great house but herself. She is going to Hamley Hall next week, getting quite dissipated, in fact. Yet to Mrs. Goodenough, the next caller on the same errand of congratulation, Mrs. Gibson's tone was quite different. There had always been a tacit antagonism between the two, and the conversation now ran as follows. Mrs. Goodenough began: "Well, Mrs. Gibson, I suppose I must wish you joy of Miss Cynthia's marriage. I should condole with some mothers as they had lost their daughters, but you're not one of that sort, I reckon." Now, as Mrs. Gibson was not quite sure to which sort of mothers the greatest credit was to be attached, she found it a little difficult how to frame her reply. "Dear Cynthia," she said, "one can't but rejoice in her happiness, and yet," she ended her sentence by sighing. "Ay, she was a young woman as would always have her followers, for, to tell the truth, she was as pretty a creature as ever I saw in my life, and all the more she needed skilful guidance. I am sure I, for one, am as glad as can be she's done so well by herself. Folks say Mr. Henderson has a handsome private fortune over and above what he makes by the law. There is no fear but that my Cynthia will have everything this world can give," said Mrs. Gibson with dignity. "Well, well, she was always a bit of a favourite of mine, and as I was saying to my granddaughter there," for she was accompanied by a young lady who looked keenly to the prospect of some wedding cake, "I was never one of those who ran her down and called her a flirt and a jilt. I'm glad to hear she's like to be so well off. And now I suppose you'll be turning your mind to doing something for Miss Molly there?" "If you mean by that doing anything that can, by hastening her marriage, deprive me of the company of one who is like my own child, you are very much mistaken, Mrs. Goodenough. And pray remember I am the last person in the world to match make. Cynthia made Mr. Henderson's acquaintance at her uncle's in London." "Ay, I thought her cousin was very often ill and needing her nursing, and you were very keen she should be of use. I'm not saying but what it is right in a mother. I'm only putting in a word for Miss Molly." "Thank you, Mrs. Goodenough," said Molly, half angry, half laughing. "When I want to be married, I'll not trouble mamma. I'll look out for myself." "Molly is becoming so popular, I hardly know how we shall keep her at home," said Mrs. Gibson. "I miss her sadly, but as I said to Mr. Gibson, let young people have change, and see a little of the world while they are young. It has been a great advantage to her being at the Towers while so many clever and distinguished people were there. I can already see a difference in her tone of conversation, an elevation in her choice of subjects. And now she is going to Hamley Hall. I can assure you I feel quite a proud mother when I see how she is sought after, and my other daughter, my Cynthia, writing such letters from Paris." "Things is a deal changed since my days, for sure," said Mrs. Goodenough. so perhaps I'm no judge. When I was married first, him and me went in a post chaise to his father's house, a matter of 20 mile off at the outside, and sat down to as good a supper amongst his friends and family as you'd wish to see, and that was my first wedding jaunt. My second was when I better knowed my worth as a bride, and thought that now or never I must see London. But I were reckoned a very extravagant sort of a body to go so far, and spend my money, though Harry had left me uncommon well off. But now young folks go off to Paris and think nothing of the cost, and it's well if wilful waste don't make woful want before they die. But I'm thankful somewhat is being done for Miss Molly's chances. As I said afore, it's not quite what I should have liked to have done for my Bessie, though, but times are changed, as I said just now. End of chapter 58.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 28. Rivalry. For some days after the ball, Cynthia seemed languid, and was very silent. Molly, who had promised herself fully as much enjoyment in talking over the past gaiety with Cynthia as in the evening itself, was disappointed when she found that all conversation on the subject was rather evaded than encouraged. Mrs. Gibson, it is true, was ready to go over the ground as many times as one liked, but her words were always like ready-made clothes, and never fitted individual thoughts. Anybody might have used them, and, with a change of proper names, they might have served to describe any ball. She repeatedly used the same language in speaking about it, till Molly knew the sentences and their sequence, even to irritation. "Ah, Mr. Osborne, you should have been there. I said to myself many a time how you really should have been there. You and your brother, of course." "I thought of you very often during the evening." "Did you? Now that I call very kind of you. Cynthia, darling, do you hear what Mr. Osborne Hamley was saying?" as Cynthia came into the room just then. "He thought of us all on the evening of the ball." "He did better than merely remember us, then," said Cynthia, with her soft, slow smile. "We owe him thanks for those beautiful flowers, mamma." "Oh," said Osborne, "you must not thank me exclusively. I believe it was my thought, but Roger took all the trouble of it." "I consider the thought as everything," said Mrs. Gibson. "Thought is spiritual, while action is merely material." This fine sentence took the speaker herself by surprise, and in such conversation as was then going on, it is not necessary to accurately define the meaning of everything that is said. "I'm afraid the flowers were too late to be of much use, though," continued Osborne. "I met Preston the next morning, and of course we talked about the ball. I was sorry to find he had been beforehand with us." "He only sent one nosegay, and that was for Cynthia," said Molly, looking up from her work, "and it did not come till after we had received the flowers from Hamley." Molly caught sight of Cynthia's face before she bent down again to her sewing. It was scarlet in colour, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Both she and her mother hastened to speak as soon as Molly had finished, but Cynthia's voice was choked with passion, and Mrs. Gibson had the word. "Mr. Preston's bouquet was just one of those formal affairs any one can buy at a nursery garden, which always strikes me as having no sentiment in them. I would far rather have 2 or 3 lilies of the valley, gathered for me by a person I like, than the most expensive bouquet that could be bought." "Mr. Preston had no business to speak as if he had forestalled you," said Cynthia. "It came just as we were ready to go, and I put it into the fire directly." "Cynthia, my dear love," said Mrs. Gibson, who had never heard of the fate of the flowers until now, "what an idea of yourself you will give to Mr. Osborne Hamley! But to be sure, I can quite understand it. You inherit my feeling, my prejudice, Sentimental, I grant, against bought flowers." Cynthia was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I used some of your flowers, Mr. Hamley, to dress Molly's hair. It was a great temptation, for the colour so exactly matched her coral ornaments. But I believe she thought it treacherous to disturb the arrangement, so I ought to take all the blame on myself. The arrangement was my brother's, as I told you, but I'm sure he would have preferred seeing them in Miss Gibson's hair rather than in the blazing fire. Mr. Preston comes far the worst off." Osborne was rather amused at the whole affair, and would have liked to probe Cynthia's motives a little farther. He did not hear Molly saying, in a softer voice as if she was talking to herself, "I wore mine just as they were sent," for Mrs. Gibson came in with a total change of subject. "Speaking of lilies of the valley, is it true that they grow wild in Hurst Wood? It is not the season for them to be in flower yet, but when it is, I think we must take a walk there, with our luncheon in a basket, a little picnic, in fact. You'll join us, won't you?" turning to Osborne. "I think it's a charming plan. You could ride to Hollingford, and put your horse here, and we would have a long day in the woods, and all come home to dinner with a basket of lilies in the middle of the table." "I should like it very much," said Osborne, "but I may not be at home. Roger is more likely to be here, I believe, at that time, a month hence." He was thinking of the visit to London to sell his poems, and the run down to Winchester, which he anticipated afterwards. The end of May had been the period fixed for this pleasure for some time, not merely in his own mind, but in writing to his wife. "Oh, but you must be with us. We must wait for Mr. Osborne Hamley, must not we, Cynthia?" "I'm afraid the lilies won't wait," replied Cynthia. "Well, then, we must put it off till dog rose and honeysuckle time. You will be at home then, won't you? Or does the London season present too many attractions?" "I don't exactly know when dog roses are in flower." "Not know? And you a poet? Don't you remember the lines? 'It was the time of roses, we plucked them as we passed.'" "Yes, but that doesn't specify the time of year that is the time of roses. And I believe my movements are guided more by the lunar calendar than the floral. You had better take my brother for your companion. He is practical in his love of flowers. I am only theoretical." "Does that fine word 'theoretical' imply that you are ignorant?" asked Cynthia. "Of course, we shall be happy to see your brother, but why can't we have you too? I confess to a little timidity in the presence of one so deep and learned as your brother is, from all accounts. Give me a little charming ignorance, if we must call it by that hard word." Osborne bowed. It was very pleasant to him to be petted and flattered, even though he knew all the time that it was only flattery. It was an agreeable contrast to the home that was so dismal to him, to come to this house with the society of two agreeable girls, and the soothing syrup of their mother's speeches awaited him whenever he liked to come. To say nothing of the difference that struck upon his senses, poetical though he might esteem himself, of a sitting-room full of flowers and tokens of women's presence, where all the chairs were easy, and all the tables well covered with pretty things, to the great drawing-room at home, where the draperies were threadbare, and the seats uncomfortable, and no sign of feminine presence ever now lent a grace to the stiff arrangement of the furniture. Then the meals, light and well cooked, suited to his taste and delicate appetite so much better than the rich and heavy viands prepared by the servants at the Hall. Osborne was becoming a little afraid of falling into the habit of paying too frequent visits to the Gibsons, and that, not because he feared the consequences of his intercourse with the two young ladies, for he never thought of them excepting as friends. The fact of his marriage was constantly present to his mind, and Amy too securely enthroned in his heart for him to remember that he might be looked upon by others in the light of a possible husband. But the reflection forced itself upon him occasionally, whether he was not trespassing too often on hospitality which he had at present no means of returning. But Mrs. Gibson, in her ignorance of the true state of affairs, was secretly exalted in the attraction which made him come so often and lounge away the hours in their house and garden. She had no doubt that it was Cynthia who drew him to the house, and if the latter had been a little more amenable to reason, her mother would have made more frequent allusions than she did to the crisis which she thought was approaching. But she was restrained by the intuitive conviction that if her daughter became conscious of what was impending, and was made aware of Mrs. Gibson's cautious and quiet efforts to forward the catastrophe, the wilful girl would oppose herself to it with all her skill and power. As it was, Mrs. Gibson trusted that Cynthia's affections would become engaged before she knew where she was, and that, in that case, she would not attempt to frustrate her mother's delicate scheming, even though she did perceive it. But Cynthia had come across too many varieties of flirtation, admiration, and even passionate love, to be for a moment at fault as to the quiet friendly nature of Osborne's attentions. She received him always as a sister might a brother. It was different when Roger returned from his election as Fellow of Trinity. The trembling diffidence, the hardly suppressed ardour of his manner, made Cynthia understand before long with what kind of love she had now to deal. She did not put it into so many words, no, not even in her secret heart, but she recognised the difference between Roger's relation to her and Osborne's, long before Mrs. Gibson found it out. Molly was, however, the first to discover the nature of Roger's attraction. The first time they saw him after the ball, it came out to her observant eyes. Cynthia had not been looking well since that evening. She went slowly about the house, pale and heavy-eyed, and fond as she usually was of exercise and the free fresh air, there was hardly any persuading her now to go out for a walk. Molly watched this fading with tender anxiety, but to all her questions as to whether she had felt over-fatigued with her dancing, whether anything had occurred to annoy her, and all such inquiries, she replied in languid negatives. Once Molly touched on Mr. Preston's name, and found that this was a subject on which Cynthia was raw. Now Cynthia's face lighted up with spirit, and her whole body showed her ill-repressed agitation, but she only said a few sharp words, expressive of anything but kindly feeling towards the gentleman, and then bade Molly never name his name to her again. Still, the latter could not imagine that he was more than intensely distasteful to her friend, as well as to herself. He could not be the cause of Cynthia's present indisposition. But this indisposition lasted so many days without change or modification that even Mrs. Gibson noticed it, and Molly became positively uneasy. Mrs. Gibson considered Cynthia's quietness and languor as the natural consequence of dancing with everybody who asked her at the ball. Partners whose names were in the red book would not have produced half the amount of fatigue, according to Mrs. Gibson's judgment apparently, and if Cynthia had been quite well, very probably she would have hit the blot in her mother's speech with one of her touches of sarcasm. Then, again, when Cynthia did not rally, Mrs. Gibson grew impatient, and accused her of being fanciful and lazy. At length, and partly at Molly's insistence, there came an appeal to Mr. Gibson, and a professional examination of the supposed invalid, which Cynthia hated more than anything, especially when the verdict was that there was nothing very much the matter, only a general lowness of tone, and depression of health and spirits, which would soon be remedied by tonics, and meanwhile she was not to be urged to excitation. "If there is one thing I dislike," said Cynthia to Mr. Gibson, after he had pronounced tonics to be the cure for her present state, "it is the way doctors have of giving tablespoons of nauseous mixtures as a certain remedy for sorrows and cares." She laughed up in his face as she spoke. She always had a pretty word and smile for him, even in the midst of her loss of spirits. "Come, you acknowledge you have sorrows by that speech? We'll make a bargain. If you tell me your sorrows and cares, I'll try and find some other remedy for them than giving you what you are pleased to term my nauseous mixtures." "No," said Cynthia, colouring. "I never said I had sorrows and cares. I spoke generally. What should I have a sorrow about? You and Molly are only too kind to me," her eyes filling with tears. "Well, well, we'll not talk of such gloomy things, and you shall have some sweet emulsion to disguise the taste of the bitters I shall be obliged to fall back upon." "Please, don't. If you but knew how I dislike emulsions and disguises. I do want bitters, and if I'm obliged to, if I'm not truthful myself, I do like truth in others, at least sometimes." She ended her sentence with another smile, but it was rather faint and watery. Now the first person out of the house to notice Cynthia's change of look and manner was Roger Hamley, and yet he did not see her until, under the influence of the nauseous mixture, she was beginning to recover. But his eyes were scarcely off her during the first 5 minutes he was in the room. All the time he was trying to talk to Mrs. Gibson in reply to her civil platitudes, he was studying Cynthia, and at the first convenient pause he came and stood before Molly, so as to interpose his person between her and the rest of the room, for some visitors had come in subsequent to his entrance. "Molly, how ill your sister is looking! What is it? Has she had advice? You must forgive me, but so often those who live together in the same house don't observe the first approaches of illness." Now Molly's love for Cynthia was fast and unwavering, but if anything tried it, it was the habit Roger had fallen into of always calling Cynthia Molly's sister in speaking to the latter. From any one else it would have been a matter of indifference to her, and hardly to be noticed. It vexed both ear and heart when Roger used the expression, and there was a curtness of manner as well as of words in her reply. "Oh, she was overtired by the ball. Papa has seen her, and says she will be all right very soon." "I wonder if she wants change of air," said Roger, meditatively. I do wish we could have her at the Hall. You and your mother too, of course. But I don't see how it would be possible, or else how charming it would be." Molly felt as if a visit to the Hall under such circumstances would be altogether so different an affair to all her former ones, that she could hardly tell if she should like it or not. Roger went on. "You got our flowers in time, did you not? Ah, you don't know how often I thought of you that evening. And you enjoyed it too, didn't you? You had plenty of agreeable partners, and all that makes a first ball delightful. I heard that your sister danced every dance." "It was very pleasant," said Molly, quietly. "But, after all, I'm not sure if I want to go to another just yet. There seems to be so much trouble connected with a ball." "Ah, you are thinking of your sister and her not being well?" "No, I was not," said Molly, rather bluntly. "I was thinking of the dress, and the dressing, and the weariness the next day." He might think her unfeeling if he liked. She felt as if she had only too much feeling just then, for it was bringing on her a strange contraction of heart. But he was too inherently good himself to put any harsh construction on her speech. Just before he went away, while he was ostensibly holding her hand and wishing her good-bye, he said to her in a voice too low to be generally heard, "Is there anything I could do for your sister? We have plenty of books, as you know, if she cares for reading." Then, receiving no affirmative look or word from Molly, in reply to this suggestion, he went on, "Or flowers? She likes flowers. Oh, and our forced strawberries are just ready. I will bring some over to-morrow." "I'm sure she will like them," said Molly. For some reason or other, unknown to the Gibsons, a longer interval than usual occurred between Osborne's visits, while Roger came almost every day, always with some fresh offering by which he openly sought to relieve Cynthia's indisposition as far as it lay in his power. Her manner to him was so gentle and gracious that Mrs. Gibson became alarmed, lest, in spite of his uncouthness, as she was pleased to term it, he might come to be preferred to Osborne, who was so strangely neglecting his own interest, in Mrs. Gibson's opinion. In her quiet way she contrived to pass many slights upon Roger, but the darts rebounded from his generous nature that could not have imagined her motives, and fastened themselves on Molly, She had often been called naughty and passionate when she was a child, and she thought now that she began to understand that she really had a violent temper. What seemed neither to hurt Roger nor annoy Cynthia made Molly's blood boil, and now she had once discovered Mrs. Gibson's wish to make Roger's visits shorter and less frequent, she was always on the watch for indications of this desire. She read her stepmother's heart when the latter made allusions to the squire's loneliness, now that Osborne was absent from the hall, and that Roger was so often away amongst his friends during the day.
Mr. Gibson and I should be so delighted if you could stop to dinner.
But, of course, we cannot be so selfish as to ask you to stay, when we remember how your father would be left alone. We were saying yesterday, we wondered how he bore his solitude, poor old gentleman. Or, as soon as Roger came with his bunch of early roses, it was desirable for Cynthia to go and rest in her own room, while Molly had to accompany Mrs. Gibson on some improvised errand or call. Still Roger, whose object was to give pleasure to Cynthia, and who had, from his boyhood, been always certain of Mr. Gibson's friendly regard, was slow to perceive that he was not wanted. If he did not see Cynthia, that was his loss. At any rate, he heard how she was, and left her some little thing which he believed she would like, and was willing to risk the chance of his own gratification by calling 4 or 5 times in the hope of seeing her once. At last there came a day when Mrs. Gibson went beyond her usual negative snubbiness, and when, in some unwonted fit of crossness, for she was a very placid-tempered person in general, she was guilty of positive rudeness. Cynthia was very much better. Tonics had ministered to her mind diseased, though she hated to acknowledge it. Her pretty bloom and much of her light-heartedness had come back, and there was no cause remaining for anxiety. Mrs. Gibson was sitting at her embroidery in the drawing-room, and the 2 girls were at the window, Cynthia laughing at Molly's earnest endeavours to imitate the French accent in which the former had been reading a page of Voltaire. For the duty, or the farce, of settling to improving reading in the mornings was still kept up, although Lord Hollingford, the unconscious suggester of the idea, had gone back to town without making any of the efforts to see Molly again that Mrs. Gibson had anticipated on the night of the ball. That Alnshire vision had fallen to the ground. It was as yet early morning, a delicious, fresh, lovely June day, the air redolent with the scents of flower growth and bloom, and half the time the girls had been ostensibly employed in the French reading, they had been leaning out of the open window, trying to reach a cluster of climbing roses. They had secured them at last, and the bunch lay on Cynthia's lap. But many of the petals had fallen off, so, though the perfume lingered about the window-seat, the full beauty of the flowers had passed away. Mrs. Gibson had once or twice reproved them for the merry noise they had been making, which hindered her in the business of counting the stitches in her pattern, and she had set herself a certain quantity to do that morning before going out, and was of that nature which attaches infinite importance to fulfilling small resolutions, made about indifferent trifles without any reason whatsoever. Mr. Roger Hamley was announced. "So tiresome," said Mrs. Gibson, almost in his hearing, as she pushed away her embroidery frame. She put out her cold, motionless hand to him, with a half-murmured word of welcome, still eyeing her lost embroidery. He took no apparent notice, and passed on to the window. "How delicious!" said he. "No need for any more Hamley roses, now yours are out." "I agree with you," said Mrs. Gibson, replying to him before either Cynthia or Molly could speak, though he addressed his words to them. "You have been very kind in bringing us flowers for so long, but now our own are out, we need not trouble you any more." He looked at her with a little surprise clouding his honest face. It was perhaps more at the tone than the words. Mrs. Gibson, however, had been bold enough to strike the first blow, and she determined to go on as opportunity offered. Molly would perhaps be more pained if she had not seen Cynthia's colour rise. She waited for her to speak, if need were, for she knew that Roger's defence, if defence were needed, might be safely entrusted to Cynthia's ready wit. He put out his hand for the shattered cluster of roses that lay in Cynthia's lap. "At any rate," said he, "my trouble, if Mrs. Gibson considers it has been a trouble to me, will be overpaid if I may have this." "Old lamps for new," said Cynthia, smiling as she gave it to him. "I wish one could always buy nosegays, such as you have bought us, as cheaply." "You forget the waste of time that, I think, we must reckon as part of the payment," said her mother. "Really, Mr. Hamley, we must learn to shut our doors on you if you come so often and at such early hours. I settle myself to my own employment regularly after breakfast till lunch-time, and it is my wish to keep Cynthia and Molly to a course of improving reading and study, so desirable for young people of their age, if they are ever to become intelligent, companionable women. But with early visitors it is quite impossible to observe any regularity of habits." All of this was said in that sweet, false tone, which of late had gone through Molly like the scraping of a slate pencil on slate. Roger's face changed. His ruddy colour grew paler for a moment, and he looked grave and not pleased. In another moment the wonted frankness of expression returned. Why should not he asked himself, believe her? It was early to call. It did interrupt regular occupation. So he spoke, and said, "I believe I have been very thoughtless. I'll not come so early again, but I had some excuse to-day. My brother told me he had made a plan for going to see Hurst Wood, when the roses were out, and they are earlier than usual this year. I've been round to see. He spoke of a long day there, going before lunch. The plan was made with Mr. Osborne Hamley. I could not think of going without him," said Mrs. Gibson, coldly. "I had a letter from him this morning, in which he names your wish, and he says he fears he cannot be at home till they are out of flower. I dare say they are not much to see in reality, but the day is so lovely, I thought that the plan of going to Hurst Wood would be a charming excuse for being out of doors." "Thank you. How kind you are, and so good too, in sacrificing your natural desire to be with your father as much as possible." "I am glad to say my father is so much better than he was in the winter, that he spends much of his time out of doors, in his fields. He has been accustomed to go about alone, and we think, that as great a return to his former habits as he can be induced to make, is the best for him." "And when do you return to Cambridge?" There was some hesitation in Roger's manner as he replied, "It is uncertain. You probably know that I am a fellow of Trinity now. I hardly yet know what my future plans may be. I am thinking of going up to London soon." "Ah, London is the true place for a young man," said Mrs. Gibson, with decision, as if she had reflected a good deal on the question. "If it were not that we are really so busy this morning, I should have been tempted to make an exception to our general rule. One more exception, for your early visits have made us make too many already. Perhaps, however, we may see you again before you go." "Certainly I shall come," replied he, rising to take his leave, and still holding the demolished roses in his hand. Then, addressing himself more especially to Cynthia, he added, "My stay in London will not exceed a fortnight or so. Is there anything I can do for you, or you?" turning a little to Molly. "No, thank you very much," said Cynthia, very sweetly, and then, acting on a sudden impulse, she leant out of the window, and gathered him some half-opened roses. "You deserve these. Do throw that poor shabby bunch away." His eyes brightened, his cheeks glowed. He took the offered buds, but did not throw away the other bunch. "At any rate, I may come after lunch is over, and the afternoons and the evenings will be the most delicious time of day a month hence." He said this to both Molly and Cynthia, but in his heart he addressed it to the latter. Mrs. Gibson affected not to hear what he was saying, but held out her limp hand once more to him. I suppose we shall see you when you return, and pray tell your brother how we are longing to have a visit from him again." When he had left the room, Molly's heart was quite full. She had watched his face, and read something of his feelings. His disappointment at their non-acquiescence in his plan of a day's pleasure at Hurst Wood, the delayed conviction that his presence was not welcome to the wife of his old friend, which had come so slowly upon him. Perhaps, after all, these things touched Molly more keenly than they did him. His bright look when Cynthia gave him the rosebuds indicated a gush of sudden delight more vivid than the pain he had shown by his previous increase of gravity. "I can't think why he will come at such untimely hours," said Mrs. Gibson, as soon as she heard him fairly out of the house. "It's different from Osborne. We are so much more intimate with him. He came and made friends with us all the time this stupid brother of his was muddling his brains with mathematics at Cambridge. Fellow of Trinity, indeed! I wish he would learn to stay there, and not come intruding here, and assuming that because I asked Osborne to join in a picnic, it was all the same to me which brother came. In short, mamma, one man may steal a horse, but another must not look over the hedge," said Cynthia, pouting a little. "And the two brothers have always been treated so exactly alike by their friends, and there has always been a strong friendship between them, that it is no wonder Roger thinks he may be welcome where Osborne is allowed to come at all hours," continued Molly in high dudgeon. "Roger's muddled brains, indeed! Roger stupid!" "Oh, very well, my dears. When I was young, it wouldn't have been thought becoming for girls of your age to fly out because a little restraint was exercised as to the hours at which they should receive the young men's calls, and they would have supposed that there might be good reasons why their parents disapproved of the visits of certain gentlemen, even while they were proud and pleased to see some members of the same family." "But that was what I said, mamma," said Cynthia, looking at her mother with an expression of innocent bewilderment on her face. "One man may—" "Be quiet, child. All proverbs are vulgar, and I do believe that is the vulgarest of all. You are really catching Roger Hamley's coarseness, Cynthia." "Mamma," said Cynthia, roused to anger, "I don't mind your abusing me, but Mr. Roger Hamley has been very kind to me while I have not been well. I can't bear to hear him disparaged. If he's coarse, I've no objection to be coarse as well, for it seems to me it must mean kindness and pleasantness, and the bringing of pretty flowers and presents." Molly's tears were brimming over at these words. She could have kissed Cynthia for her warm partisanship, but, afraid of betraying emotion, and making a scene, as Mrs. Gibson called any signs of warm feeling, she laid down her book hastily, and ran upstairs to her room and locked the door in order to breathe freely. There were traces of tears upon her face when she returned into the drawing-room half an hour afterwards, walking straight and demurely up to her former place, where Cynthia still sat and gazed idly out of the window, pouting and displeased. Mrs. Gibson, meanwhile, counting her stitches aloud, with great distinctness and vigour. End of chapter 28.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 60. Roger Hamley's Confession. Roger had a great deal to think of as he turned away from looking after the carriage as long as it could be seen. The day before he had believed that Molly had come to view all the symptoms of his growing love for her, symptoms which he thought had been so patent, as disgusting inconsistency to the inconsistent Cynthia, that she had felt that an attachment of which could be so soon transferred to another was not worth having, and that she had desired to mark all this by her changed treatment of him, and so to nip it in the bud. But this morning her old sweet, frank manner had returned, in their last interview at any rate. He puzzled himself hard to find out what could have distressed her at breakfast time. He even went so far as to ask Robinson whether Miss Gibson had received any letters that morning, and when he heard that she had had one, he tried to believe that the letter was in some way the cause of her sorrow. So far, so good. They were friends again after their unspoken difference. But that was not enough for Roger. He felt every day more and more certain that she, and she alone, could make him happy. He had felt this, and had partly given up all hope, while his father had been urging upon him the very course he most desired to take. No need for trying to love her, he said to himself. That was already done. And yet he was very jealous on her behalf. Was that love worthy of her which had once been given to Cynthia? Was not this affair too much a mocking mimicry of the last? Again, just on the point of leaving England for a considerable time? If he had followed her now to her own home, in the very drawing-room where he had once offered to Cynthia? And then, by a strong resolve, he determined on this course. They were friends now, and he kissed the rose that was her pledge of friendship. If he went to Africa, he ran some deadly chances. He knew better what they were now than he had done when he went before. Until his return, he would not even attempt to win more of her love than he already had. But once safe home again, no weak fancies as to what might or might not be her answer should prevent his running all chances to gain the woman who was to him the one who excelled all. His was not the poor vanity that thinks more of the possible mortification of a refusal than of the precious jewel of a bride that may be won. Somehow or another, please God, to send him back safe, he would put his face to the touch. Until then he would be patient. He was no longer a boy to rush at the coveted object. He was a man capable of judging and abiding. Molly sent her father, as soon as she could find him, to the Hall, and then sat down to the old life in the home drawing-room, where she missed Cynthia's bright presence at every turn. Mrs. Gibson was in rather a querulous mood, which fastened itself upon the injury of Cynthia's letter being addressed to Molly and not to herself. "Considering all the trouble I had with her trousseau, I think she might have written to me." "But she did. Her first letter was to you, mamma," said Molly, her real thoughts still intent upon the Hall, upon the sick child, upon Roger, and his begging for the flower. "Yes, just a first letter, 3 pages long, with an account of her crossing, while to you she can write about fashions, and how the bonnets are worn in Paris, and all sorts of interesting things. But poor mothers must never expect confidential letters, I have found that out." "You may see my letter, mamma," said Molly. "There is really nothing in it." "And to think of her writing and crossing to you, who don't value it, while my poor heart is yearning after my lost child! Really, life is somewhat hard to bear at times." Then there was a silence for a while. "Do tell me something about your visit, Molly. Is Roger very heart-broken? Does he talk much about Cynthia?" "No, he does not mention her often. Hardly ever, I think." "I never thought he had much feeling. If he had had, he would not have let her go so easily." "I don't see how he could help it. When he came to see her after his return, she was already engaged to Mr. Henderson. He had come down that very day," said Molly, with perhaps more heat than the occasion required. "My poor head!" said Mrs. Gibson, putting her hands up to her head. "One may see you've been stopping with people of robust health, and excuse my saying it, Molly, of your friends, of unrefined habits. You've got to talk in so loud a voice. But do remember my head, Molly. So Roger has quite forgotten Cynthia, has he? Oh, what inconstant creatures men are! He may be falling in love with some grandee next, mark my words. They are making a pet and a lion of him, and he's just the kind of weak young man to have his head turned by it all, and to propose to some fine lady of rank, who would no more think of marrying him than of marrying her footman." "I don't think it is likely," said Molly stoutly. "Roger is too sensible for anything of the kind." "That's just the fault I always found with him, sensible and cold-hearted. Now that's a kind of character which may be very valuable, but which revolts me. Give me warmth of heart, even with a little of that extravagance of feeling which misleads the judgment and conducts into romance. Poor Mr. Kirkpatrick! That was just his character. I used to tell him that his love for me was quite romantic. I think I have told you about his walking 5 miles in the rain to get me a muffin once when I was ill?" "Yes," said Molly, "it was very kind of him." "So imprudent, too! Just what one of your sensible, cold-hearted, commonplace people would never have thought of doing, with his cough and all." "I hope he didn't suffer for it," replied Molly, anxious at any cost to keep off the subject of the Hamleys, upon which she and her stepmother always disagreed, and at which she found it difficult to keep her temper. "Yes, indeed he did. I don't think he ever got over the cold he caught that day. I wish you had known him, Molly. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if you had been my real daughter, and Cynthia dear papa's, and Mr. Kirkpatrick and your own dear mother had all lived. People talk a good deal about natural affinities. It would have been a question for a philosopher." She began to think on the impossibilities she had suggested. "I wonder how the poor little boy is," said Molly, after a pause, speaking out her thoughts. "Poor little child! When one thinks how little his prolonged existence is to be desired, one feels that his death would be a boon." "Mamma, what do you mean?" asked Molly, much shocked. "Why, every one cares for his life as the most precious thing. You have never seen him. He is the bonniest, sweetest little fellow that can be. What do you mean?" "I should have thought that the Squire would have desired a better born heir than the offspring of a servant, with all his ideas about descent and blood and family; and I should have thought that it was a little mortifying to Roger, who must naturally have looked upon himself as his brother's heir, to find a little interloping child, half French, half English, stepping into his shoes. You don't know how fond they are of him. The Squire looks upon him as the apple of his eye." "Molly, Molly, pray don't let me hear you using such vulgar expressions. When shall I teach you true refinement, that refinement which consists in never even thinking a vulgar, commonplace thing? Proverbs and idioms are never used by people of education. Apple of his eye! I am really shocked." "Well, mamma, I'm very sorry; but after all, what I wanted to say as strongly as I could was, that the Squire loves the little boy as much as his own child, and that Roger oh, what a shame to think that Roger and she stopped suddenly short, as if she were choked. "I don't wonder at your indignation, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson. "It is just what I should have felt at your age. But one learns the baseness of human nature with advancing years. I was wrong, though, to undeceive you so early; but depend upon it, the thought I alluded to has crossed Roger Hamley's mind." "All sorts of thoughts cross one's mind. It depends on whether one gives them harbour and encouragement," said Molly. "My dear, if you must have the last word, don't let it be a truism. But let us talk on some more interesting subject. I asked Cynthia to buy me a silk gown in Paris, and I said I would send her word what colour I fixed upon. I think dark blue is the most becoming to my complexion. What do you say?" Molly agreed, sooner than take the trouble of thinking about the thing at all. She was far too full of her silent review of all the traits in Roger's character which had lately come under her notice, and that gave the lie direct to her stepmother's supposition. Just then they heard Mr. Gibson's step downstairs, but it was some time before he made his entrance into the room where they were sitting. "How is little Roger?" said Molly eagerly. "Beginning with scarlet fever, I'm afraid. It's well you left when you did, Molly. You've never had it. We must stop up all intercourse with the Hall for a time. If there's one illness I dread, it is this. But you go and come back to us, papa." "Yes, but I always take plenty of precautions. However, no need to talk about risks that lie in the way of one's duty. It is unnecessary risks that we must avoid." "Will he have it badly?" asked Molly. "I can't tell. I shall do my best for the wee laddie." Whenever Mr. Gibson's feelings were touched, he was apt to recur to the language of his youth. Molly knew now that he was much interested in the case. For some days there was imminent danger to the little boy; for some weeks there was a more chronic form of illness to contend with; but when the immediate danger was over, and the warm daily interest was past, Molly began to realize that, from the strict quarantine her father evidently thought it necessary to establish between the two houses, she was not likely to see Roger again before his departure for Africa. Oh, if she had but made more of the uncared for days that she had passed with him at the Hall! Worse than uncared for, days on which she had avoided him, refused to converse freely with him, given him pain by her change of manner, for she had read it in his eyes, heard it in his voice, that he had been perplexed and pained, and now her imagination dwelt on and exaggerated the expression of his tones and looks. One evening after dinner her father said, "As the country people say, I've done a stroke of work to day. Roger Hamley and I have laid our heads together, and we have made a plan by which Mrs. Osborne and her boy will leave the Hall." "What did I say the other day, Molly?" said Mrs. Gibson, interrupting and giving Molly a look of extreme intelligence. "And go into lodgings at Jennings Farm, not 400 yards from the Parkfield gate," continued Mr. Gibson. "The Squire and his daughter-in-law have not got to be much better friends over the little fellow's sick bed, and I think he sees now how impossible it would be for the mother to leave her child, and go and be happy in France, which has been the notion running in his head all this time. To buy her off, in fact. But that one night, when I was very uncertain whether I could bring him through, they took to crying together and condoling with each other, and it was just like tearing down a curtain that had been between them. They have been rather friends than otherwise ever since. Still, Roger," Molly's cheeks grew warm and her eyes soft and bright, it was such a pleasure to hear his name, "and I both agree that his mother knows much better how to manage the boy than his grandfather does. I suppose that was the one good thing she got from that hard-hearted mistress of hers. She certainly has been well trained in the management of children, and it makes her impatient and annoyed and unhappy when she sees the Squire giving the child nuts and ale and all sorts of silly indulgences, and spoiling him in every possible way. Yet she's a coward and doesn't speak out her mind. Now, by being in lodgings and having her own servants, nice pretty rooms they are, too, we went to see them, and Mrs. Jennings promises to attend well to Mrs. Osborne Hamley, and is very much honoured, and all that sort of thing, not 10 minutes' walk from the Hall, too, so that she and the little chap may easily go backwards and forwards as often as they like, and yet she may keep the control of her child's discipline and diet. In short, I think I've done a good day's work," he continued, stretching himself a little, and then with a shake rousing himself and making ready to go out again to see a patient who had sent for him in his absence. "A good day's work," he repeated to himself as he ran downstairs. "I don't know when I have been so happy." For he had not told Molly all that had passed between him and Roger. Roger had begun a fresh subject of conversation just as Mr. Gibson was hastening away from the Hall, after completing the new arrangement for AimÄe and her child. "You know that I set off next Tuesday, Mr. Gibson, don't you?" said Roger a little abruptly. "To be sure. I hope you'll be as successful in all your scientific objects as you were at the last time, and have no sorrows awaiting you when you come back." "Thank you, yes, I hope so. You don't think there's any danger of infection now, do you?" "No. If the disease were to spread through the household, I think we should have had some signs of it before now. One is never sure, remember, with scarlet fever." Roger was silent for a minute or two. "Should you be afraid," he said at length, "of seeing me at your house?" "Thank you, but I think I would rather decline the pleasure of your society there at present. It's only 3 weeks or a month since the child began. Besides, I shall be over here again before you go. I'm always on my guard against symptoms of dropsy. I have known it supervene." "Then I shall not see Molly again," said Roger, in a tone with a look of great disappointment. Mr. Gibson turned his keen, observant eyes upon the young man, and looking at him in as penetrating a manner as if he had been beginning with an unknown illness. Then the doctor and the father compressed his lips, and gave vent to a long intelligent whistle. "Whew!" said he. Roger's bronzed cheeks took a deeper shade. "You will take a message to her from me, won't you? A message of farewell?" he pleaded. "Not I. I'm not going to be a message carrier between any young man and young woman. I'll tell my womankind I forbade you to come near the house, and that you're sorry to go away without bidding good-bye. That's all I shall say." "But you do not disapprove? I see you guess why. Oh, Mr. Gibson, just speak to me one word of what must be in your heart, though you are pretending not to understand why I would give worlds to see Molly again before I go." "My dear boy," said Mr. Gibson, more affected than he liked to show, and laying his hand on Roger's shoulder. Then he pulled himself up and said gravely enough, "Mind, Molly is not Cynthia. If she were to care for you, she is not one who could transfer her love to the next corner." "You mean not as readily as I have done," replied Roger. "I only wish you could know what a different feeling this is to my boyish love for Cynthia. I wasn't thinking of you when I spoke. But, however, as I might have remembered afterwards that you were not a model of constancy, let us hear what you have to say for yourself." "Not much. I did love Cynthia very much. Her manners and her beauty bewitched me. But her letters, short, hurried letters, sometimes showing that she really hadn't taken the trouble to read mine through, I cannot tell you the pain they gave me. 12 months' solitude, in frequent danger of one's life, face to face with death, sometimes ages a man like many years' experience. Still I longed for the time when I should see her sweet face again and hear her speak. Then the letter at the Cape, and still I hoped. But you know how I found her, when I went to have the interview which I trusted might end in the renewal of our relations, engaged to Mr. Henderson. I saw her walking with him in your garden, coquetting with him about a flower, just as she used to do with me. I can see the pitying look in Molly's eyes as she watched me. I can see it now. And I could beat myself for being such a blind fool as to... What must she think of me? How she must despise me choosing the false Duessa!" "Come, come, Cynthia isn't so bad as that. She's a very fascinating, faulty creature." "I know, I know. I will never allow any one to say a word against her. If I call her the false Duessa, it was because I wanted to express my sense of the difference between her and Molly as strongly as I could. You must allow for a lover's exaggeration. Besides, all I wanted to say was, do you think that Molly, after seeing and knowing that I had loved a person so inferior to herself, could ever be brought to listen to me?" "I don't know. I can't tell. And even if I could, I would not. Only if it's any comfort to you, I may say what my experience has taught me. Women are queer, unreasoning creatures, and are just as likely as not to love a man who has been throwing away his affection." "Thank you, sir," said Roger, interrupting him. "I see you mean to give me encouragement. And I had resolved never to give Molly a hint of what I felt till I returned, and then to try and win her by every means in my power. I determined not to repeat the former scene in the former place, in your drawing-room, however I might be tempted. And perhaps, after all, she avoided me when she was here last. Now, Roger, I've listened to you long enough. If you've nothing better to do with your time than to talk about my daughter, I have. When you come back, it will be time enough to inquire how far your father would approve of such an engagement. He himself urged it upon me the other day, but then I was in despair. I thought it was too late. And what means you are likely to have of maintaining a wife? I always thought that point was passed too lightly over when you formed your hurried engagement to Cynthia. I'm not mercenary. Molly has some money, independently of me, that she, by the way, knows nothing of, not much, and I can allow her something, but all these things must be left till your return. Then you sanction my attachment? I don't know what you mean by sanctioning it. I can't help it. I suppose losing one's daughter is a necessary evil. Still," seeing the disappointed expression on Roger's face, "it is but fair to you to say I'd rather give my child, my only child, remember, to you than to any man in the world." "Thank you," said Roger, shaking hands with Mr. Gibson, almost against the will of the latter. "And may I see her just once before I go?" "Decidedly not. There I come in as doctor as well as father. No. But you will take a message at any rate?" "To my wife and to her conjointly. I will not separate them. I will not in the slightest way be a go-between." Very well, said Roger. Tell them both as strongly as you can how I regret your prohibition. I see I must submit. But if I don't come back, I'll haunt you for having been so cruel. Come, I like that. Give me a wise man of science in love. No one beats him in folly. Good-bye. Good-bye. You will see Molly this afternoon? To be sure. And you will see your father. But I don't heave such portentous sighs at the thought. Mr. Gibson gave Roger's message to his wife and to Molly that evening at dinner. It was but what the latter had expected, after all her father had said of the very great danger of infection, but now that her expectation came in the shape of a final decision, it took away her appetite. She submitted in silence, but her observant father noticed that after this speech of his she only played with the food on her plate, and concealed a good deal of it under her knife and fork. Lover versus father, thought he, half sadly. Lover wins. And he, too, became indifferent to all that remained of his dinner. Mrs. Gibson pattered on, and nobody listened. The day of Roger's departure came. Molly tried hard to forget it in working away at a cushion she was preparing as a present to Cynthia. People did worsted work in those days. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all wrong. She was thinking of something else, and had to unpick it. It was a rainy day, too, and Mrs. Gibson, who had planned to go out and pay some calls, had to stay indoors. This made her restless and fidgety. She kept going backwards and forwards to different windows in the drawing-room to look at the weather, as if she imagined that while it rained at one window it might be fine weather at another. "Molly, come here! Who is that man wrapped up in a cloak there, near the park wall under the beech tree? He has been there this half hour and more, never stirring, and looking at this house all the time. I think it's very suspicious." Molly looked, and in an instant recognized Roger under all his wraps. Her first instinct was to draw back; the next to come forwards and say, "Why, mamma, it is Roger Hamley! Look now, he's kissing his hand. He's wishing us good-bye in the only way he can." And she responded to his sign, but she was not sure if he perceived her modest, quiet movement; for Mrs. Gibson became immediately so demonstrative that Molly fancied that her eager, foolish, pantomimic motions must absorb all his attention. "I call this so attentive of him," said Mrs. Gibson, in the midst of a volley of kisses of her hand. "Really, it is quite romantic. It reminds me of former days. But he will be too late. I must send him away. It is 12:30. And she took out her watch and held it up, tapping it with her forefinger, and occupying the very centre of the window. Molly could only peep here and there, dodging now up, now down, now on this side, now on that, of the perpetually moving arms. She fancied she saw something of a corresponding movement on Roger's part. At length he went away slowly, slowly, and often looking back in spite of the tapped watch. Mrs. Gibson at last retreated, and Molly quietly moved into her place to see his figure once more before the turn of the road hid it from her view. He, too, knew where the last glimpse of the Gibson house was to be obtained, and once more he turned, and his white handkerchief floated on the air. Molly waved hers high up with eager longing that it should be seen, and then he was gone, and Molly returned to her worsted work, happy, glowing, sad, content, and thinking to herself how sweet is friendship. When she came to a sense of the present, Mrs. Gibson was saying, "Upon my word, though Roger Hamley has never been a great favourite of mine, this little attention of his has reminded me very forcibly of a very charming young man, a soubrette, as the French would call him, Lieutenant Harper. You must have heard me speak of him, Molly?" "I think I have," said Molly absently. "Well, you remember how devoted he was to me when I was at Mrs. Duncombe's, my first situation, and I only 17; and when the recruiting party was ordered to another town, poor Mr. Harper came and stood opposite the schoolroom window for nearly an hour, and I know it was his doing that the band played 'The Girl I Left Behind Me' when they marched out the next day. Poor Mr. Harper! It was before I knew dear Mr. Kirkpatrick. Dear me, how often my poor heart has had to bleed in this life of mine! Not but what dear papa is a very worthy man, and makes me very happy. He would spoil me indeed if I would let him. Still he is not as rich as Mr. Henderson." That last sentence contained the germ of Mrs. Gibson's present grievance. Having married Cynthia, as her mother put it, taking credit to herself as if she had had the principal part in the achievement, she now became a little envious of her daughter's good fortune in being the wife of a young, handsome, rich, and moderately fashionable man, who lived in London. She naively expressed her feelings on this subject to her husband one day when she was really not feeling quite well, and when consequently her annoyances were much more present to her mind than her sources of happiness. "It is such a pity," said she, "that I was born when I was. I should so have liked to belong to this generation." "That's sometimes my own feeling," said he. "So many new views seem to be opened in science, that I should like, if it were possible, to live till the reality was ascertained, and one saw what they led to. But I don't suppose that's your reason, my dear, for wishing to be 20 or 30 years younger." "No, indeed, and I did not put it in that hard, unpleasant way. I only said I should like to belong to this generation. To tell the truth, I was thinking of Cynthia. Without vanity, I believe I was as pretty as she is, when I was a girl, I mean. I had not her dark eyelashes, but then my nose was straighter. And now look at the difference. I have to live in a little country town, with 3 servants, and no carriage, and she with her inferior good looks will live in Sussex Place, and keep a man and a brougham, and I don't know what. But the fact is, in this generation there are so many more young rich men than there were when I was a girl." "Oh ho! So that's your reason, is it, my dear? If you had been young now, you might have married somebody as well off as Walter?" "Yes," said she, "I think that was my idea. Of course I should have liked him to be you. I always think if you had gone to the bar you might have succeeded better, and lived in London too. I don't think Cynthia cares much where she lives, yet you see it has come to her." "What has? London?" "Oh, you dear facetious man! Now that's just the thing to have captivated a jury. I don't believe Walter will ever be so clever as you are, yet he can take Cynthia to Paris and abroad, and everywhere. I only hope all this indulgence won't develop the faults in Cynthia's character. It's a week since we heard from her, and I did write so particularly to ask her for the autumn fashions before I bought my new bonnet. But riches are a great snare. Be thankful you are spared temptation, my dear." "No, I'm not. Everybody likes to be tempted, and after all, it's very easy to resist temptation if one wishes." "I don't find it so easy," said her husband. "Here's medicine for you, mamma," said Molly, entering with a letter held up in her hand. "A letter from Cynthia. Oh, you dear little messenger of good news! There was one of the heathen deities in Magnol's questions whose office that was. The letter is dated from Calais. They're coming home. She's bought me a shawl and a bonnet, the dear creature, always thinking of others before herself. Good fortune cannot spoil her. They've a fortnight left of their holiday. Their house is not quite ready. They're coming here. Oh, now, Mr. Gibson, we must have the new dinner service at Watts' I've set my heart on so long. Home! Cynthia calls this house. I'm sure it has been a home to her, poor darling. I doubt if there is another man in the world who would have treated his stepdaughter like dear papa. And Molly, you must have a new gown." "Come, come, remember I belong to the last generation," said Mr. Gibson. "And Cynthia will not notice what I wear," said Molly, bright with pleasure at the thought of seeing her again. "No, but Walter will. He has such a good eye for dress, and I think I rival papa. If he is a good stepfather, I'm a good stepmother, and I could not bear to see my Molly shabby, and not looking her best. I must have a new gown too. It won't do to look as if we had nothing but the dresses we wore at the wedding." But Molly stood against the new gown for herself, and urged that if Cynthia and Walter were to come to visit them often, they had better see them as they really were, in dress, habits, and appointments. When Mr. Gibson had left the room, Mrs. Gibson softly reproached Molly for her obstinacy. "You might have allowed me to beg for a new gown for you, Molly, when you knew how much I had admired that figured silk at Brown's the other day. And now of course I can't be so selfish as to get it for myself, and you to have nothing. You should learn to understand the wishes of other people. Still, on the whole, you are a dear, sweet girl, and I only wish well, I know what I wish, only dear papa does not like it to be talked about. And now cover me up close and let me go to sleep, and dream about my dear Cynthia and my new shawl." End of chapter 60.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 47. Scandal and its Victims. When Mr. Gibson returned to Hollingford, he found an accumulation of business waiting for him, and he was much inclined to complain of the consequences of the 2 days' comparative holiday which had resulted in overwork for the week to come. He had hardly time to speak to his family. He had so immediately to rush off to pressing cases of illness. But Molly managed to arrest him in the hall, standing there with his great coat held out ready for him to put on, but whispering as she did so, "Papa, Mr. Osborne Hamley was here to see you yesterday. He looks very ill, and he's evidently frightened about himself." Mr. Gibson faced about, looked at her for a moment, but all he said was, "I'll go and see him. Don't tell your mother where I'm gone. You've not mentioned this to her, I hope?" "No," said Molly, for she had only told Mrs. Gibson of Osborne's call, not of the occasion for it. "Don't say anything about it. There's no need. Now I think of it, I can't possibly go to-day. But I will go." Something in her father's manner disheartened Molly, who had persuaded herself that Osborne's evident illness was partly nervous, by which she meant imaginary. She had dwelt upon his looks of enjoyment at Miss Phoebe's perplexity, and thought that no one really believing himself to be in danger could have given the merry glances which he had done. But after seeing the seriousness of her father's face, she recurred to the shock she had experienced on first seeing Osborne's changed appearance. All this time Mrs. Gibson was busy reading a letter from Cynthia, which Mr. Gibson had brought from London, for every opportunity of private conveyance was seized upon when postage was so high, and Cynthia had forgotten so many things in her hurried packing that she now sent a list of the clothes which she required. Molly almost wondered that it had not come to her, but she did not understand the sort of reserve that was springing up in Cynthia's mind towards her. Cynthia herself struggled with the feeling, and tried to fight against it by calling herself ungrateful, but the truth was that she believed that she no longer held her former high place in Molly's estimation, and she could not help turning away from one who knew things to her discredit. She was fully aware of Molly's prompt decision and willing action where action was especially disagreeable on her behalf, and she knew that Molly would never bring up the past errors and difficulties. But still the consciousness that the good, straightforward girl had learnt that Cynthia had been guilty of so much underhand work cooled her regard, and restrained her willingness of intercourse. Reproach herself with ingratitude as she would, she could not help feeling glad to be away from Molly. It was awkward to speak to her as if nothing had happened. It was awkward to write to her about forgotten ribbons and laces, when their last conversation had been on such different subjects, and had called out such vehement expressions of feeling. So Mrs. Gibson held the list in her hand, and read out the small fragments of news that were intermixed with notices of Cynthia's requirements. "Helen cannot be so very ill," said Molly at length, "or Cynthia would not want her pink muslin and daisy wreath." "I don't see how that follows, I'm sure," replied Mrs. Gibson rather sharply. "Helen would never be so selfish as to tie Cynthia to her side, however ill she was. Indeed, I should not have felt that it was my duty to let Cynthia go to London at all, if I had thought that she was to be perpetually exposed to the depressing atmosphere of a sick room. Besides, it must be so good for Helen to have Cynthia coming in with bright, pleasant accounts of the parties she has been to, even if Cynthia disliked gaiety, I should desire her to sacrifice herself and go out as much as she could for Helen's sake. My idea of nursing is that one should not always be thinking of one's own feelings and wishes, but doing those things which will most serve to beguile the weary hours of an invalid. But then, so few people have had to consider the subject as deeply as I have done." Mrs. Gibson here thought it fit to sigh before going on with Cynthia's letter. As far as Molly could make any sense out of this rather incoherent epistle, very incoherently read aloud to her, Cynthia was really pleased and glad to be of use and comfort to Helen, but at the same time very ready to be easily persuaded into the perpetual small gaieties which abounded in her uncle's house in London, even at this dead season of the year. Mrs. Gibson came upon Mr. Henderson's name once, and then went on with a running to herself, which sounded very mysterious, which might as well have been omitted, as all that Cynthia really said about him was, "Mr. Henderson's mother has advised my aunt to consult a certain Dr. Donaldson, who is said to be very clever in such cases as Helen's, but my uncle is not sufficiently sure of the professional etiquette, etc." Then there came a very affectionate, carefully worded message to Molly, implying a good deal more than was said of loving gratitude for the trouble she had taken on Cynthia's behalf. And that was all, and Molly went away a little depressed, she knew not why. The operation on Lady Cumnor had been successfully performed, and in a few days they hoped to bring her down to the Towers to recruit her strength in the fresh country air. The case was one which interested Mr. Gibson extremely, and in which his opinion had been proved to be right, in opposition to that of one or two great names in London. The consequence was that he was frequently consulted and referred to during the progress of her recovery, and, as he had much to do in the immediate circle of his Hollingford practice, as well as to write thoughtful letters to his medical brethren in London, he found it difficult to spare the 3 or 4 hours necessary to go over to Hamley to see Osborne. He wrote to him, however, begging him to reply immediately and detail his symptoms, and from the answer he received he did not imagine that the case was immediately pressing. Osborne, too, deprecated his coming over to Hamley for the express purpose of seeing him. So the visit was deferred to that more convenient season which is so often too late. All these days, the buzzing gossip about Molly's meeting with Mr. Preston, her clandestine correspondence, the tête-à-tête interviews in lonely places, had been gathering strength and assuming the positive form of scandal. The simple innocent girl, who walked through the quiet streets without a thought of being the object of mysterious implications, became for a time the unconscious black sheep of the town. Servants heard part of what was said in their mistresses' drawing-rooms, and exaggerated the sayings amongst themselves with the coarse strengthening of expression common amongst uneducated people. Mr. Preston himself became aware that her name was being coupled with his, though hardly to the extent to which the love of excitement and gossip had carried people's speeches. He chuckled over the mistake, but took no pains to correct it. "It serves her right," said he to himself, "for meddling with other folks' business," and he felt himself avenged for the discomfiture which her menace of appealing to Lady Harriet had caused him, and the mortification he had experienced in learning from her plain-speaking lips how he had been talked over by Cynthia and herself, with personal dislike on the one side, and evident contempt on the other. Besides, if any denial of Mr. Preston stirred up an examination as to the real truth, more might come out of this baffled endeavours to compel Cynthia to keep her engagement to him than he cared to have known. He was angry with himself for still loving Cynthia, loving her in his own fashion, be it understood. He told himself that many a woman of more position and wealth would be glad enough to have him, some of them pretty women too, and he asked himself why he was such a confounded fool as to go on hankering after a penniless girl who was as fickle as the wind. The answer was silly enough, logically, but forcible in fact. Cynthia was Cynthia, and not Venus herself could have been her substitute. In this one thing Mr. Preston was more really true than many worthy men who, seeking to be married, turn with careless facility from the unattainable to the attainable, and keep their feelings and fancy tolerably loose till they find a woman who consents to be their wife. But no one would ever be to Mr. Preston what Cynthia had been, and was, and yet he could have stabbed her in certain of his moods. So Molly, who had come between him and the object of his desire, was not likely to find favour in his sight, or to obtain friendly actions from him. There came a time, not very distant from the evening at Mrs. Dawes', when Molly felt that people looked askance at her. Mrs. Goodenough openly pulled her granddaughter away when the young girl stopped to speak to Molly in the street, and an engagement which the two had for a long walk together was cut very short by a very trumpery excuse. Mrs. Goodenough explained her conduct in the following manner to some of her friends. "You see, I don't think the worse of a girl for meeting her sweetheart here and there and everywhere till she gets talked about, but then when she does, and Molly Gibson's name is in everybody's mouth, I think it's only fair to Bessie, who has trusted me with Annabella, not to let her daughter be seen with the lass who has managed her matters so badly, as to set folks talking about her. My maxim is this, and it's a very good working one, you may depend on it. Women should mind what they're about, and never be talked of, and if a woman's talked of, the less her friends have to do with her till the talk has died away, the better. So Annabella is not going to have anything to do with Molly Gibson, this visit at any rate." For a good while the Miss Brownings were kept in ignorance of the evil tongues that whispered hard words about Molly. Miss Browning was known to have a temper, and by instinct every one who came in contact with her shrank from irritating that temper by uttering the slightest syllable against the smallest of those creatures over whom she spread the aegis of her love. She would and did reproach them herself. She used to boast that she never spared them, but no one else might touch them with the slightest slur of a passing word. But Miss Phoebe inspired no such terror. The great reason why she did not hear of the gossip against Molly as early as any one was that, although she was not the Rose, she lived near the Rose. Besides, she was of so tender a nature that even thick-skinned Mrs. Goodenough was unwilling to say what would give Miss Phoebe pain, and it was the newcomer, Mrs. Dawes, who in all ignorance alluded to the town's talk as to something of which Miss Phoebe must be aware. Then Miss Phoebe poured down her questions, although she protested, even with tears, her total disbelief in all the answers she received. It was a small act of heroism on her part to keep all that she there learnt a secret from her sister Sally, and she did for 4 or 5 days, till Miss Browning attacked her one evening with the following speech: "Phoebe, either you've some reason for puffing yourself out with sighs, or you've not. If you have a reason, it's your duty to tell me directly, and if you've no reason, you must break yourself of a bad habit that is growing upon you." "Oh, sister, do you really think it is my duty to tell you? It would be such a comfort, but then I thought I ought not. It will distress you so." "Nonsense! I am so well prepared for misfortune by the frequent contemplation of its possibility, that I believe I can receive any ill news with apparent equanimity and real resignation. Besides, when you said yesterday at breakfast time that you meant to give up the day to making your drawers tidy, I was aware that some misfortune was impending, though of course I could not judge of its magnitude. Is the Highchester Bank broken?" "Oh no, sister," said Miss Phoebe, moving a seat closer to her sister's on the sofa. "Have you really been thinking that? I wish I had told you what I had heard at the very first, if you've been fancying that." "Take warning, Phoebe, and learn to have no concealments from me. I did think we must be ruined, from your ways of going on, eating no meat at dinner, and sighing continually. And now, what is it?" "I hardly know how to tell you, Sally. I really don't." Miss Phoebe began to cry. Miss Browning took hold of her arm and gave her a little sharp shake. "Cry as much as you'd like when you've told me, but don't cry now, child, when you're keeping me on the tenterhooks." "Molly Gibson has lost her character, sister. That's it." "Molly Gibson has done no such thing," said Miss Browning indignantly. "How dare you repeat such stories about poor Mary's child? Never let me hear you say such things again." "I can't help it. Mrs. Dawes told me, and she said it's all over the town. I told her I did not believe a word of it, and I kept it from you, and I think I should have been really ill if I'd kept it to myself any longer. Oh, sister, what are you going to do?" For Miss Browning had risen without speaking a word, and was leaving the room in a stately and determined fashion. "I am going to put on my bonnet and things, and then I shall call upon Mrs. Dawes, and confront her with her lies." "Oh, don't call them lies, sister. It's such a strong, ugly word. Please call them tallydiddles, for I don't believe she meant any harm. Besides, if they should turn out to be truth! Really, sister, that's the weight on my mind. So many things sounded as if they might be true." "What things?" said Miss Browning, still standing with judicial erectness of position in the middle of the floor. "Why, one story was that Molly had given him a letter." "Who's him? How am I to understand a story told in that silly way?" Miss Browning sate down on the nearest chair, and made up her mind to be patient if she could. "Him is Mr. Preston, And that must be true, because I missed her from my side when I wanted to ask her if she thought the blue would look green by candlelight, as the young man said it would, and she had run across the street, and Mrs. Goodenough was just going into the shop, just as she said she was. Miss Browning's distress was overcoming her anger, so she only said, "Phoebe, I think you'll drive me mad. Do tell me what you've heard from Mrs. Dawes in a sensible and coherent manner for once in your life." "I'm sure I'm trying with all my might to tell you everything just as it happened." "What did you hear from Mrs. Dawes?" "Why, that Molly and Mr. Preston were keeping company just as if she was a maid-servant and he was a gardener, meeting at all sorts of improper times and places, and fainting away in his arms, and out at night together, and writing to each other, and slipping their letters into each other's hands. And that was what I was talking about, sister, for I next door to saw that done once. I saw her with my own eyes run across the street to Grinstead's, where he was, for we had just left him there, with a letter in her hand too, which was not there when she came back all fluttered and blushing. But I never thought anything of it at the time. But now all the town is talking about it, and crying shame, and saying they ought to be married." Miss Phoebe sank into sobbing again, but was suddenly roused by a good box on her ear. Miss Browning was standing over her, almost trembling with passion. "Phoebe, if I ever hear you say such things again, I'll turn you out of the house that minute." "I only said what Mrs. Dawes said, and you asked me what it was," replied Miss Phoebe, humbly and meekly. "Sally, you should not have done that." "Never mind whether I should or I shouldn't. That's not the matter in hand. What I've got to decide is how to put a stop to all these lies." "But, Sally, they are not all lies, if you will call them so. I'm afraid some of the things are true, though I stuck to their being false when Mrs. Dawes told me of them. If I go to Mrs. Dawes, and she repeats them to me, I shall slap her face or box her ears, I'm afraid, for I couldn't stand tales being told of poor Mary's daughter, as if they were just a stirring piece of news, like James Horrocks' pig with 2 heads," said Miss Browning, meditating aloud. "That would do harm instead of good, Phoebe. I'm really sorry I boxed your ears, only I should do it again if you said the same things." Phoebe sate down by her sister and took one of her withered hands and began caressing it, which was her way of accepting her sister's expression of regret. "If I speak to Molly, the child will deny it if she's half as good for nothing as they say, and if she's not, she'll only worry herself to death. No, that won't do. Mrs. Goodenough, but she's a donkey, and if I convinced her, she could never convince anyone else. No, Mrs. Dawes, who told you, shall tell me, and I'll tie my hands together inside my mouth, and bind myself over to keep the peace. And when I've heard what is to be heard, I'll put the matter into Mr. Gibson's hands. That's what I'll do. So it's no use your saying anything against it, Phoebe, for I shan't attend to you." Miss Browning went to Mrs. Dawes, and began civilly enough to make inquiries about the reports current in Hollingford about Molly and Mr. Preston. And Mrs. Dawes fell into the snare, and told all the real and fictitious circumstances of the story in circulation, quite unaware of the storm that was gathering, and ready to fall upon her as soon as she stopped speaking. But she had not the long habit of reverence for Miss Browning, which would have kept so many Hollingford ladies from justifying themselves if she found fault. Mrs. Dawes stood up for herself and her own veracity, bringing out fresh scandal, which she said she did not believe, but that many did, and adducing so much evidence as to the truth of what she had said and did believe, that Miss Browning was almost quelled, and sate silent and miserable at the end of Mrs. Dawes' justification of herself. "Well," she said at length, rising up from her chair as she spoke, "I'm very sorry I've lived till this day. It's a blow to me just as if I had heard of such goings on in my own flesh and blood. I suppose I ought to apologize to you, Mrs. Dawes, for what I said, but I've no heart to do it to-day. I ought not to have spoken as I did, but that's nothing to this affair, you see." "I hope you do me the justice of perceiving that I only repeated what I had heard on good authority, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Dawes in reply. "My dear, don't repeat evil on any authority unless you can do some good by speaking about it," said Miss Browning, laying her hand on Mrs. Dawes' shoulder. "I'm not a good woman, but I know what is good, and that advice is. And now I think I can tell you that I beg your pardon for flying out upon you so, but God knows what pain you were putting me to. You'll forgive me, won't you, my dear?" Mrs. Dawes felt the hand trembling on her shoulder, and saw the real distress of Miss Browning's mind, so it was not difficult to grant her the requested forgiveness. Then Miss Browning went home, and said but a few words to Phoebe, who indeed saw well enough that her sister had heard the reports confirmed, and needed no further explanation of the cause of the scarcely tasted dinner, and short replies, and saddened looks. Presently Miss Browning sate down and wrote a short note. Then she rang the bell, and told the little maiden who answered it to take it to Mr. Gibson, and if he was out, to see that it was given to him as soon as ever he came home. And then she went and put on her Sunday cap, and Miss Phoebe knew that her sister had written to ask Mr. Gibson to come and be told of the rumours affecting his daughter. Miss Browning was sadly disturbed at the information she had received, and the task that lay before her. She was miserably uncomfortable to herself and irritable to Miss Phoebe, and the netting cotton she was using kept continually snapping and breaking from the jerks of her nervous hands. When the knock at the door was heard, the well-known doctor's knock, Miss Browning took off her spectacles and dropped them on the carpet, breaking them as she did so. And then she bade Miss Phoebe leave the room, as if her presence had cast the evil eye and caused the misfortune. She wanted to look natural, and was distressed at forgetting whether she usually received him sitting or standing. "Well," said he, coming in cheerfully, and rubbing his cold hands as he went straight to the fire, "and what is the matter with us? It's Phoebe, I suppose. I hope none of those old spasms. But after all, a dose or two will set that to rights." "Oh, Mr. Gibson, I wish it was Phoebe or me either," said Miss Browning, trembling more and more. He sate down by her patiently when he saw her agitation, and took her hand in a kind, friendly manner. "Don't hurry yourself. Take your time. I dare say it's not so bad as you fancy, but we'll see about it. There's a great deal of help in the world, much as we abuse it." "Mr. Gibson," said she, "it's your Molly I'm so grieved about. It's out now, and God help us both, and the poor child too, for I'm sure she's been led astray, and not gone wrong by her own free will." "Molly!" said he, fighting against her words. "What's my little Molly been doing or saying?" "Oh, Mr. Gibson, I don't know how to tell you. I never would have named it if I had not been convinced, sorely, sorely against my will." "At any rate, you can let me hear what you have heard," said he, putting his elbow on the table, and screening his eyes with his hand. "Not that I am a bit afraid of anything you can hear about my girl," continued he. "Only in this little nest of gossip, it's as well to know what people are talking about. They say how shall I tell you?" "Go on, can't you?" said he, removing his hand from his blazing eyes. "I'm not going to believe it, so don't be afraid." "But I fear you must believe it. I would not if I could help it. She's been carrying on a clandestine correspondence with Mr. Preston." "Mr. Preston!" exclaimed he. "And meeting him in all sorts of unseemly places and hours out of doors, in the dark, fainting away in his arms, if I must speak out. All the town is talking of it." Mr. Gibson's hand was over his eyes again, and he made no sign, so Miss Browning went on, adding touch to touch. "Mr. Sheepshanks saw them together. They have exchanged notes in Grinstead's shop. She ran after him there." "Be quiet, can't you?" said Mr. Gibson, taking his hand away, and showing his grim set face. "I have heard enough. Don't go on. I said I shouldn't believe it, and I don't. I suppose I must thank you for your telling me, but I can't." "I don't want your thanks," said Miss Browning, almost crying. "I thought you ought to know, for though you're married again, I can't forget that you were dear Mary's husband once upon a time, and Molly's her child." "I'd rather not speak any more about it just at present," said he, not at all replying to Miss Browning's last speech. "I may not control myself as I ought. I only wish I could meet Preston and horsewhip him within an inch of his life. I wish I'd the doctoring of these slanderous gossips. I'd make their tongues lie still for a while. My little girl! What harm has she done them all, that they should go and foul her fair name?" "Indeed, Mr. Gibson, I'm afraid it's all true. I would not have sent for you if I hadn't examined into it. Do ascertain the truth before you do anything violent, such as horsewhipping or poisoning." With all the inconsequence of a man in passion, Mr. Gibson laughed out. "What have I said about horsewhipping or poisoning? Do you think I'd have Molly's name dragged about the streets in connection with any act of violence on my part? Let the report die away as it arose. Time will prove its falsehood." "But I don't think it will, and that's the pity of it," said Miss Browning. "You must do something, but I don't know what." "I shall go home and ask Molly herself what's the meaning of it all. That's all I shall do. It's too ridiculous, knowing Molly as I do. It's perfectly ridiculous." He got up and walked about the room with hasty steps, laughing short unnatural laughs from time to time. "Really, what will they say next? Satan finds some mischief still for idle tongues to do." Don't talk of Satan, please, in this house. No one knows what may happen if he's lightly spoken about," pleaded Miss Browning. He went on without noticing her, talking to himself. "I've a great mind to leave the place. What food for scandal that piece of folly would give rise to!" Then he was silent for a time, his hands in his pockets, his eyes on the ground, as he continued his quarter-deck march. Suddenly he stopped close to Miss Browning's chair. "I'm thoroughly ungrateful to you for as true a mark of friendship as you've ever shown to me. True or false, it was right that I should know the wretched scandal that was being circulated, and it could not have been pleasant for you to tell it me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." "Indeed, Mr. Gibson, if it was false I would never have named it, but let it die away." "It's not true, though," he said doggedly, letting drop the hand he had taken in his effusion of gratitude. She shook her head. "I shall always love Molly for her mother's sake," she said. It was a great concession from the correct Miss Browning, but her father did not understand it as such. "You ought to love her for her own. She has done nothing to disgrace herself. I shall go straight home and probe into the truth." As if the poor girl who has been led away into deceit already would scruple much at going on in falsehood, was Miss Browning's remark on this last speech of Mr. Gibson's, but she had discretion enough not to make it until he was well out of hearing. End of chapter 47. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 39. Secret Thoughts Ooze Out. Molly found Cynthia in the drawing-room, standing in the bow window looking out on the garden. She started as Molly came up to her. "Oh, Molly," said she, putting her arms out towards her, "I'm always so glad to have you with me." It was outbursts of affection such as these that always called Molly back, if she had been ever so unconsciously wavering in her allegiance to Cynthia. She had been wishing downstairs that Cynthia would be less reserved, and not have so many secrets, but now it seemed almost like treason to have wanted her to be anything but what she was. Never had any one more than Cynthia the power spoken of by Goldsmith when he wrote, "He threw off his friends like a huntsman his pack, for he knew, when he liked, he could whistle them back." "Do you know, I think you'll be glad to hear what I've got to tell you," said Molly. "I think you would really like to go to London. Should not you?" "Yes, but it is of no use the liking," said Cynthia. "Don't you begin about it, Molly, for the thing is settled, and I can't tell you why, but I can't go." "It is only the money, dear, and Papa has been so kind about it. He wants you to go. He thinks you ought to keep up relationships, and he is going to give you £10. "How kind he is," said Cynthia. "But I ought not to take it. I wish I had known you years ago. I should have been different to what I am. Oh, never mind that. We like you as you are. We don't want you different. You'll really hurt Papa if you don't take it. Why do you hesitate? Do you think Roger won't like it?" "Roger? No, I was not thinking about him. Why should he care? I shall be there and back again before he even hears about it." "Then you will go?" said Molly. Cynthia thought for a minute or two. "Yes, I will," said she, at length. "I daresay it's not wise, but it will be pleasant, and I'll go. Where's Mr. Gibson? I want to thank him. Oh, how kind he is! Molly, you're a lucky girl." "I?" said Molly, quite startled at being told this, for she had been feeling as if so many things were going wrong, almost as if they would never go right again. "There he is," said Cynthia. "I hear him in the hall." And down she flew, laying her hands on Mr. Gibson's arm. She thanked him with such warm impulsiveness, and in so pretty and caressing a manner, that something of his old feeling of personal liking for her returned, and he forgot for a time the causes of disapproval he had against her. "There, there," said he, "that's enough, my dear. It is quite right you should keep up with your relations. There's nothing more to be said about it." "I do think your father is the most charming man I know," said Cynthia on her return to Molly, "and it's that which always makes me so afraid of losing his good opinion, and fret go when I think he is displeased with me. And now let us think all about this London visit. It will be delightful, won't it? I can make £10 go ever so far, and in some ways it will be such a comfort to get out of Hollingford." "Will it?" said Molly, rather wistfully. "Oh, yes. You know I don't mean that it will be a comfort to leave you. That will be anything but a comfort. But after all, a country town is a country town, and London is London. You need not smile at my truisms. I've always had a sympathy with Monsieur de la Palisse. Monsieur de la Palisse est mort, en perdant sa vie. Un quart d'heure avant sa mort, il était en vie," sang she in so gay a manner that she puzzled Molly, as she often did, by her change of mood from the gloomy decision with which she had refused to accept the invitation only half an hour ago. She suddenly took Molly round the waist, and began waltzing round the room with her, to the imminent danger of the various little tables loaded with objets d'art, as Mrs. Gibson delighted to call them, with which the drawing-room was crowded. She avoided them, however, with her usual skill, but they both stood still at last, surprised at Mrs. Gibson's surprise, as she stood at the door looking at the whirl going on before her. "Upon my word, I only hope you're not going crazy, both of you. What's all this about, pray?" "Only because I'm so glad I'm going to London, mamma," said Cynthia demurely. "Well, I'm not sure if it's quite the thing for an engaged young lady to be so much beside herself at the prospect of gaiety. In my time, our great pleasure in our lovers' absence was in thinking about them." "I should not have thought that it would give you pain, because you would have had to remember that they were away, which ought to have made you unhappy. Now, to tell you the truth, just at the moment I had forgotten all about Roger. I hope it was not very wrong. Osborne looks as if he did all my share as well as his own of the fretting after Roger. How ill he looked yesterday!" "Yes," said Molly. "I did not know if anyone besides me had noticed it. I was quite shocked." "Ah," said Mrs. Gibson, "I'm afraid that young man won't live long. Very much afraid." And she shook her head ominously. "Oh, what will happen if he dies?" exclaimed Molly, suddenly sitting down and thinking of that strange, mysterious wife who never made her appearance, whose very existence was never spoken about. And Roger away too. "Well, that it would be very sad, of course, and we should all feel it very much, I've no doubt, for I've always been very fond of Osborne. In fact, before Roger became, as it were, my own flesh and blood, I liked Osborne better. But we must not forget the living, dear Molly," for Molly's eyes were filling with tears at the dismal thoughts presented to her. "Our dear good Roger would, I am sure, do all in his power to fill Osborne's place in every way, and his marriage need not be so long delayed." "Don't speak of that in the same breath as Osborne's life, mamma," said Cynthia hastily. "Why, my dear, it is a very natural thought. For poor Roger's sake, you know, one wishes it not to be so very, very long an engagement, and I was only answering Molly's question after all. One can't help following out one's thoughts. People must die, you know, young as well as old." "If I ever suspected Roger of following out his thoughts in a similar way," said Cynthia, "I'd never speak to him again." "As if he would," said Molly, warm in her turn. "You know he never would, and you should not suppose it of him, Cynthia. No, not even for a moment." "I can't see the great harm of it at all, for my part," said Mrs. Gibson plaintively. "A young man strikes us all as looking very ill, and I'm sure I'm sorry for it, but illness very often leads to death. Surely you agree with me there, and what's the harm of saying so? Then Molly asks what will happen if he dies, and I try to answer her question. I don't like talking or thinking of death any more than anyone else, but I should think myself wanting in strength of mind if I could not look forward to the consequences of death. I really think we're commanded to do so, somewhere in the Bible or the prayer book." "Do you look forward to the consequences of my death, mamma?" asked Cynthia. "You really are the most unfeeling girl I ever met with," said Mrs. Gibson, really hurt. "I wish I could give you a little of my own sensitiveness, for I have too much for my happiness. Don't let us speak of Osborne's looks again. 10 to 1 it was only some temporary over-fatigue, or some anxiety about Roger, or perhaps a little fit of indigestion. I was very foolish to attribute it to anything more serious, and dear papa might be displeased if he knew I had done so. Medical men don't like other people to be making conjectures about health. They consider it as trenching on their own particular province, and very proper, I'm sure. Now let us consider about your dress, Cynthia. I could not understand how you had spent your money and made so little show with it. Mamma, it may sound very cross, but I must tell Molly and you and everybody, once and for all, that as I don't want and did not ask for more than my allowance, I'm not going to answer any questions about what I do with it. She did not say this with any want of respect, but she said it with quiet determination, which subdued her mother for the time, though often afterwards, when Mrs. Gibson and Molly were alone, the former would start the wonder as to what Cynthia could possibly have done with her money, and hunt each poor conjecture through the woods and valleys of doubt till she was wearied out, and the exciting sport was given up for the day. At present, however, she confined herself to the practical matter in hand, and the genius for millinery and dress inherent in both mother and daughter soon settled a great many knotty points of contrivance and taste, and then they all three set to work to gar auld claes look amaist as weel's the new. Cynthia's relations with the squire had been very stationary ever since the visit she had paid to the Hall the previous autumn. He had received them all at that time with hospitable politeness, and he had also been more charmed with Cynthia than he liked to acknowledge to himself when he thought about the visit all over afterwards. "She's a pretty lass, sure enough," thought he, "and has pretty ways about her too, and likes to learn from older people, which is a good sign. But somehow I don't like Madame her mother, but still she is her mother, and the girl is her daughter. Yet she spoke to her once or twice as I should not ha' liked our little Fanny to have spoken, if it had pleased God for her to ha' lived. No, it's not the right way, and it may be a bit old-fashioned, but I like the right way. And then again she took possession of me, as I may say, and little Molly had to run after us in the garden walks that are too narrow for three, just like a little four-legged doggy. And the other was so full of listening to me, she never turned around for to speak a word to Molly. I don't mean to say they're not fond of each other, and that's in Roger's sweetheart's favour, and it's very ungrateful in me to go and find fault with a lass who was so civil to me, and had such a pretty way with her of hanging on every word that fell from my lips. Well, a deal may come and go in 2 years, and the lad says nothing to me about it. I'll be as deep as him, and take no more notice of the affair till he comes home and tells me himself." So although the squire was always delighted to receive the little notes which Cynthia sent to him every time she heard from Roger, and although this attention on her part was melting the heart he tried to harden, he controlled himself into writing her the briefest acknowledgments. His words were strong in meaning, but formal in expression. She herself did not think much about them, being satisfied to do the kind actions that called them forth. But her mother criticized them and pondered them. She thought she had hit on the truth when she had decided in her own mind that it was a very old-fashioned style, and that he and his house and his furniture all wanted some of the brightening up and polishing which they were sure to receive when... She never quite liked to finish the sentence definitely, although she kept repeating to herself that there was no harm in it. To return to the squire. Occupied as he now was, he recovered his former health and something of his former cheerfulness. If Osborne had met him half-way, it is probable that the old bond between father and son might have been renewed. But Osborne either was really an invalid or had sunk into invalid habits, and made no effort to rally. If his father urged him to go out, nay, once or twice he gulped down his pride and asked Osborne to accompany him, Osborne would go to the window and find out some flaw or speck in the wind or weather, and make that an excuse for stopping in the house over his books. He would saunter out on the sunny side of the house in a manner that the squire considered as both indolent and unmanly. Yet if there was a prospect of his leaving home, which he did pretty often about this time, he was seized with a hectic energy, The clouds in the sky, the easterly wind, the dampness of the air, were nothing to him then; and as the Squire did not know the real secret cause of this anxiety to be gone, he took it into his head that it arose from Osborne's dislike to Hamley, and to the monotony of his father's society. "It was a mistake," thought the Squire. "I see it now. I was never great at making friends myself. I always thought those Oxford and Cambridge men turned up their noses at me for a country booby, and I'd get the start and have none of them. But when the boys went to Rugby at Cambridge, I should have let them have had their own friends about 'em, even though they might have looked down on me. It was the worst they could have done to me, and now what few friends I had have fallen off from me, by death or somehow, and it is but dreary work for a young man, I grant it. But he might try not to show it so plain to me as he does. I'm getting case-hardened, but it does cut me to the quick sometimes. It does. And he so fond of his dad as he was once. If I can but get the land drained, I'll make him an allowance, and let him go to London, or where he likes. Maybe he'll do better this time. Or maybe he'll go to the dogs altogether. But perhaps it will make him think a bit kindly of the old father at home. I should like him to do that. I should." It is possible that Osborne might have been induced to tell his father of his marriage during their long tête-à-tête intercourse, if the Squire, in an unlucky moment, had not given him his confidence about Roger's engagement with Cynthia. It was on one wet Sunday afternoon, when the father and son were sitting together in the large empty drawing-room. Osborne had not been to church in the morning. The Squire had, and he was now trying hard to read one of Blair's sermons. They had dined early, they always did on Sundays, and either that, or the sermon, or the hopeless wetness of the day, made the afternoon seem interminably long to the Squire. He had certain unwritten rules for the regulation of his conduct on Sundays: cold meat, sermon reading, no smoking till after evening prayers, as little thought as possible as to the state of the land and the condition of the crops, and as much respectable sitting indoors in his best clothes as was consistent with going to church twice a day, and saying the responses louder than the clerk. To-day it had rained so unceasingly that he had remitted the afternoon church. But oh, even with the luxury of a nap, how long it seemed before he saw the hall servants trudging homewards, along the field path, a covey of umbrellas. He had been standing at the window for the last half-hour, his hands in his pockets, and his mouth often contracting itself into the traditional sin of a whistle, but as often checked into sudden gravity, ending, 9 times out of 10, in a yawn. He looked askance at Osborne, who was sitting near the fire, absorbed in a book. The poor Squire was something like the little boy in the child's story, who asks all sorts of birds and beasts to come and play with him, and in every case receives the sober answer that they are too busy to have leisure for trivial amusements. The father wanted the son to put down his book and talk to him. It was so wet, so dull, and a little conversation would so while away the time. But Osborne, with his back to the window where his father was standing, saw nothing of all this, and went on reading. He had assented to his father's remark that it was a very wet afternoon, but had not carried on the subject into all the varieties of truisms of which it was susceptible. Something more rousing must be started, and this the Squire felt. The recollection of the affair between Roger and Cynthia came into his head, and without giving it a moment's consideration, he began, "Osborne, do you know anything about this attachment of Roger's?" Quite successful. Osborne laid down his book in a moment, and turned round to his father. "Roger? An attachment? No, I never heard of it. I can hardly believe it. That is to say, I suppose it is to—" And then he stopped, for he thought he had no right to betray his own conjecture that the object was Cynthia Kirkpatrick. "Yes, he is, though. Can you guess who to? Nobody that I particularly like, not a connection to my mind, yet she's a very pretty girl, and I suppose I was to blame in the first instance." "Is it—" "It's no use beating about the bush. I've gone too far. I may as well tell you all. It's Miss Kirkpatrick, Gibson's stepdaughter. But it's not an engagement, mind you." "Oh, I'm very glad. hope she likes Roger back again. Like, it's only too good a connection for her not to like it. If Roger is of the same mind when he comes home, I'll be bound she'll be only too happy." "I wonder Roger never told me," said Osborne, a little hurt, now he began to consider himself.
"Well, he never told me either," said the Squire. "It was Gibson who came here, and made a clean breast of it like a man of honour. I'd been saying to him I could not have either of you two lads taking up with his lasses. I'll own it was you I was afraid of. It's bad enough with Roger, and maybe it will come to nothing after all. But if it had been you, I'd have broken with Gibson and every mother's son of 'em sooner than have let it go on. And so I told Gibson."
"I beg your pardon for interrupting you, but once and for all, I claim the right of choosing my wife for myself, subject to no man's interference," said Osborne hotly.
"Then you'll keep your wife with no man's interference, that's all. For ne'er a penny will you get from me, my lad, unless you marry to please me a little, as well as yourself a great deal. That's all I ask of you. I'm not particular as to beauty, or as to cleverness, and piano playing, and that sort of thing. If Roger marries this girl, we shall have enough of that in the family. I should not much mind her being a bit older than you, but she must be well born, and the more money she brings, the better for the old place.
I say again, father, I choose my wife for myself, and I don't admit any man's right of dictation."
"Well, well," said the Squire, getting a little angry in his turn. "If I'm not to be father in this matter, thou shan't be son. Go against me in what I've set my heart on, and you'll find there's the devil to pay, that's all. But don't let us get angry. It's Sunday afternoon for one thing, and it's a sin, and besides that I've not finished my story."
For Osborne had taken up his book again, and under pretence of reading was fuming to himself. He hardly put it away even at his father's request.
"As I was saying, Gibson said, when first we spoke about it, that there was nothing on foot between any of you four, and that if there was he would let me know. So by and by he comes and tells me of this."
"Of what? I don't understand how far it has gone." There was a tone in Osborne's voice the Squire did not quite like, and he began answering rather angrily.
"Of this, to be sure, of what I'm telling you, of Roger going and making love to this girl that day he left, after he had gone away from here and was waiting for the umpire in Hollingford. One would think you quite stupid at times, Osborne."
"I can only say that these details are quite new to me. You never mentioned them before, I assure you."
"Well, never mind whether I did or not. I'm sure I said Roger was attached to Miss Kirkpatrick, and be hanged to her. And you might have understood all the rest as a matter of course."
"Possibly," said Osborne politely. "May I ask if Miss Kirkpatrick, who appeared to me to be a very nice girl, responds to Roger's affection?"
"Fast enough, I'll be bound," said the Squire sulkily. "A Hamley of Hamley is not to be had every day. Now, I'll tell you what, Osborne, you're the only marriageable one left in the market, and I want to hoist the old family up again. Don't go against me in this. It really will break my heart if you do."
"Father, don't talk so," said Osborne. "I will do anything I can to oblige you,
except the only thing I've set my heart on your doing."
Well, let it alone for the present. There's no question of my marrying just at this moment. I'm out of health, and I'm not up to going into society and meeting young ladies and all that sort of thing, even if I had an opening into fitting society."
"You should have an opening fast enough. There'll be more money coming in a year or two, please God. And as for your health, why, what's to make you well if you cower over the fire all day and shudder away from a good honest tankard as if it were poison?"
"So it is to me," said Osborne languidly, playing with his book as if he wanted to end the conversation and take it up again. The Squire saw the movements and understood them.
"Well," said he, "I'll go and have a talk with Will about poor old Black Bess. It's Sunday work enough, asking after a dumb animal's aches and pains."
But after his father had left the room, Osborne did not take up his book again.
He laid it down on the table by him, leant back in his chair, and covered his eyes with his hand. He was in a state of health which made him despondent about many things, though least of all about what was most in danger. The long concealment of his marriage from his father made the disclosure of it far, far more difficult than it would have been at first. Unsupported by Roger, how could he explain it all to one so passionate as the Squire? How tell of the temptation, the stolen marriage, the consequent happiness, and, alas, the consequent suffering? For Osborne had suffered, and did suffer, greatly in the untoward circumstances in which he had placed himself. He saw no way out of it all, excepting by the one strong stroke of which he felt himself incapable. So, with a heavy heart, he addressed himself to his book again. Everything seemed to come in his way, and he was not strong enough in character to overcome obstacles. The only overt step he took in consequence of what he had heard from his father was to ride over to Hollingford the first fine day after he had received the news, and go see Cynthia and the Gibsons. He had not been there for a long time. Bad weather and languor combined had prevented him. He found them full of preparations and discussions about Cynthia's visit to London, and she herself not at all in the sentimental mood proper to respond to his delicate intimations of how glad he was in his brother's joy. Indeed, it was so long after the time that Cynthia scarcely perceived that to him the intelligence was recent, and that the first bloom of his emotions had not yet passed away. With her head a little on one side, she was contemplating the effect of a knot of ribbons, when he began in a low whisper, and leaning forward towards her as he spoke, "Cynthia, I may call you Cynthia now, mayn't I? I'm so glad of this news. I've only just heard of it, but I'm so glad." "What news do you mean?" She had her suspicions, but she was annoyed to think that from one person her secret was passing to another, and another, till in fact it was becoming no secret at all. Still, Cynthia could always conceal her annoyance when she chose. "Why are you to begin calling me Cynthia now?" she went on, smiling. "The terrible word has slipped out from between your lips before, do you know?" This light way of taking his tender congratulations did not quite please Osborne, who was in a sentimental mood, and for a minute or so he remained silent. Then, having finished making her bow of ribbon, she turned to him and continued in a quick low voice, anxious to take advantage of a tête-à-tête between her mother and Molly. "I think I can guess why you made me that pretty little speech just now. But do you know you ought not to have been told? And moreover, things are not quite arrived at the solemnity of an engagement. He would not have it so. Now, I shan't say any more, and you must not. Pray remember you ought not to have known. It is my own secret, and I particularly wished it not to be spoken about, and I don't like its being so talked about. Oh, the leaking of water through one small hole!" And then she plunged into the tête-à-tête of the other two, making the conversation general. Osborne was rather discomfited at the non-success of his congratulations. He had pictured to himself the unbosoming of a love-sick girl, full of rapture and glad of a sympathizing confidant. He knew little of Cynthia's nature. The more she suspected that she was called upon for a display of emotion, the less would she show, and her emotions were generally under the control of her will. He had made an effort to come and see her, and now he leant back in his chair, weary and a little dispirited. "You poor dear young man," said Mrs. Gibson, coming up to him with her soft, soothing manner. "How tired you look! Do take some of that eau de Cologne and bathe your forehead. The spring weather overcomes me too. Primavera, I think the Italians call it. But it is very trying for delicate constitutions, as much from its associations as from its variableness of temperature. It makes me sigh perpetually, but then I am so sensitive. Dear Lady Cumnor always used to say I was like a thermometer. You've heard how ill she has been?" "No," said Osborne, not very much caring either.
"Oh, yes, she is better now. But the anxiety about her has tried me so, detained here by what are of course my duties, but far away from all intelligence, and not knowing what the next post might bring." "Where was she, then?" asked Osborne, becoming a little more sympathetic. "At Spa. Such a distance off, 3 days' post. Can't you conceive the trial? Living with her as I did for years, bound up in the family as I was." "But Lady Harriet said in her last letter that they hoped that she would be stronger than she had been for years," said Molly, innocently. "Yes, Lady Harriet, of course. Every one who knows Lady Harriet knows that she is of too sanguine a temperament for her statements to be perfectly relied on. Altogether, strangers are often deluded by Lady Harriet. She has an off-hand manner which takes them in, but she does not mean half she says." "We will hope she does in this instance," said Cynthia, shortly. "They are in London now, and Lady Cumnor has not suffered from the journey." "Well, they say so," said Mrs. Gibson, shaking her head, and laying an emphasis on the word say. "I am perhaps over anxious, but I wish I could see and judge for myself. It would be the only way of calming my anxiety. I almost think I shall go up with you, Cynthia, for a day or two, just to see her with my own eyes. I don't quite like your travelling alone, either. We will think about it, and you shall write to Mr. Kirkpatrick and propose it, if we determine upon it. You can tell him of my anxiety, and it will be only sharing your bed for a couple of nights." End of chapter 39.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 52. Squire Hamley's Sorrow. It seemed very long before Mr. Gibson came down. He went and stood with his back to the empty fireplace, and did not speak for a minute or two. "He's gone to bed," he said at length. "Robinson and I have got him there. But just as I was leaving him, he called me back and asked me to let you stop. I'm sure I don't know, but one doesn't like to refuse at such a time." "I wish to stay," said Molly. "Do you? There's a good girl. But how will you manage?" "Oh, never mind that. I can manage, papa." She paused. "What did Osborne die of?" She asked the question in a low, awe-stricken voice. "Something wrong about the heart. You wouldn't understand if I told you. I apprehended it for some time, but it is better not to talk of such things at home. When I saw him on Thursday week, he seemed better than I had seen him for a long time. I told Dr. Nicholls so. But one can never calculate in these complaints." "You saw him on Thursday week? Why, you never mentioned it," said Molly. "No, I don't talk of my patients at home. Besides, I didn't want him to consider me as his doctor, but as a friend. Any alarm about his own health would only have hastened the catastrophe." "Then didn't he know that he was ill? Ill of a dangerous complaint, I mean? One that might end as it has done?" "No, certainly not. He would only have been watching his symptoms, accelerating matters, in fact." "Oh, papa!" said Molly, shocked. "I've no time to go into the question," Mr. Gibson continued, "and until you know what has to be said on both sides, and in every instance, you are not qualified to judge. We must keep our attention on the duties in hand now. You sleep here for the remainder of the night, which is more than half gone already." "Yes." "Promise me to go to bed just as usual. You may not think it, but most likely you'll go to sleep at once. People do at your age." "Papa, I think I ought to tell you something. I know a great secret of Osborne's, which I promised solemnly not to tell, but the last time I saw him I think he must have been afraid of something like this." A fit of sobbing came upon her, which her father was afraid would end in hysterics. But suddenly she mastered herself, and looked up into his anxious face, and smiled to reassure him. "I could not help it, papa." "No, I know. Go on with what you were saying. You ought to be in bed, but if you have a secret on your mind you won't sleep." "Osborne was married," said she, fixing her eyes on her father. "That is the secret." "Married? Nonsense! What makes you think so?" "He told me. That's to say, I was in the library, was reading there some time ago, and Roger came and spoke to Osborne about his wife. Roger did not see me, but Osborne did. They made me promise secrecy. I don't think I did wrong." "Don't worry yourself about right or wrong just now. Tell me more about it at once." "I knew no more till 6 months ago, last November, when you went up to Lady Cumnor. Then he called and gave me his wife's address, but still under promise of secrecy, and, excepting those 2 times, I have never heard any one mention the subject. I think he would have told me more that last time, only Miss Phoebe came in." "Where is this wife of his?" "Down in the south, near Winchester, I think. He said she was a Frenchwoman and a Roman Catholic, and I think he said she was a servant," added Molly. "Phew!" Her father made a long whistle of dismay. "And," continued Molly, "he spoke of a child. Now you know as much as I do, papa, except the address. I have it written down safe at home." Forgetting apparently what time of night it was, Mr. Gibson sate down, stretched out his legs before him, and put his hands in his pockets and began to think. Molly sate still without speaking, too tired to do more than wait. "Well," said he at last, jumping up, "nothing can be done to night. By to morrow morning, perhaps, I may find out. Poor little pale face," taking it between both his hands and kissing it. "Poor sweet little pale face." Then he rang the bell, and told Robinson to send some maid servant to take Miss Gibson to her room. "He won't be up early," said he in parting. "The shock has lowered him too much to be energetic. Send breakfast up to him in his own room. I'll be here again before 10. Late as it was before he left, he kept his word. "Now, Molly," said he, "you and I must tell him the truth between us. I don't know how he will take it. It may comfort him, but I have very little hope. Either way, he ought to know it at once." "Robinson says he has gone into the room again, and he is afraid he has locked the door on the inside." "Never mind. I shall ring the bell and send up Robinson to say that I am here and wish to speak to him." The message returned was, "The Squire's kind love," and could not see Mr. Gibson just then. Robinson added, "It was a long time before he'd answer at all, sir." "Go up again, and tell him I can wait his convenience. Now that's a lie," Mr. Gibson said, turning round to Molly as soon as Robinson had left the room. "I ought to be far enough away at 12, but, if I'm not much mistaken, the innate habits of a gentleman will make him uneasy at the idea of keeping me waiting his pleasure, and will do more to bring him out of that room into this than any entreaties or reasoning." Mr. Gibson was growing impatient, though, before they heard the Squire's footstep on the stairs. He was evidently coming slowly and unwillingly. He came in almost like one blind, groping along and taking hold of chair or table for support or guidance till he reached Mr. Gibson. He did not speak when he held the doctor by the hand. He only hung down his head and kept on a feeble shaking of welcome. "I'm brought very low, sir. I suppose it's God's doing, but it comes hard upon me. He was my first-born child." He said this almost as if speaking to a stranger, and informing him of facts of which he was ignorant. "Here's Molly," said Mr. Gibson, choking a little himself and pushing her forwards. "I beg your pardon. I did not see you at first. My mind is a good deal occupied just now." He sate heavily down, and then seemed almost to forget they were there. Molly wondered what was to come next. Suddenly her father spoke. "Where's Roger?" said he. "Is he not likely to be soon at the Cape?" He got up and looked at the directions of 1 or 2 unopened letters brought by that morning's post. Among them was one in Cynthia's handwriting. Both Molly and he saw it at the same time. How long it was since yesterday! But the Squire took no notice of their proceedings or their looks. "You will be glad to have Roger at home as soon as may be, I think, sir. Some months must elapse first, but I'm sure he will return as speedily as possible." The Squire said something in a very low voice. Both father and daughter strained their ears to hear what it was. They both believed it to be, "Roger is not Osborne." And Mr. Gibson spoke on that behalf. He spoke more quietly than Molly had ever heard him do before. "No, we know that. I wish that anything that Roger could do, or that I could do, or that any one could do, would comfort you, but it is past human comfort." "I do try to say God's will be done, sir," said the Squire, looking up at Mr. Gibson for the first time, and speaking with more life in his voice, "but it is harder to be resigned than happy people think." They were all silent for a while. The Squire himself was the first to speak again. "He was my first child, sir, my eldest son, and of late years we weren't—" his voice broke down, but he controlled himself. "We weren't quite as good friends as could be wished, and I'm not sure that he knew how I loved him." And now he cried aloud with an exceedingly bitter cry. "Better so," whispered Mr. Gibson to Molly. "When he is a little calmer, don't be afraid. Tell him all you know, exactly as it happened." Molly began. Her voice sounded high and unnatural to herself, as if some one else was speaking, but she made her words clear. The Squire did not attempt to listen, at first at any rate. "One day when I was here, at the time of Mrs. Hamley's last illness," the Squire here checked his convulsive breathing, "I was in the library, and Osborne came in. He said he had only come in for a book, and that I was not to mind him, so I went on reading. Presently Roger came along the flagged garden path just outside the window, which was open. He did not see me in the corner where I was sitting, and said to Osborne, 'Here's a letter from your wife.'" Now the Squire was all attention. For the first time his tear-swollen eyes met the eyes of another, and he looked at Molly with searching anxiety as he repeated, "His wife? Osborne married?" Molly went on. "Osborne was very angry with Roger for speaking out before me, and they made me promise never to mention it to any one, or to allude to it to either of them again. I never named it to papa till last night." "Go on," said Mr. Gibson. "Tell the Squire about Osborne's call, what you told me." Still the Squire hung on her lips, listening with open mouth and eyes. "Some months ago Osborne called. He was not well and wanted to see papa. Papa was away and I was alone. I don't exactly remember how it came about, but he spoke to me of his wife for the first and only time since the affair in the library." She looked at her father as if questioning him as to the desirableness of telling the few further particulars that she knew. The Squire's mouth was dry and stiff, but he tried to say, "Tell me all, everything," and Molly understood the half-formed words. "He said his wife was a good woman, and that he loved her dearly, but she was a French Roman Catholic, and another glance at her father. "She had been a servant once. That was all, except that I have her address at home. He wrote it down and gave it me." "Well, well," moaned the Squire. "It's all over now, all over, all past and gone. We'll not blame him. No, but I wished he'd told me. He and I to live together with such a secret in one of us. It's no wonder to me now. Nothing can be a wonder again, for one never can tell what's in a man's heart. Married so long, and we sitting together at meals, and living together. Why, I told him everything. Too much, maybe, for I showed him all my passions and ill tempers. Married so long, oh, Osborne, Osborne, you should have told me." "Yes, he should," said Mr. Gibson, "but I dare say he knew how much you should dislike a choice as he had made, but he should have told you." "You know nothing about it, sir," said the Squire sharply. "You don't know the terms we were on. Not hearty or confidential. I was cross to him many a time, angry with him for being dull, poor lad, and he with all this weight on his mind. I won't have people interfering and judging between me and my sons. And Roger, too, he could know it all and keep it from me." "Osborne evidently had bound him down to secrecy, just as he had bound me," said Molly. "Roger could not help himself." "Osborne was such a fellow for persuading people and winning them over," said the Squire dreamily. "I remember but what's the use of remembering? It's all over, and Osborne is dead without opening his heart to me. I could have been tender to him, I could, but he'll never know it now." "But we can guess what wish he had strongest in his mind at the last, from what we do know of his life," said Mr. Gibson. "What, sir?" said the Squire, with sharp suspicion of what was coming. "His wife must have been his last thought, must she not?" "How do I know she was his wife? Do you think he'd go and marry a French baggage of a servant? It may be all a tale trumped up." "Stop, Squire. I don't care to defend my daughter's truth or accuracy, but with the dead man's body lying upstairs, his soul with God, Think twice before you say more hasty words impugning his character. If she was not his wife, what was she?" "I beg your pardon. I hardly know what I am saying. Did I accuse Osborne? Oh, my lad, my lad! Thou might have trusted thy old dad. He used to call me his old dad when he was a little chap not bigger than this," indicating a certain height with his hand. "I never meant to say he was not what one would wish to think him now. His soul with God, as you say very justly, for I am sure it is there." "Well, but, Squire," said Mr. Gibson, trying to check the other's ramblings, "to return to his wife." "And the child," whispered Molly to her father. Low as the whisper was, it struck on the Squire's ear. "What?" he said, turning round to her suddenly. "Child? You never named that. Is there a child? Husband and father? And I never knew. God bless Osborne's child. I say God bless it." He stood up reverently, and the other two instinctively rose. He closed his hands as if in momentary prayer. Then, exhausted, he sate down again and put out his hand to Molly. "You're a good girl. Thank you. Tell me what I ought to do, and I'll do it." This to Mr. Gibson. "I am almost as much puzzled as you are, Squire," replied he. "I fully believe the whole story, but I think there must be some written confirmation of it, which perhaps ought to be found at once, before we act. Most probably this is to be discovered among Osborne's papers. Will you look over them at once? Molly shall return with me and find the address that Osborne gave her while you are busy." "She'll come back again?" said the Squire eagerly. She won't leave me to myself?" "No, she shall come back this evening. I'll manage to send her somehow. But she has no clothes but the habit she came in, and I want my horse that she rode away upon." "Take the carriage," said the Squire. "Take anything. I'll give orders. You'll come back again too?" "No, I'm afraid not to day. I'll come to morrow early. Molly shall return this evening, whenever it suits you to send for her." "This afternoon. The carriage shall be at your house at 3. I dare not look at the papers without one of you with me, and yet I shall never rest till I know more." "I will send the desk in by Robinson before I leave, and can you give me some lunch before I go?" Little by little he led the Squire to eat a morsel or so of food, and so, strengthening him physically and encouraging him mentally, Mr. Gibson hoped that he would begin his researches during Molly's absence. There was something touching in the Squire's wistful looks after Molly as she moved about. A stranger might have imagined her to be his daughter instead of Mr. Gibson's. The meek, broken down, considerate ways of the bereaved father never showed themselves more strongly than when he called them back to his chair, out of which he seemed too languid to rise, and said, as if by an afterthought, "Give my love to Miss Kirkpatrick. Tell her I look upon her as quite one of the family. I shall be glad to see her after the funeral. I don't think I can before." "He knows nothing of Cynthia's resolution to give up Roger," said Mr. Gibson as they rode away. "I had a long talk with her last night, but she was as resolute as ever. From what your mamma tells me, there is a third lover in London, whom she's already refused. I'm thankful you've no lover at all, Molly, unless that abortive attempt of Mr. Coxe's at an offer long ago can be called a lover." "I never heard of it, papa," said Molly. "Oh, no, I forgot. What a fool I was. Why, don't you remember the hurry I was in to get you off to Hamley Hall, the very first time you ever went? It was all because I got hold of a desperate love letter from Coxe addressed to you." But Molly was too tired to be amused or even interested. She could not get over the sight of the straight body covered with a sheet which yet let the outlines be seen, all that remained of Osborne. Her father had trusted too much to the motion of the ride and the change of scene from Darkened House. He saw his mistake. "Some one must write to Mrs. Osborne Hamley," said he. "I believe her to have a legal right to the name, but whether or no, she must be told that the father of her child is dead. Shall you do it, or I?" "Oh, you please, papa." "I will if you wish, but she may have heard of you as a friend of her dead husband's, while of me, a mere country doctor, it's very probable she has never heard the name." "If I ought, I will do it." Mr. Gibson did not like this ready acquiescence given in so few words, too. "There's Hollingford church spire," said she presently, as they drew near the town, and caught a glimpse of the church through the trees. "I think I never wish to go out of sight of it again." "Nonsense," said he. "Why, you've all your travelling to do yet, and if these newfangled railways spread, as they say they will, we shall all be spinning about the world, sitting on tea kettles, as Phoebe Browning calls it. Miss Browning wrote such a capital letter of advice to Miss Hornblower. I heard of it at the miller's. Miss Hornblower was going to travel by railroad for the first time, and Sally was very anxious, and sent her directions for her conduct. One piece of advice was not to sit on the boiler." Molly laughed a little, as she was expected to do. "Here we are at home at last." Mrs. Gibson gave Molly a warm welcome. For one thing, Cynthia was in disgrace; for another, Molly came from the centre of news; for a third, Mrs. Gibson was really fond of the girl in her way, and sorry to see her pale heavy looks. "To think of it all being so sudden at last! But not what I always expected. And so provoking, just when Cynthia had given up Roger. If she had only waited a day! What does the Squire say to it all?" "He is beaten down with grief," replied Molly. "Indeed! I should not have fancied he had liked the engagement so much." "What engagement?" "Why, Roger to Cynthia, to be sure. I asked you how the Squire took her letter announcing the breaking of it off." "Oh, I made a mistake. He has not opened his letters to day. I saw Cynthia's among them." "Now that is what I call positive disrespect." "I don't know. He did not mean it for such. Where is Cynthia?" "Gone out into the meadow garden. She'll be in directly. I wanted her to do some errands for me, but she flatly refused to go into the town. I am afraid she mismanages her affairs sadly, but she won't allow me to interfere. I hate to look at such things in a mercenary spirit, but it is provoking to see her throw over two such good matches, first Mr. Henderson, and now Roger Hamley. When does the Squire expect Roger? Does he think he will come back sooner for poor dear Osborne's death?" "I don't know. He hardly seems to think of anything but Osborne. He seems to me to have almost forgotten every one else. But perhaps the news of Osborne's being married and of the child may rouse him up." Molly had no doubt that Osborne was really and truly married, nor had she any idea that her father had never breathed the facts of which she had told him on the previous night to his wife or Cynthia. But Mr. Gibson had been slightly dubious of the full legality of the marriage, and had not felt inclined to speak of it to his wife until that had been ascertained one way or the other. So Mrs. Gibson exclaimed, "What do you mean, child? Married? Osborne married? Who says so?" "Oh dear! I suppose I ought not to have named it. I am very stupid to day. Yes, Osborne has been married a long time, but the Squire did not know of it until this morning. I think it has done him good, but I don't know." "Who is the lady? Why, I call it a shame to go on about as a single man and be married all the time. If there is one thing that revolts me, it is duplicity. Who is the lady? Do tell me all you know about it, there's a dear." "She is French and a Roman Catholic," said Molly. "French! They are such beguiling women. And he was so much abroad. You said there was a child. Is it a boy or a girl?" "I did not hear. I did not ask." Molly did not think it necessary to do more than answer questions. Indeed, she was vexed enough to have told anything of what her father evidently considered it desirable to keep secret. Just then Cynthia came wandering into the room with a careless, hopeless look in her face, which Molly noticed at once. She had not heard of Molly's arrival, and had no idea that she was returned until she saw her sitting there. "Molly, darling, is that you? You're as welcome as the flowers in May, though you've not been gone 24 hours. But the house is not the same when you are away." "And she brings us such news, too," said Mrs. Gibson. "I'm really almost glad you wrote to the Squire yesterday, for if you had waited till to day, I thought you were in too great a hurry at the time. He might have thought you had some interested reason for giving up your engagement. Osborne Hamley was married all this time unknown to everybody, and has got a child too." "Osborne married!" exclaimed Cynthia. "If ever a man looked a bachelor, he did. Poor Osborne, with his fair, delicate elegance. He looked so young and boyish." "Yes, it was a great piece of deceit, and I can't easily forgive him for it. Only think, if he had paid either of you any particular attention, and you had fallen in love with him, why, he might have broken your heart, or Molly's either. I can't forgive him, even though he is dead, poor fellow. Well, as he never did pay either of us any particular attention, and as we neither of us did fall in love with him, I think I only feel sorry that he had all the trouble and worry of concealment. Cynthia spoke with a pretty keen recollection of how much trouble and worry her concealment had cost her. "And now, of course, it is a son and will be the heir, and Roger will be just as poorly off as ever. I hope you'll take care and let the Squire know Cynthia was quite ignorant of these new facts that have come out when she wrote those letters, Molly. I should not like a suspicion of worldliness to rest upon any one with whom I've had concern." "He has not read Cynthia's letter yet. Oh, do let me bring it home unopened," said Molly. "Send another letter to Roger, now, at once. It will reach him at the same time. He will get both when he arrives at the Cape, and make him understand which is the last, the real one. Think, he will hear of Osborne's death at the same time. Two such sad things. Do, Cynthia." "No, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, "I could not allow that, even if Cynthia felt inclined for it. Asking to be re-engaged to him. At any rate, she must wait now until he proposes again, and we see how things turn out." But Molly kept her pleading eyes fixed on Cynthia. "No," said Cynthia firmly, but not without consideration. "It cannot be. I have felt more content this last night than I have done for weeks past. I am glad to be free. I dreaded Roger's goodness, and learning, and all that. It was not in my way, and I don't believe I should have ever married him, even without knowing of all these ill-natured stories that are circulating about me, and which he would hear of, and expect me to explain and be sorry for, and penitent and humble. I know he could not have made me happy, and I don't believe he would have been happy with me. It must stay as it is. I would rather be a governess than married to him. I should get weary of him every day of my life." "Weary of Roger?" said Molly to herself. "It is best as it is, I see," she answered aloud. "Only I am very sorry for him, very. He did love you so. You will never get any one to love you like him." "Very well, I must take my chance. And too much love is rather oppressive to me, I believe. I like a great deal, widely spread about, but not all confined to one individual lover." "I don't believe you," said Molly. "But don't let us talk any more about it. It is best as it is. I almost felt sure you would be sorry this morning. But we will leave it alone now." She sate silently looking out the window, her heart sorely stirred, she scarcely knew how or why. But she could not have spoken. Most likely she would have begun to cry if she had spoken. Cynthia stole softly up to her after a while. "You are vexed with me, Molly," she began in a low voice, but Molly turned sharply around. "I have no business in the affair at all. It is for you to judge. Do what you think right. I believe you have done right, only I don't want to discuss it and paw it over with talk. I am very much tired, dear," gently now she spoke, "and I hardly know what I say. If I speak crossly, don't mind it." Cynthia did not reply at once. Then she said, "Do you think I might go with you and help you? I might have done yesterday, and you say he has not opened my letter, so he has not heard as yet, and I was always fond of poor Osborne in my way, you know." "I cannot tell. I have no right to say," said Molly, scarcely understanding Cynthia's motives, which, after all, were only impulses in this case. "Papa would be able to judge, I think. Perhaps you had better not. But don't go by my opinion. I can only tell you what I should wish to do in your place." "It was as much for your sake as any one's, Molly," said Cynthia. "Oh, then don't. I am tired to-day with sitting up, but to-morrow I shall be all right, and I should not like it if, for my sake, you came into the house at so solemn a time." "Very well," said Cynthia, half glad that her impulsive offer was declined, for, as she said, thinking to herself, it would have been awkward after all. So Molly went back in the carriage alone, wondering how she should find the Squire, wondering what discoveries he had made among Osborne's papers, and at what conviction he would have arrived. End of chapter 52. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 16. The Bride at Home. Among the county people, as Mrs. Gibson termed them, who called upon her as a bride, were the two young Mr. Hamleys. The Squire, their father, had done his congratulations, as far as he ever intended to do them, to Mr. Gibson himself when he came to the Hall; but Mrs. Hamley, unable to go and pay visits herself, anxious to show attention to her kind doctor's new wife, and with perhaps a little sympathetic curiosity as to how Molly and her stepmother got on together, made her sons ride over to Hollingford with her cards and apologies. They came into the newly furnished drawing-room, looking bright and fresh from their ride, Osborne first, as usual, perfectly dressed for the occasion, and with the sort of fine manner which sat so well upon him. Roger, looking like a strong-built, cheerful, intelligent country farmer, followed in his brother's train. Mrs. Gibson was dressed for receiving callers, and made the effect she always intended to produce, of a very pretty woman, no longer in first youth, but with such soft manners and such a caressing voice, that people forgot to wonder what her real age might be. Molly was dressed better than formerly; her stepmother saw after that. She disliked anything old or shabby, or out of taste about her; it hurt her eye; and she had already fidgeted Molly into a new amount of care about the manner in which she put on her clothes, arranged her hair, and was gloved and shod. Mrs. Gibson had tried to put her through a course of rosemary washes and creams, in order to improve her tanned complexion; but about that Molly was either forgetful or rebellious, and Mrs. Gibson could not well come up to the girl's bedroom every night and see that she daubed her face and neck over with the cosmetics so carefully provided for her. Still, her appearance was extremely improved, even to Osborne's critical eye. Roger sought rather to discover in her looks and expression whether she was happy or not; his mother had especially charged him to note all these signs. Osborne and Mrs. Gibson made themselves agreeable to each other, according to the approved fashion when a young man calls on a middle-aged bride. They talked of the Shakespeare and musical glasses of the day, each vying with the other in their knowledge of London topics. Molly heard fragments of their conversation in the pauses of silence between Roger and herself. Her hero was coming out in quite a new character, no longer literary or poetical, or romantic or critical; he was now full of the last play, the singers at the opera. He had the advantage over Mrs. Gibson, who in fact only spoke of these things from hearsay, from listening to the talk at the Towers, while Osborne had run up from Cambridge 2 or 3 times to hear this, or to see that, wonder of the season. But she had the advantage over him in greater boldness of invention to eke out her facts; and besides, she had more skill in the choice and arrangement of her words, so as to make it appear as if the opinions that were in reality quotations were formed by herself from actual experience or personal observation, such as, in speaking of the mannerisms of a famous Italian singer, she would ask, "Did you observe her constant trick of heaving her shoulders and clasping her hands together before she took a high note?" which was so said as to imply that Mrs. Gibson herself had noticed this trick. Molly, who had a pretty good idea by this time of how her stepmother had passed the last year of her life, listened with no small bewilderment to this conversation, but at length decided that she must misunderstand what they were saying, as she could not gather up the missing links for the necessity of replying to Roger's questions and remarks. Osborne was not the same Osborne he was when with his mother at the Hall. Roger saw her glancing at his brother. "You think my brother looking ill?" said he, lowering his voice. "No, not exactly." "He is not well. Both my father and I are anxious about him. That run on the Continent did him harm instead of good, and his disappointment at his examination has told upon him, I'm afraid." "I was not thinking he looked ill, only changed somehow." "He says he must go back to Cambridge soon. Possibly it may do him good, and I shall be off next week. This is a farewell visit to you, as well as one of congratulation to Mrs. Gibson." "Your mother will feel you're both going away, won't she? But of course young men will always have to live away from home." "Yes," he replied, Still, she feels it a good deal, and I am not satisfied about her health either. You will go over and see her sometimes, will you? She is very fond of you." "If I may," said Molly, unconsciously glancing at her stepmother. She had an uncomfortable instinct that, in spite of Mrs. Gibson's own perpetual flow of words, she could and did hear everything that fell from Molly's lips. "Do you want any more books?" said he. "If you do, make a list out, and send it to my mother before I leave next Tuesday. After I am gone, there will be no one to go into the library and pick them out." After they were gone, Mrs. Gibson began her usual comments on the departed visitors. "I do like that Osborne Hamley. What a nice fellow he is! Somehow I always do like eldest sons. He will have the estate, won't he? I shall ask your dear papa to encourage him to come about the house. He will be a very good, very pleasant acquaintance for you and Cynthia. The other is but a loutish young fellow, to my mind. There is no aristocratic bearing about him. I suppose he takes after his mother, who is but a parvenue, I've heard them say at the Towers." Molly was spiteful enough to have great pleasure in saying, "I think I've heard her father was a Russia merchant, and imported tallow and hemp. Mr. Osborne Hamley is extremely like her." "Indeed! But there's no calculating these things. Anyhow, he is the perfect gentleman in appearance and manner. The estate is entailed, is it not?" "I know nothing about it," said Molly. A short silence ensued. Then Mrs. Gibson said, "Do you know, I almost think I must get dear papa to give a little dinner party, and ask Mr. Osborne Hamley. I should like to have him feel at home in this house. It would be something cheerful for him after the dullness and solitude of Hamley Hall. For the old people don't visit much, I believe." "He's going back to Cambridge next week," said Molly. "Is he? Well, then, we'll put off our little dinner till Cynthia comes home. I should like to have some young society for her, poor darling, when she returns." "When is she coming?" said Molly, who had always a longing curiosity for this same Cynthia's return. "Oh, I'm not sure. Perhaps at the New Year, perhaps not till Easter. I must get this drawing-room all new furnished first, and then I mean to fit up her room and yours just alike. They are just the same size, only on opposite sides of the passage." "Are you going to new furnish that room?" said Molly, in astonishment at the never-ending changes. "Yes, and yours too, darling, so don't be jealous." "Oh, please, mamma, not mine," said Molly, taking in the idea for the first time. "Yes, dear, you shall have yours done as well. A little French bed, and a new paper, and a pretty carpet, and a dressed-up toilette table and glass, will make it look quite a different place." "But I don't want it to look different. I like it as it is. Pray don't do anything to it." "What nonsense, child! I never heard anything more ridiculous. Most girls would be glad to get rid of furniture only fit for the lumber room." "It was my own mamma's before she was married," said Molly, in a very low voice, bringing out this last plea unwillingly, but with a certainty that it would not be resisted. Mrs. Gibson paused for a moment before she replied. "It's very much to your credit that you should have such feelings, I'm sure. But don't you think sentiment may be carried too far? Why, we should have no new furniture at all, and should have to put up with worm-eaten horrors. Besides, my dear, Hollingford will seem very dull to Cynthia, after a pretty gay France, and I want to make the first impressions attractive. I've a notion I can settle her down near here, and I want her to come in a good temper. For, between ourselves, my dear, she is a little wilful. You need not mention this to your papa." "But can't you do Cynthia's room, and not mine? Please let mine alone." "No, indeed, I couldn't agree to that. Only think what would be said of me by everybody, petting my own child, and neglecting my husband's. I couldn't bear it." "No one need know." "In such a tittle-tattle place as Hollingford. Really, Molly, you are either very stupid or very obstinate, or else you don't care what hard things may be said about me, and all for a selfish fancy of your own. No, I owe myself the justice of acting in this matter as I please. Every one shall know I'm not a common stepmother. Every penny I spend on Cynthia I shall spend on you too, so it's no use talking any more about it." So Molly's little white dimity bed, her old-fashioned chest of drawers, and her other cherished relics of her mother's maiden days were consigned to the lumber room; and after a while, when Cynthia and her great French boxes had come home, the old furniture that had filled up the space required for the fresh importation of trunks disappeared into the lumber room. All this time the family at the Towers had been absent. Lady Cumnor had been ordered to Bath for the early part of the winter, and her family were with her there. On dull rainy days Mrs. Gibson used to bethink her of missing the Cumnors, for so she had taken to calling them, since her position had become more independent of theirs. It marked a distinction between her intimacy in the family and the reverential manner in which the townspeople were accustomed to speak of the Earl and the Countess. Both Lady Cumnor and Lady Harriet wrote to their dear Clare from time to time. The former had generally some commissions that she wished to have executed at the Towers or in the town, and no one could do them so well as Clare, who was acquainted with all the tastes and ways of the Countess. These commissions were the cause of various bills for flys and cars from the George Inn. Mr. Gibson pointed out this consequence to his wife, but she, in return, bade him remark that a present of game was pretty sure to follow upon the satisfactory execution of Lady Cumnor's wishes. Somehow Mr. Gibson did not quite like this consequence either, but he was silent about it, at any rate. Lady Harriet's letters were short and amusing. She had that sort of regard for her old governess which prompted her to write from time to time, and to feel glad when the half-voluntary task was accomplished. So there was no real outpouring of confidence, but enough news of the family and gossip of the place she was in, as she thought would make Clare feel that she was not forgotten by her former pupils, intermixed with moderate but sincere expressions of regard. How those letters were quoted and referred to by Mrs. Gibson in her conversations with the Hollingford ladies! She had found out their effect at Ashcombe, and it was not less at Hollingford. But she was rather perplexed at kindly messages to Molly, and at inquiries as to how the Miss Brownings liked the tea she had sent, and Molly had first to explain, and then to narrate at full length all the occurrences of the afternoon at Ashcombe Manor House, and Lady Harriet's call upon her at Miss Brownings'. "What nonsense!" said Mrs. Gibson, with some annoyance. "Lady Harriet only went to see you out of a desire of amusement. She would only make fun of the Miss Brownings, and then they will be quoting her and talking about her, just as if she was their intimate friend." "I don't think she did make fun of them. She really sounded as if she had been very kind." "And you suppose you know her ways better than I do, who have known her these 15 years? I tell you she turns every one into ridicule who does not belong to her set. Why, she used always to speak of the Miss Brownings as Pecksy and Flapsy." "She promised me she would not," said Molly, driven to bay. "Promised you? Lady Harriet? What do you mean?" "Only she spoke of them as Pecksy and Flapsy, and when she talked of coming to call on me at their house, I asked her not to come, if she was going to make fun of them." "Upon my word! With all my long acquaintance with Lady Harriet, I should never have ventured on such impertinence." "I didn't mean it as impertinence," said Molly, sturdily, "and I don't think Lady Harriet took it as such." "You can't know anything about it. She can put on any kind of manner." Just then Squire Hamley came in. It was his first call, and Mrs. Gibson gave him a graceful welcome, and was quite ready to accept his apology for its tardiness, and to assure him that she quite understood the pressure of business on every landowner who farmed his own estate. But no such apology was made. He shook her hand heartily, as a mark of congratulation on her good fortune in having secured such a prize as his friend Gibson, but said nothing about his long neglect of duty. Molly, who by this time knew the few strong expressions of his countenance well, was sure that something was the matter, and that he was very much disturbed. He hardly attended to Mrs. Gibson's fluent opening of conversation, for she had already determined to make a favourable impression on the father of the handsome young man who was heir to an estate, besides his own personal agreeableness. But he turned to Molly, and, addressing her, said, almost in a low voice, as if he was making a confidence to her that he did not intend Mrs. Gibson to hear, "Molly, we are all wrong at home. Osborne has lost the fellowship at Trinity he went back to try for. Then he has gone and failed miserably in his degree, after all that he said and that his mother said, and I, like a fool, went and boasted about my clever son. I can't understand it. I never expected anything extraordinary from Roger, but Osborne. And then it has thrown madam into one of her bad fits of illness, and she seems to have a fancy for you, child. Your father came to see her this morning. Poor thing, she's very poorly, I'm afraid, and she told him how she should like to have you about her, and he said I might fetch you. You'll come, won't you, my dear? She's not a poor woman, such as many people think it's the only charity to be kind to, but she's just as forlorn of woman's care as if she was poor. Worse, I dare say." "I'll be ready in 10 minutes," said Molly, much touched by the squire's words and manner, never thinking of asking her stepmother's consent, now that she had heard that her father had given his. As she rose to leave the room, Mrs. Gibson, who had only half heard what the squire had said, and was a little affronted at the exclusiveness of his confidence, said, "My dear, where are you going?" "Mrs. Hamley wants me, and papa says I may go," said Molly, and almost at the same time the squire replied, "My wife is ill, and as she's very fond of your daughter, she begged Mr. Gibson to allow her to come to the Hall for a little while, and he kindly said she might, and I'm come to fetch her." "Stop a minute, darling," said Mrs. Gibson to Molly, a slight cloud over her countenance, in spite of her caressing word. "I am sure dear papa quite forgot that you were to go out with me to-night, to visit people," continued she, addressing herself to the squire, "with whom I am quite unacquainted, and it is very uncertain if Mr. Gibson can return in time to go with me, so you see I cannot allow Molly to go with you." "I shouldn't have thought it would have signified. Brides are always brides, I suppose, and it's their part to be timid, but I shouldn't have thought it, in this case. And my wife sets her heart on things, as sick people do. Well, Molly," in a louder tone, for these foregoing sentences were spoken sotto voce, "we must put it off till to-morrow, and it's our loss, not yours," he continued, as he saw the reluctance with which she slowly returned to her place. "You'll be as gay as can be to-night, I dare say." "No, I shall not," broke in Molly. "I never wanted to go, and now I shall want it less than ever." "Hush, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, and, addressing the squire, she added, "the visiting here is not all one could wish for so young a girl. No young people, no dances, nothing of gaiety. But it is wrong in you, Molly, to speak against such kind friends of your father's as I understand these cockerels are. Don't give so bad an impression of yourself to the kind squire." Let her alone," quoth he. "I see what she means. She'd rather come and be in my wife's sick room than go out for this visit to-night. Is there no way of getting her off?" "None whatever," said Mrs. Gibson. "An engagement is an engagement with me, and I consider that she is not only engaged to Mrs. Cockerell, but to me, bound to accompany me in my husband's absence." The squire was put out, and when he was put out he had a trick of placing his hands on his knees and whistling softly to himself. Molly knew this phase of his displeasure, and only hoped he would confine himself to this wordless expression of annoyance. It was pretty hard work for her to keep the tears out of her eyes, and she endeavoured to think of something else, rather than dwell on regrets and annoyances. She heard Mrs. Gibson talking on in a sweet monotone, and wished to attend to what she was saying, but the squire's visible annoyance struck sharper on her mind. At length, after a pause of silence, he started up and said, "Well, it's no use. Poor madam, she won't like it. She'll be disappointed, but it's but for one evening. She may come to-morrow, mayn't she? Or will the dissipation of such an evening as she describes be too much for her?" There was a touch of savage irony in his manner which frightened Mrs. Gibson into good behaviour. "She shall be ready at any time you name. I am so sorry. My foolish shyness is in fault, I believe, but still you must acknowledge that an engagement is an engagement." "Did I ever say an engagement was an elephant, madam? However, there's no use saying any more about it, or I shall forget my manners. I'm an old tyrant, and she, lying there in bed, poor girl, has always given me my own way. So you'll excuse me, Mrs. Gibson, won't you, and let Molly come along with me at 10 to-morrow morning?" "Certainly," said Mrs. Gibson, smiling. But when his back was turned, she said to Molly, "Now, my dear, I must never have you exposing me to the ill manners of such a man again. I don't call him a squire, I call him a boor, or a yeoman at best. You must not go on accepting or rejecting invitations as if you were an independent young lady, Molly. Pay me the respect of a reference to my wishes another time, if you please, my dear." "Papa had said I might go," said Molly, choking a little. "As I am now your mamma, your references must be to me for the future. But as you are to go, you may as well look well dressed. I will lend you my new shawl for this visit, if you like it, and my set of green ribbons. I am always indulgent when proper respect is paid to me, and in such a house as Hamley Hall, no one can tell who may be coming and going, even if there is sickness in the family." "Thank you, but I don't want the shawl and the ribbons, please. There will be nobody there except the family. There never is, I think, and now that she is so ill—" Molly was on the point of crying at the thought of her friend lying ill and lonely, and looking for her arrival. Moreover, she was sadly afraid lest the squire had gone off with the idea that she did not want to come, that she preferred that stupid party at the Cockerells'. Mrs. Gibson, too, was sorry. She had an uncomfortable consciousness of having given way to temper before a stranger, and a stranger, too, whose good opinion she had meant to cultivate, and she was also annoyed at Molly's tearful face. "What can I do for you to bring you back into good temper?" she said. "First you insist upon your knowing Lady Harriet better than I do, I who have known her for 18 or 19 years at least. Then you jump at invitations without ever consulting me, or thinking of how awkward it would be for me to go stumping into a drawing-room all by myself, following my new name, too, which always makes me feel uncomfortable. It is a sad come-down after Kirkpatrick. And then, when I offer you some of the prettiest things I have got, you say it does not signify how you are dressed. What can I do to please you, Molly? I, who delight in nothing more than peace in a family, to see you sitting there with despair upon your face." Molly could stand it no longer. She went upstairs to her own room, her own smart new room, which hardly yet seemed a familiar place, and began to cry so heartily, and for so long a time, that she stopped at length for very weariness. She thought of Mrs. Hamley wearying for her, of the old hall whose very quietness might become oppressive to an ailing person, of the trust the squire had had in her that she would come off directly with him. And all this oppressed her much more than the querulousness of her stepmother's words. End of Chapter 16. Read by Kara Schallenberg on October 26th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 1, Dawn of a Gala Day. To begin with, the old rigmarole of childhood. In a country there is a shire, and in that shire there was a town, and in that town there was a house, and in that house there was a room, and in that room there was a bed, and in that bed there lay a little girl, wide awake and longing to get up, but not daring to do so for fear of the unseen power in the next room, a certain Betty, whose slumbers must not be disturbed until 6 o'clock struck, when she wakened of herself as sure as clockwork, and left the household very little peace afterwards. It was a June morning, and early as it was, the room was full of sunny warmth and light. On the drawers opposite to the little white dimity bed in which Molly Gibson lay was a primitive kind of bonnet stand, on which was hung a bonnet, carefully covered over for any chance of dust, with a large cotton handkerchief, of so heavy and serviceable a texture that if the thing underneath it had been a flimsy fabric of gauze and lace and flowers, it would have been altogether scorn-fished, again to quote from Betty's vocabulary. But the bonnet was made of solid straw, and its only trimming was a plain white ribbon put over the crown, and forming the strings. Still there was a neat little quilling inside, every plait of which Molly knew, for had she not made it herself the evening before with infinite pains? And was there not a little blue bow in this quilling, the very first bit of such finery Molly had ever had the prospect of wearing? 6 o'clock now! The pleasant, brisk ringing of the church bells told that, calling every one to their daily work as they had done for hundreds of years. Up jumped Molly, and ran with her bare little feet across the room, and lifted off the handkerchief, and saw once again the bonnet, the pledge of the gay bright day to come. Then to the window, and after some tugging she opened the casement and let in the sweet morning air. The dew was already off the flowers in the garden below, but still rising from the long hay grass in the meadows directly beyond. At one side lay the little town of Hollingford, into a street of which Mr. Gibson's front door opened, and delicate columns and little puffs of smoke were already beginning to rise from many a cottage chimney where some housewife was already up and preparing breakfast for the breadwinner of the day. Molly Gibson saw all of this, but all she thought about was, "Oh, it will be a fine day! I was afraid it never, never would come, or that if it ever came, it would be a rainy day. 45 years ago children's pleasures in a country town were very simple, and Molly had lived for 12 long years without the occurrence of any event so great as that which was now impending. Poor child! It is true that she had lost her mother, which was a jar to the whole tenor of her life, but that was hardly an event in the sense referred to, and besides she had been too young to be conscious of it at the time. The pleasure she was looking forward to to-day was her first share in a kind of annual festival in Hollingford. The little struggling town faded away into country on one side close to the entrance lodge of a great park, where lived my Lord and Lady Cumnor, the Earl and the Countess, as they were always called by the inhabitants of the town, where a very pretty amount of feudal feeling still lingered, and showed itself in a number of simple ways, droll enough to look back upon, but serious matters of importance at the time. It was before the passing of the Reform Bill, but a good deal of liberal talk took place occasionally between 2 or 3 of the more enlightened freeholders living in Hollingford. And there was a great Tory family in the county, too, from time to time came forward and contested the election with the rival Whig family of Cumnor. One would have thought that the above-mentioned liberal-talking inhabitants would have, at least, admitted the possibility of their voting for the Helly Harrison, and thus trying to vindicate their independence. But no such thing. The Earl was lord of the manor, and the owner of much of the land on which Hollingford was built. He and his household were fed and doctored, and to a certain measure clothed, by the good people of the town. Their fathers' grandfathers had always voted for the eldest son of Cumnor Towers, and following in the ancestral track, every man Jack in the place gave his vote to the liege lord, totally irrespective of such chimeras as political opinion. This was no unusual instance of the influence of the great landowners over humbler neighbours in those days before railways, and it was well for a place where the powerful family who thus overshadowed it were of so respectable a character as the Cumnors. They expected to be submitted to and obeyed, the simple worship of the townspeople was accepted by the Earl and Countess as a right, and they would have stood still in amazement, and with a horrid memory of the French sans culottes who were the bugbears of their youth, had any inhabitant of Hollingford ventured to set his will or opinions in opposition to those of the Earl. But yielded all that obeisance, they did a good deal for the town, and were generally condescending, and often thoughtful and kind in their treatment of their vassals. Lord Cumnor was a forbearing landlord, putting his steward a little on one side sometimes, and taking the reins in his own hands now and then, much to the annoyance of the agent, who was in fact too rich and independent to care greatly for preserving a post where his decisions might any day be overturned by my lord's taking a fancy to go pottering, as the agent irreverently expressed it in the sanctuary of his own home, which being interpreted meant that occasionally the Earl asked his own questions of his own tenants, and used his own eyes and ears in the management of the smaller details of his property. But his tenants liked my lord all the better for this habit of his. Lord Cumnor had certainly a little time for gossip, which he contrived to combine with the failing of personal intervention between the old land steward and the tenantry. But then the Countess made up by her unapproachable dignity for this weakness of the Earl's. Once a year she was condescending. She and the ladies, her daughters, had set up a school. Not a school after the manner of schools nowadays, where far better intellectual teaching is given to the boys and girls of labourers and work-people than often falls to the lot of their betters in worldly estates, but a school of the kind we should call industrial, where girls are taught to sew beautifully, to be capital housemaids, and pretty fair cooks, and above all to dress neatly in a kind of charity uniform devised by the ladies of Cumnor Towers: white caps, white tippets, check aprons, blue gowns, and ready curtsies, and "Please, ma'ams" being de rigueur. Now, as the Countess was absent from the Towers for a considerable part of the year, she was glad to enlist the sympathy of the Hollingford ladies in this school, with a view to obtaining their aid as visitors during the many months that she and her daughters were away. And the various unoccupied gentlewomen of the town responded to the call of their liege lady, and gave her their service as required, and along with it a great deal of whispered and fussy admiration. How good of the Countess! So like the dear Countess, always thinking of others, and so on, while it was always supposed that no strangers had seen Hollingford properly unless they had been taken to the Countess's school, and been duly impressed by the neat little pupils and the still neater needlework there to be inspected. In return, there was a day of honour set apart every summer, when with much gracious and stately hospitality Lady Cumnor and her daughters received all the school visitors at the Towers, the great family mansion standing in aristocratic seclusion in the centre of the large park, of which one of the lodges was close to the little town. The order of this annual festivity was this: about 10 o'clock, one of the Towers' carriages rolled through the lodge, and drove to different houses wherein dwelt a woman to be honoured, picking them up by ones or twos, till the loaded carriage drove back again through the ready portals, bowled along the smooth tree-shaded road, and deposited its covey of smartly dressed ladies on the great flight of steps leading to the ponderous doors of Cumnor Towers. Back again to the town, another picking up of womenkind in their best clothes, and another return, and so on, till the whole party were assembled either in the house or in the really beautiful gardens. After the proper amount of exhibition on the one part and admiration on the other had been done, there was a collation for the visitors, and some more display and admiration of the treasures inside the house. Towards 4 o'clock coffee was brought round, and this was a signal of the approaching carriage that was to take them back to their own homes, whither they returned with the happy consciousness of a well-spent day, but with some fatigue at the long-continued exertion of behaving their best, and talking on stilts for so many hours. Nor were Lady Cumnor and her daughters free from something of the same self-approbation, and something, too, of the same fatigue, the fatigue that always follows on conscious efforts to behave as will best please the society you are in. For the first time in her life Molly Gibson was to be included among the guests at the Towers. She was much too young to be a visitor at the school, so it was not on that account that she was to go. But it had so happened that one day when Lord Cumnor was on a pottering expedition, he had met Mr. Gibson, the doctor of the neighbourhood, coming out of the farmhouse my lord was entering, and having some small question to ask the surgeon. Lord Cumnor seldom passed any one of his acquaintance without asking a question of some sort, not always attending to the answer. It was his mode of conversation. He accompanied Mr. Gibson to the outbuilding, to a ring in the wall of which the surgeon's horse was fastened. Molly was there too, sitting square and quiet on her rough little pony, waiting for her father. Her grave eyes opened large and wide at the close neighbourhood and evident advance of the Earl, for to her little imagination the grey-haired, red-faced, somewhat clumsy man was a cross between an archangel and a king. "Your daughter, eh, Gibson? Nice little girl. How old? Pony wants grooming, though," patting it as he talked. "What's your name, my dear?" "He's sadly behindhand with his rent, as I was saying. But if he's really ill, I must see after Sheepshanks, who is a hardish man of business. What's his complaint? You'll come to our school scrimmage on Thursday, little girl. What's your name? Mind you send her, or bring her, Gibson. And just give a word to your groom, for I'm sure that pony wasn't singed last year, now was he? Don't forget, Thursday, little girl. What's your name? It's a promise between us, is it not?" And off the Earl trotted, attracted by the sight of the farmer's eldest son on the other side of the yard. Mr. Gibson mounted, and he and Molly rode off. They did not speak for some time. Then she said, "May I go, papa?" in a rather anxious little tone of voice. "Where, my dear?" said he, wakening up out of his own professional thoughts. "To the Towers, on Thursday, you know. That gentleman," she was shy of calling him by his title, "asked me." "Would you like it, my dear? It has always seemed to me rather a tiresome piece of gaiety, rather a tiring day, I mean, beginning so early, and the heat and all that." "Oh, papa!" said Molly reproachfully. "You'd like to go then, would you?" "Yes, if I may. He asked me, you know. Don't you think I may? He asked me twice over." "Well, we'll see. I think we can manage it, if you wish it so much, Molly." Then they were silent again. By and by Molly said, "Please, papa, I do wish to go, but I don't care about it." "That's rather a puzzling speech. But I suppose you mean you don't care to go, if it will be any trouble to get you there. I can easily manage it, however, so you may consider it settled. You'll want a white frock, remember. You'd better tell Betty you're going, and she'll see after making you tidy." Now there were 2 or 3 things to be done by Mr. Gibson before he could feel quite comfortable about Molly's going to the festival at the Towers, and each of them involved a little trouble on his part, but he was very willing to gratify his little girl. So the next day he rode over to the Towers, ostensibly to visit some sick housemaid, but in reality to throw himself in my lady's way and get her to ratify Lord Cumnor's invitation to Molly. He chose his time with a little natural diplomacy, which indeed he had often to exercise in his intercourse with the great family. He rode into the stable yard about 12 o'clock, a little before luncheon time, and yet after the worry of opening the post bag and discussing its contents was over. After he had put up his horse, he went in by the back way to the house on this side, the Towers at the front. He saw his patient, gave his directions to the housekeeper, and then went out, with a rare wild flower in his hand, to find one of the ladies, Tranmere, in the garden, where, according to his hope and calculation, he came upon Lady Cumnor too, now talking to her daughter about the contents of an open letter which she held in her hand, now directing a gardener about certain bedding out plants. "I was calling to see Nanny, and I took the opportunity of bringing Lady Agnes the plant I was telling her about as growing on Cumnor Moss." "Thank you so much, Mr. Gibson. Mamma, look, this is the Drosera rotundifolia I have been wanting so long." Ah, yes, very pretty, I dare say, only I'm no botanist. Nanny is better, I hope? We can't have any one laid up next week, for the house will be quite full of people, and here are the Danbys waiting to offer themselves as well. One comes down for a fortnight of quiet at Whitsuntide, and leaves half one's establishment in town, and as soon as people know of our being here we get letters without end, longing for a breath of country air, or saying how lovely the Towers must look in spring. And I must own Lord Cumnor is a great deal to blame for it all, for as soon as ever we are down here he rides about to all the neighbours and invites them to come over and spend a few days. We shall go back to town on Friday the 18th, said Lady Agnes in a conciliatory tone. Ah, yes, as soon as we have got over the school visitors' affair. But it is a week to that happy day. By the way, said Mr. Gibson, availing himself of the good opening thus presented, I met my lord at the Cross Trees Farm yesterday, and he was kind enough to ask my little daughter, who was with me, to be one of the party here on Thursday. It would give the lassie great pleasure, I believe. He paused for Lady Cumnor to speak. Oh, well, if my lord asked her, I suppose she must come, but I wish he was not so amazingly hospitable. Not but what the little girl will be quite welcome, only you see he met a younger Miss Browning the other day of whose existence I had never heard. She visits at the school, mamma, said Lady Agnes. Well, perhaps she does. I never said she did not. I knew there was one visitor of the name of Browning. I never knew there were two. But of course, as soon as Lord Cumnor heard that there was another, he must needs ask her, so the carriage will have to go backwards and forwards 4 times now to fetch them all. So your daughter can come quite easily, Mr. Gibson, and I shall be very glad to see her for your sake. She can sit bodkin with the Brownings, I suppose. You'll arrange it all with them, and mind you get Nanny well up to her work next week. Just as Mr. Gibson was going away, Lady Cumnor called after him, "Oh, by the by, Clare is here. You remember Clare, don't you? She was a patient of yours long ago." "Clare?" he repeated in a bewildered tone. "Don't you recollect her? Miss Clare, our old governess," said Lady Agnes, "about 12 or 14 years ago, before Lady Cuxhaven was married." "Oh, yes," he said, "Miss Clare, who had the scarlet fever here. A very pretty, delicate girl. But I thought she was married." "Yes," said Lady Cumnor, "she was a silly little thing, and did not know where she was well off. We were all very fond of her, I'm sure. She went and married a poor curate, and became a stupid Mrs. Kirkpatrick, but we were always kept on calling her Clare, and now he's dead, and left her a widow, and she is staying here, and we are racking our brains to find out some way of helping her to a livelihood without parting her from her child. She's somewhere about the grounds, if you'd like to renew your acquaintance with her." "Thank you, my lady. I'm afraid I cannot stop to day. I have a long round to go. I've stayed here too long as it is, I'm afraid." Long as his ride had been that day, he called on the Miss Brownings in the evening, to arrange after Molly's accompanying them to the Towers. They were 2 handsome women, past their first youth, and inclined to be extremely complaisant to the widowed doctor. "Eh, dear Mr. Gibson, but we shall be delighted to have her with us. You should never have thought of asking us such a thing," said Miss Browning the elder. "I'm sure I'm hardly sleeping at nights for thinking of it," said Miss Phoebe. "You know I've never been there before. Sister has many a time, but somehow, though my name has been down on the visitors' list these 3 years, the Countess has never named me in her note. And you know I could not push myself into notice, and go to such a grand place without being asked. How could I?" "I told Phoebe last year," said her sister, "that I was sure it was only inadvertence, as one may call it, on the part of the Countess, and that her ladyship would be as hurt as any one when she didn't see Phoebe among the school visitors. But Phoebe has got a delicate mind, you see, Mr. Gibson, and for all I could say she wouldn't go, but stopped here at home, and it spoilt all my pleasure all that day. I do assure you, to think of Phoebe's face, as I saw it over the window blinds as I rode away, her eyes were full of tears, if you'll believe me." "I had a good cry alter you was gone, Sally," said Miss Phoebe, "but for all that I think I was right in stopping away from where I was not asked, don't you, Mr. Gibson?" "Certainly," said he, and you see you are going this year, and last year it rained." "Yes, I remember. I set myself to tidy my drawers, to string myself up, as it were, and I was so taken up with what I was about that I was quite startled when I heard the rain beating against the window panes. 'Goodness me,' said I to myself, 'whatever will become of sister's white satin shoes, if she has to walk about on soppy grass after such a rain as this?' For, you see, I thought a deal about her having a pair of smart shoes, and this year she has gone and got me a white satin pair just as smart as hers, for a surprise." "Molly will know she's to put on her best clothes," said Miss Browning. "We could perhaps lend her a few beads or artificials if she wants them." "Molly must go in a clean white frock," said Mr. Gibson, rather hastily, for he did not admire the Miss Brownings' taste in dress, and was unwilling to have his child decked up according to their fancy. He esteemed his old servant Betty's as the more correct, because the more simple. Miss Browning had just a shade of annoyance in her tone as she drew herself up and said, "Oh, very well, it's quite right, I'm sure." But Miss Phoebe said, "Molly will look nice in whatever she puts on, that's certain." Chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 21. The Half-Sisters. It appeared as if Mrs. Gibson's predictions were likely to be verified, for Osborne Hamley found his way to her drawing-room pretty frequently. To be sure, sometimes prophets can help on the fulfilment of their own prophecies, and Mrs. Gibson was not passive. Molly was altogether puzzled by his manners and ways. He spoke of occasional absences from the Hall, without exactly saying where he had been. But that was not her idea of the conduct of a married man, who, she imagined, ought to have a house and servants, and pay rent and taxes, and live with his wife. Who this mysterious wife might be, faded into insignificance before the wonder of where she was. London, Cambridge, Dover, nay, even France, were mentioned by him as places to which he had been on these different little journeys. The facts came out quite casually, almost as if he were unaware of what he was betraying. Sometimes he dropped out such sentences as these: "Ah, that would be the day I was crossing. It was stormy indeed. Instead of our being only 2 hours, we were nearly 5. Or, "I met Lord Hollingford at Dover last week, and he said," etc. "The cold now is nothing to what it was in London on Thursday. The thermometer was down at 15 degrees." Perhaps in the rapid flow of conversation these small revelations were noticed by no one but Molly, whose interest and curiosity were always hovering over the secret she had become possessed of, in spite of all her self-reproach for allowing her thoughts to dwell on what was still to be kept as a mystery. It was also evident to her that Osborne was not too happy at home. He had lost the slight touch of cynicism which he had been affected when he was expected to do wonders at college, and that was one good result of his failure. If he did not give himself the trouble of appreciating other people and their performances, at any rate his conversation was not so amply sprinkled with critical pepper. He was more absent, not so agreeable, Mrs. Gibson thought, but did not say. He looked ill in health, but that might be the consequence of the real depression of spirits which Molly occasionally saw peeping out through all his pleasant surface talk. Now and then he referred to the happy days that are gone, or to the time when my mother was alive, when talking directly to her, and then his voice sank, and a gloom came over his countenance, and Molly longed to express her own deep sympathy. He did not often mention his father, and Molly thought she could read in his manner when he did, that something of the painful restraint she had noticed when she was last at the Hall still existed between them. Nearly all that she knew of the family interior she had heard from Mrs. Hamley, and she was uncertain as to how far her father was acquainted with them, so she did not like to question him too closely. Nor was he a man to be so questioned as to the domestic affairs of his patients. Sometimes she wondered if it was a dream, that short half hour in the library at Hamley Hall, when she had learnt a fact which seemed so all important to Osborne, yet which made so little difference in his way of life, either in speech or action. During the 12 or 14 hours or so that she had remained at the Hall afterward, no further allusion had been made to his marriage, either by himself or by Roger. It was indeed very like a dream. Probably Molly would have been rendered so much more uncomfortable in the possession of her secret if Osborne had struck her as particularly attentive in his devotion to Cynthia. She evidently amused and attracted him, but not in any lively or passionate kind of manner. He admired her beauty, and seemed to feel her charm, but he would leave her side and come to sit near Molly if anything reminded him of his mother, about which he could talk to her, and to her alone. Yet he came so often to the Gibsons that Mrs. Gibson might be excused for the fancy she had taken into her head that it was for Cynthia's sake. He liked the lounge, the friendliness, the company of two intelligent girls of beauty and manner above the average, one of whom stood in a particular relation to him, as having been especially beloved by the mother whose memory he cherished so fondly. Knowing himself to be out of the category of bachelors, he was, perhaps, too indifferent as to other people's ignorance and its possible consequences. Somehow Molly did not like to be the first to introduce Roger's name into the conversation, so she lost many an opportunity of hearing intelligence about him. Osborne was often so languid or so absent that he only followed the lead of the talk; and as an awkward fellow, who had paid her no particular attention, and as a second son, Roger was not preeminent in Mrs. Gibson's thoughts. Cynthia had never seen him, and the freak did not take her so often to speak about him. He had not come home since he had obtained his high place in the mathematical lists, that Molly knew, and she knew too that he was working hard for something; she supposed a fellowship, and that was all. Osborne's tone in the speaking of him was always the same. Every word, every inflection of the voice breathed out affection and respect, nay, even admiration. And this from the nil admirari brother, who seldom carried his exertions so far. "Ah, Roger," he said one day. Molly caught the name in an instant, though she had not heard what had gone before. "He is a fellow in 1,000, in 1,000 indeed. I don't believe there is his match anywhere for goodness and real solid power combined." "Molly," said Cynthia, after Mr. Osborne Hamley had gone, "what sort of man is this Roger Hamley? One can't tell how much to believe of his brother's praises, for it is the one subject on which Osborne Hamley becomes enthusiastic. I've noticed it once or twice before." While Molly hesitated on which point of the large round to begin her description, Mrs. Gibson struck in. "It just shows what a sweet disposition Osborne Hamley is of, that he should praise his brother as he does. I dare say he is senior wrangler, and much good may it do for him. I don't deny that; but as for conversation, he's as heavy can be. A great awkward fellow to boot, who looks as if he did not know 2 and 2 made 4, for all he is such a mathematical genius. You would hardly believe he was Osborne Hamley's brother to see him. I should not think he had a profile at all." "What do you think of him, Molly?" said the persevering Cynthia. "I like him," said Molly. "He has been very kind to me. I know he isn't handsome like Osborne." It was rather difficult to say all this quietly, but Molly managed to do it, quite aware that Cynthia would not rest till she had extracted some kind of opinion out of her. "I suppose he will come home at Easter," said Cynthia, "and then I shall see him for myself." "It's a great pity that their being in mourning will prevent them going to the Easter charity ball," said Mrs. Gibson plaintively. "I shan't like to take you two girls, if you are not to have any partners. It will put me in such an awkward position. I wish we could join on to the Towers party. That would secure you partners, for they always bring a number of dancing men, who might dance with you after they have done their duty by the ladies of the house. But really everything is so changed since dear Lady Cumnor has been an invalid, that perhaps they won't go at all." This Easter ball was a great subject of conversation with Mrs. Gibson. She sometimes spoke of it as her first appearance in society as a bride, though she had been visiting once or twice a week all winter long. Then she shifted her ground, and said she felt so much interest in it, because she would have the responsibility of introducing both her own and Mr. Gibson's daughter to public notice, though the fact was that pretty nearly every one who was going to this ball had seen the two young ladies, though not their ball dresses, before. but aping the manners of the aristocracy as far as she knew them, she intended to bring out Molly and Cynthia on this occasion, which she regarded in something of the light as a presentation at court. "They are not out yet," was her favourite excuse when either of them was invited to any house to which she did not wish them to go, or invited without her. She even made a difficulty of their not being out when Miss Browning, that old friend of the Gibson family, came in one morning to ask the two girls to come to a very friendly tea and a round game afterward. This mild piece of gaiety being designed as an attention to 3 of Mr. Goodenough's grandchildren, 2 young ladies and their schoolboy brother, who were staying on a visit to their grandmamma. "You are very kind, Miss Browning, but you see I hardly like to let them go. They are not out, you know, till after the Easter ball." "Till then we are invisible," said Cynthia, always ready with her mockery to exaggerate any pretension of her mother's. "We are so high in rank that our sovereign must give us her sanction before we can play a round game at your house." Cynthia enjoyed the idea of her own full-grown size and stately nature, as contrasted with that of a meek half-fledged girl in the nursery, but Miss Browning was half puzzled and half affronted. "I don't understand it at all. In my days girls went wherever it pleased people to ask them, without this farce of bursting out in all their new fine clothes at some public place. I don't mean but what the gentry took their daughters to York or Matlock or Bath to give them a taste of gay society when they were growing up, and the quality went up to London, and their young ladies were presented to Queen Charlotte, and went to a birthday ball perhaps. But for us little Hollingford people, why, we knew every child amongst us from the day of its birth, and many a girl of 12 or 14 have I seen go to a card party, and sit quiet at her work, and know how to behave as well as any lady there. There was no talk of coming out in those days for any one under the daughter of a squire. After Easter, Molly and I shall know how to behave at a card party, but not before," said Cynthia demurely. "You're always fond of your quips and cranks, my dear," said Miss Browning, "and I wouldn't quite answer for your behaviour. You sometimes let your spirits carry you away. But I'm quite sure Molly will be a little lady as she always is and always was, and I have known her from a babe." Mrs. Gibson took up arms on behalf of her own daughter, or rather, she took up arms against Molly's praises. "I don't think you would have called Molly a lady the other day, Miss Browning, if you had found her where I did, sitting up in a cherry tree, 6 feet from the ground at least, I do assure you." "Oh, but that wasn't pretty," said Miss Browning, shaking her head at Molly. "I thought you'd left off those tomboy ways." "She wants the refinement which good society gives in several ways," said Mrs. Gibson, returning to attack on poor Molly. "She's very apt to come upstairs 2 at a time." "Only 2, Molly!" said Cynthia. "Why, to-day I found I could manage 4 of these broad shallow steps." "My dear child, what are you saying?" "Only confessing that I, like Molly, want the refinement which good society gives. Therefore please do let us go to Miss Browning's this evening. I will pledge myself for Molly that she shan't sit in a cherry tree, and Molly shall see that I don't go upstairs in an unladylike way. I will go upstairs as meekly as if I were a come-out young lady, and had been to the Easter ball." So it was agreed that they should go. If Mr. Osborne Hamley had been named as one of the probable visitors, there would have been none of this difficulty about the affair. But though he was not there, his brother Roger was. Molly saw him in a minute when she entered the little drawing-room, but Cynthia did not. "And see, my dears," said Miss Phoebe Browning, turning them round to the side where Roger stood waiting for his turn of speaking to Molly, "we've got a gentleman for you after all. Wasn't it fortunate? Just as sister said that you might find it dull, you, Cynthia, she meant, because you know you come from France. And then, just as if he had been sent from heaven, Mr. Roger came in to call. And I won't say we laid violent hands on him, because he was too good for that, but really we should have been near it if he had not stayed of his own accord." The moment Roger had done his cordial greeting to Molly, he asked her to introduce him to Cynthia. "I want to know her, your new sister," he added, with the kind smile Molly remembered so well since the very first day she had seen it directed towards her, as she sate crying under the weeping ash. Cynthia was standing a little behind Molly when Roger asked for this introduction. She was generally dressed with careless grace. Molly, who was delicate neatness itself, used sometimes to wonder how Cynthia's tumbled gowns, tossed away so untidily, had the art of looking so well and falling in such graceful folds. For instance, the pale lilac muslin gown that she wore this evening had been worn many times before, and had looked unfit to wear again until Cynthia put it on. Then the limpness became softness, and the very creases took the lines of beauty. Molly, in a daintily clean pink muslin, did not look half so elegantly dressed as Cynthia. The grave eyes that the latter raised when she had to be presented to Roger had a sort of childlike innocence and wonder about them, which did not quite belong to Cynthia's character. She put on her armour of magic that evening, involuntarily, as she always did, but, on the other side, she could not help trying her power on strangers. Molly had always felt that she should have a right to a good long talk with Roger when she next saw him, and that he would tell her, or she should gather from him, all the details she so longed to hear about the Squire, about the Hall, about Osborne, about himself. He was just as cordial and friendly as ever with her. If Cynthia had not been there, all would have gone on as she had anticipated. But of all the victims to Cynthia's charms, he fell most prone and abject. Molly saw it all, as she was sitting next to Miss Phoebe at the tea table, acting right hand, and passing cake, cream, sugar, with such busy assiduity that everyone besides herself thought that her mind, as well as her hands, was fully occupied. She tried to talk to the two shy girls, as in virtue of her 2 years' seniority she thought herself bound to do, and the consequence was, she went upstairs with the twain clinging to her arms, and willing to swear an eternal friendship. Nothing would satisfy them but that she must sit between them at 20 ans, and they were so desirous of her advice in the important point of fixing the price of the counters that she could not even have joined in the animated tête-à-tête going on between Roger and Cynthia. Or rather, it would be more correct to say that Roger was talking in a most animated manner to Cynthia, whose sweet eyes were fixed upon his face with a look of great interest in all he was saying, while it was only now and then that she made her low replies. Molly caught a few words occasionally in intervals of business. "At my uncle's we always gave a silver 3d. for 3 dozen. You know what a silver 3d. is, don't you, dear Miss Gibson?" "The 3 classes are published in the Senate House at 9 o'clock on Friday morning, and you can't imagine—" "I think it would be thought rather shabby to play at anything less than 6d. That gentleman," this in a whisper, "is at Cambridge, and you know they always play very high there, and sometimes ruin themselves, don't they, dear Miss Gibson?" "On this occasion, the Master of Arts who precedes the candidates for honours when they go into the Senate House is called the Father of the College to which he belongs. I think I mentioned that before, didn't I?" So Cynthia was hearing all about Cambridge, and the very examination about which Molly had felt such keen interest, without having ever been able to have her questions answered by a competent person. And Roger, to whom she had always looked as the final and most satisfactory answerer, was telling all she wanted to know, and she could not listen. It took all her patience to make up little packets of counters, and settle, as the arbiter of the game, whether it would be better for the round or the oblong counters to be reckoned as 6. When all was done, and every one sate in their places round the table, Roger and Cynthia had to be called twice before they came. They stood up, it is true, at the first sound of their names, but they did not move. Roger went on talking, Cynthia listening, till the second call, when they hurried to the table, and tried to appear all on a sudden quite interested in the great questions of the game, namely, the price of 3 dozen counters, and whether, all things considered, it would be better to call the round counters or the oblong, half a dozen each. Miss Browning, drumming the pack of cards on the table, and quite ready to begin dealing, decided the matter by saying, "Rounds are 6s, and 3 dozen counters cost 6d. Pay up if you please, and let us begin at once." Cynthia sate between Roger and William Osborne, the young schoolboy, who bitterly resented on this occasion his sister's habit of calling him Willie, as he thought that it was this boyish sobriquet which prevented Cynthia from attending as much to him as to Mr. Roger Hamley. He was also charmed by the charmer, who found leisure to give him 1 or 2 of her sweet smiles. On his return home to his grandmamma's, he gave out 1 or 2 very decided and rather original opinions, quite opposed, as was natural, to his sister's. One was, that after all a senior wrangler was no great shakes, any man might be one if he liked, but there were a lot of fellows that he knew who would be very sorry to go in for anything so slow. Molly thought the game would never end. She had no particular turn for gambling in her, and whatever her card might be, she regularly put 2 counters, indifferent as to whether she won or lost. Cynthia, on the contrary, staked high, and was at one time very rich, but ended by being in debt to Molly something like 6 shillings. She had forgotten her purse, she said, and was obliged to borrow from the more provident Molly, who was aware that the round game of which Miss Browning had spoken to her was likely to require money. If it was not a very merry affair for all the individuals concerned, it was a very noisy one on the whole. Molly thought it was going to last till midnight, but punctually as the clock struck 9, the little maid-servant staggered in under the weight of a tray loaded with sandwiches, cakes, and jelly. This brought on a general move, and Roger, who appeared to have been on the watch for something of the kind, came and took a chair by Molly. "I am so glad to see you again. It seems such a long time since Christmas," said he, dropping his voice, and not alluding more exactly to the day when she had left the hall. "It is a long time," she replied. "We are close to Easter now. I have so wanted to tell you how glad I was to hear about your honours at Cambridge. I once thought of sending you a message through your brother, but then I thought it might be making too much fuss, because I knew nothing of mathematics or of the value of a senior wranglership, and you were sure to have so many congratulations from people who did know." "I missed yours, though, Molly," he said kindly, "but I felt sure you were glad for me." "Glad and proud too," said she. "I should so like to hear something more about it. I heard you telling Cynthia." "Yes, what a charming person she is! I should think you must be happier than we expected long ago." "But tell me something about the senior wranglership, please," said Molly. "It's a long story, and I ought to be helping the Miss Brownings to hand sandwiches. Besides, you wouldn't find it very interesting. It's so full of technical details." "Cynthia looked very much interested," said Molly. "Well, then I refer you to her, for I must go now. I can't for shame go on sitting here and letting those good ladies have all the trouble. But I shall come and call on Mrs. Gibson soon. Are you walking home tonight?" "Yes, I think so," replied Molly, eagerly foreseeing what was to come. "Then I shall walk home with you. I left my horse at the George, and that's half-way. I suppose old Betty will allow me to accompany you and your sister. You used to describe her as something of a dragon." "Betty has left us," said Molly sadly. "She's gone to live at a place at Ashcombe." He made a face of dismay, and then went off to his duties. The short conversation had been very pleasant, and his manner had had just the brotherly kindness of old times, but it was not quite the manner he had to Cynthia, and Molly half thought she would have preferred the latter. He was now hovering about Cynthia, who had declined the offer of refreshments from Willie Osborne. Roger was tempting her, and with playful entreaties urging her to take something from him. Every word they said could be heard by the whole room, yet every word was said, on Roger's part at least, as if he could not have spoken it in that peculiar manner to any one else. At length, and rather more because she was weary of being entreated than because it was his wish, Cynthia took a macaroon, and Roger seemed as happy as though she had crowned him with flowers. The whole affair was as trifling and commonplace as could be in itself hardly worth noticing, and yet Molly did notice it, and felt uneasy. She could not tell why. As it turned out, it was a rainy night, and Mrs. Gibson sent a fly for the two girls instead of old Betty's substitute. Both Cynthia and Molly thought of the possibility of their taking the two Osborne girls back to their grandmother's, and so saving them a wet walk. But Cynthia got the start in speaking about it, and the thanks and the implied praise for thoughtfulness were hers. When they got home, Mr. and Mrs. Gibson were sitting in the drawing-room, quite ready to be amused by any details of the evening. Cynthia began, "Oh, it wasn't very entertaining. One didn't expect that," and she yawned wearily. "Who were there?" asked Mr. Gibson. "Quite a young party, wasn't it?" They'd only asked Lizzie and Fanny Osborne and their brother, but Mr. Roger Hamley had ridden over and called on the Miss Brownings, and they had kept him to tea. No one else. "Roger Hamley there," said Mr. Gibson. "He's come home, then. I must make time to ride over and see him." "You'd much better ask him here," said Mrs. Gibson. "Suppose you invite him and his brother to dine here on Friday, my dear. It would be a very pretty attention, I think." "My dear, these young Cambridge men have very good taste in wine, and don't spare it. My cellar won't stand many of their attacks." "I didn't think you were so inhospitable, Mr. Gibson." "I'm not inhospitable, I'm sure. If you'll put bitter beer in the corner of your notes of invitation, just as the smart people put quadrilles as a sign of entertainment offered, we'll have Osborne and Roger to dinner any day you like. And what did you think of my favourite, Cynthia? You hadn't seen him before, I think." "Oh, he's nothing like so handsome as his brother, nor so polished, nor so easy to talk to." He entertained me for more than an hour with a long account of some examination or other. But there's something one likes about him." "Well, and Molly?" said Mrs. Gibson, who piqued herself on being an impartial stepmother, and who always tried hard to make Molly talk as much as Cynthia. "What sort of an evening have you had?" "Very pleasant, thank you." Her heart a little belied her as she said this. She had not cared for the round game, and she would have cared for Roger's conversation. She had had what she was indifferent to, and not had what she would have liked. "We've had an unexpected visitor, too," said Mr. Gibson. "Just after dinner, who should come in but Mr. Preston. I fancy he's having more of the management of the Hollingford property than formerly. Sheepshanks is getting an old man, and if so, I suspect we shall see a good deal of Preston. He's no blate, as they used to say in Scotland, and made himself quite at home to-night. If I'd asked him to stay, or indeed, if I'd done anything but yawn, he'd have been here now. But I defy any man to stay when I have a fit of yawning." "Do you like Mr. Preston, papa?" asked Molly. "About as much as I do half the men I meet. He talks well, and has seen a good deal. I know very little of him, though, except that he's my lord's steward, which is a guarantee for a good deal. Lady Harriet spoke pretty strongly against him that day I was with her at the Manor House." "Lady Harriet's always full of fancies. She likes persons to-day and dislikes them to-morrow," said Mrs. Gibson, who was touched on her sore point whenever Molly quoted Lady Harriet, or said anything to imply ever so transitory an intimacy with her. "You must know a good deal about Mr. Preston, my dear. I suppose you saw a good deal of him at Ashcombe." Mrs. Gibson coloured, and looked at Cynthia before she replied. Cynthia's face was set into a determination not to speak, however much she might be referred to. "Yes, we saw a good deal of him at one time, I mean. But he always sent us game and sometimes fruit. There were some stories against him, but I never believed them." "What kind of stories?" said Mr. Gibson quickly. "Oh, vague stories, you know, scandal, I dare say. No one ever believed them. He could be so agreeable if he chose, and my lord, who is so very particular, would never have kept him as agent if they were true. Not that I ever knew what they were, for I consider all scandal as abominable gossip." "I'm very glad I yawned in his face," said Mr. Gibson. "I hope he'll take the hint." "If it was one of your giant gapes, papa, I should call it more than a hint," said Molly. "And if you want a yawning chorus the next time he comes, I'll join in. Won't you, Cynthia?" "I don't know," replied the latter shortly, as she lighted her bed candle. The two girls had usually some nightly conversation in one or other of their bedrooms, but to-night Cynthia said something or other about being terribly tired, and hastily shut her door. The very next day, Roger came to pay his promised call. Molly was out in the garden with Williams, planning the arrangement of some new flower beds, and deep in her employment of placing pegs upon the lawn to mark out the different situations, when, standing up to mark the effect, her eye was caught by the figure of a gentleman, sitting with his back to the light, leaning forwards and talking or listening eagerly. Molly knew the shape of the head perfectly, and hastily began to pull off her brown holland gardening apron, emptying the pockets as she spoke to Williams. "You can finish it now, I think," said she. "You know about the bright coloured flowers being against the privet hedge, and where the new rose bed is to be." "I can't justly say as I do," said he. "Maybe you'll just go o'er it all once again, Miss Molly. I'm not so young as I once was, and my head is not so clear nowadays, and I'd be loth to make mistakes when you're so set upon your plans." Molly gave up her impulse in a moment. She saw that the old gardener was really perplexed, yet that he was as anxious as he could be to do his best. So she went over the ground again, pegging and explaining, till the wrinkled brow was smooth again, and he kept saying, "I see, miss. All right, Miss Molly. I's gotten it in my head as clear as patchwork now." So she could leave him and go in. But just as she was close to the garden door, Roger came out. It really was for once a case of virtue its own reward, for it was far pleasanter to her to have him in a tête-à-tête, however short, than in the restraint of Mrs. Gibson's and Cynthia's presence. "I only just found out where you were, Molly. Mrs. Gibson said you had gone out, but she didn't know where, and it was the greatest chance that I turned round and saw you." "I saw you some time ago, but I couldn't leave Williams. I think he was unusually slow to-day, and he seemed as if he couldn't understand my plan for the new flower beds." "Is that the paper you've got in your hands? Let me look at it, will you? Ah, I see. You've borrowed some of your ideas from our garden at home, haven't you? This bed of scarlet geraniums, with the border of young oaks pegged down, that was a fancy of my dear mother's." They were both silent for a minute or two. Then Molly said, "How is the Squire? I've never seen him since." "No, he told me how much he wanted to see you, but he couldn't make up his mind to come and call. I suppose it would never do now for you to come and stay at the Hall, would it? It would give my father so much pleasure. He looks upon you as a daughter, and I'm sure both Osborne and I shall always consider you are like a sister to us, after all my mother's love for you, and your tender care of her at last. But I suppose it wouldn't do." "No, certainly not," said Molly, hastily. "I fancy if you could come, it would put us a little to rights. You know, as I think I once told you, Osborne has behaved differently to what I should have done, though not wrongly, only what I call an error of judgment. But my father, I'm sure, has taken up some notion of never mind, only the end of it is that he holds Osborne still in tacit disgrace, and is miserable himself all the time. Osborne, too, is sore and unhappy, and estranged from my father. It is just what my mother would have put right very soon, and perhaps you could have done it, unconsciously, I mean, for this wretched mystery that Osborne preserves about his affairs is at the root of it all. But there's no use talking about it. I don't know why I began." Then, with a wrench, changing the subject, while Molly still thought of what he had been telling her, he broke out, "I can't tell you how much I like Miss Kirkpatrick, Molly. It must be a great pleasure to you, having such a companion." "Yes," said Molly, half smiling, "I'm very fond of her, and I think I like her better every day I know her. But how quickly you have found out her virtues!" "I didn't say virtues, did I?" asked he, reddening, but putting the question in all good faith. "Yet I don't think one could be deceived in that face, and Mrs. Gibson appears to be a very friendly person. She has asked Osborne and me to dine here on Friday." Bitter beer came into Molly's mind, but what she said was, "And are you coming?" "Certainly I am, unless my father wants me, and I've given Mrs. Gibson a conditional promise for Osborne too. So I shall see you all very soon again. But I must go now. I have to keep an appointment 7 miles from here in half an hour's time. Good luck to your flower garden, Molly." This is the end of Chapter 21, The Half-Sisters, read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, October 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 35. The Mother's Maneuver. Mr. Gibson was not at home at dinner, detained by some patient most probably. This was not an unusual occurrence, but it was rather an unusual occurrence for Mrs. Gibson to go down into the dining room and sit with him as he ate his deferred meal when he came in an hour or two later. In general, she preferred her easy-chair, or her corner of the sofa upstairs in the drawing-room, though it was very rarely that she would allow Molly to avail herself of her stepmother's neglected privilege. Molly would fain have gone down and kept her father company every night that he had these solitary meals, but for peace and quietness she gave up her own wishes on the subject. Mrs. Gibson took a seat by the fire in the dining-room, and patiently waited for the auspicious moment when Mr. Gibson, having satisfied his healthy appetite, turned from the table and took his place by her side. She got up, and with unaccustomed attention she moved the wine and glasses so that he could help himself without moving from his chair. "There now, are you comfortable? For I have a great piece of news to tell you," said she, when all was arranged. "I thought there was something on hand," said he, smiling. "Now for it." "Roger Hamley has been here this afternoon to bid us good-bye." "Good-bye? Is he gone? I did not know he was going so soon," exclaimed Mr. Gibson. "Yes, never mind, that's not it." "But tell me, has he left this neighbourhood? I wanted to have seen him." Yes, he left love and regret, and all that sort of thing for you. Now let me get on with my story. He found Cynthia alone, proposed to her, and was accepted." "Cynthia? Roger proposed to her, and she accepted him?" repeated Mr. Gibson slowly. "Yes, to be sure. Why not? You speak as if it was something so very surprising."
Did I? But I am surprised. He's a very fine young fellow, and I wish Cynthia joy, but do you like it? It will have to be a very long engagement." "Perhaps," said she, in a knowing manner. "At any rate, he will be away for 2 years," said Mr. Gibson. "A great deal may happen in 2 years," she replied. "Yes, he will have to run many risks, and go into many dangers, and will come back no nearer to the power of maintaining a wife than when he went out." "I don't know that," she replied, still in the arch manner of one possessing superior knowledge. "A little bird did tell me that Osborne's life is not so very secure. And then, what will Roger be? Heir to the estate?" "Who told you that about Osborne?" said he, facing round upon her, and frightening her with his sudden sternness of voice and manner. It seemed as if absolute fire came out of his long, dark, sunken eyes. "Who told you, I say?" She made a faint rally back into her former playfulness. "Why? Can you deny it? Is it not the truth?" "I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you that Osborne Hamley's life is in more danger than mine, or yours?" "Oh, don't speak in that frightening way. My life is not in danger, I'm sure, nor yours either, love, I hope." He gave an impatient movement, and threw a wineglass off the table. For the moment she felt grateful for the diversion, and busied herself in picking up the fragments. "Bits of glass were so dangerous," she said, but she was startled by a voice of command such as she had never yet heard from her husband. "Never mind the glass. I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you anything about Osborne Hamley's state of health?" "I'm sure I wish no harm to him, and I daresay he is in very good health, as you say," whispered she at last. "Who told?" began he again, sterner than ever. "Well, if you will know, and will make such a fuss of it," said she, driven to extremity, "it was you yourself. You or Dr. Nicholls, I am sure. I forget which." "I never spoke to you on the subject, and I don't believe Nicholls did. You had better tell me at once what you are alluding to, for I'm resolved I'll have it out before we leave this room." "I wish I'd never married again," she said, now fairly crying, and looked round the room, as if in vain searched for a mouse hole in which to hide herself. Then, as if the sight of the door into the storeroom gave her courage, she turned and faced him. "You should not talk your medical secrets so loud then, if you don't want people to hear them. I had to go into the storeroom that day Dr. Nicholls was here. Cook wanted a jar of preserve, and stopped me, just as I was going out. I'm sure it was for no pleasure of mine, for I was sadly afraid of stickying my gloves. It was all that you might have a comfortable dinner." She looked as if she were going to cry again, but he gravely motioned her to go on, merely saying, "Well, you overheard our conversation, I suppose?" "Not much," she answered eagerly, almost relieved by being thus helped out in her forced confession. "Only a sentence or two." "What were they?" he asked. "Why, you had just been saying something, and Dr. Nicholls said, if he had got aneurism of the aortal, his days are numbered." "Well, anything more?" "Yes. You said, I hope to God I may be mistaken, but there is a pretty clear indication of symptoms, in my opinion." "How do you know we were speaking of Osborne Hamley?" he asked, perhaps in hopes of throwing her off the scent; but as soon as she perceived that he was descending to her level of subterfuge, she took courage, and said in quite a different tone to the cowed one which she had been using, "Oh, I know. I heard his name mentioned by you both before I began to listen." "Then you own you did listen?" "Yes," said she, hesitating a little now. "And pray, how do you come to remember so exactly the name of the disease spoken of?" "Because I went now, don't be angry. I really can't see any harm in what I did." "Then don't deprecate anger. You went
into the surgery and looked it out. Why might not I?"
Mr. Gibson did not answer, did not look at her. His face was very pale, and both forehead and lips were contracted. At length he roused himself, sighed, and said, "Well, I suppose as one brews one must bake."
I don't understand what you mean," pouted she. "Perhaps not," he replied. "I suppose that it was what you heard on that occasion that made you change your behaviour to Roger Hamley. I have noticed how much more civil you were to him of late." "If you mean that I have never ever got to like him as much as Osborne, you are very much mistaken. No, not even though he is offered to Cynthia, and is to be my son-in-law." "Let me know the whole affair. You overheard. I will own that it was Osborne about whom we were speaking, although I shall have something to say about that presently. And then, if I understand you rightly, you changed your behaviour to Roger, and made him more welcome to this house than you had ever done before, regarding him as proximate heir to the Hamley estates?" "I don't know what you mean by proximate." "Go into the surgery, and look into the dictionary then," said he, losing his temper for the first time during the conversation. "I knew," said she, through sobs and tears, "that Roger had taken a fancy to Cynthia. Anyone might see that. And as long as Roger was only a younger son, with no profession and nothing but his fellowship, I thought it right to discourage him, as anyone who had a grain of common sense in them. For a clumsier, more common, awkward, stupid fellow I never saw, to be called county, I mean." "Take care. You'll have to eat your words presently, when you come to fancy he'll have Hamley some day." "No, I shan't," said she, not perceiving his exact drift. "You are vexed now because it is not Molly he's in love with, and I call it very unjust and unfair to my poor fatherless girl. I'm sure I have always tried to further Molly's interests as if she was my own daughter." Mr. Gibson was too indifferent to this accusation to take any notice of it. He returned to what was of far more importance to him. "The point I want to be clear about is this. Did you, or did you not, alter your behaviour to Roger in consequence of what you overheard of my professional conversation with Dr. Nicholls? Have you not favoured his suit to Cynthia since then, on the understanding gathered from that conversation that he stood a good chance of inheriting Hamley?" "I suppose I did," said she, sulkily. "And if I did, I can't see any harm in it, that I should be questioned as if I were in a witness box. He was in love with Cynthia long before that conversation, and she liked him so much. It was not for me to cross the path of true love. I don't see how you would have a mother love her child if she may not turn accidental circumstances to her advantage. Perhaps Cynthia had died if she had been crossed in love. Her poor father was consumptive." "Don't you know that all professional conversations are confidential? That it would be the most dishonourable thing possible for me to betray secrets which I learn in the exercise of my profession?" "Yes, of course, you." "Well, and are not you and I one in all these respects? You cannot do a dishonourable act without my being inculpated in the disgrace. If it would be a deep disgrace for me to betray a professional secret, what would it be for me to trade on that knowledge?" He was trying hard to be patient, but the offence was of that class which galled him insupportably. "I don't know what you mean by trading. Trading in a daughter's affections is the last thing I should do, and I should have thought you would be rather glad than otherwise to get Cynthia well married, and off your hands." Mr. Gibson got up and walked round the room, his hands in his pockets. Once or twice he began to speak, but he stopped impatiently short, without going on. "I don't know what to say to you," he said at length. "You either can't or won't see what I mean. I'm glad enough to have Cynthia here. I have given her a true welcome, and I sincerely hope she will find this house as much a home as my own daughter does. But for the future I must look out of my doors and double lock the approaches if I am so foolish as to... However, that's past and gone, and it remains with me to prevent its recurrence as far as I can for the future. Now, let us hear the present state of affairs." "I don't think I ought to tell you anything about it. It is a secret, just as much as your mysteries are." "Very well. You have told me enough for me to act upon, which I most certainly shall do. It was only the other day I promised the Squire to let him know if I suspected anything, any love affair, or entanglement, much less an engagement,
between either of his sons and our girls. But this is not an engagement. He would not let it be so. If you would only listen to me, I could tell you all. Only I do hope you won't go and tell the Squire and everybody. Cynthia did so beg that it might not be known. It is only my unfortunate frankness has led me into this scrape. I never could keep a secret from those whom I love. I must tell the Squire. I shall not mention it to anyone else. And do you quite think it was consistent with your general frankness to have overheard what you did, and never to have mentioned it to me? I could have told you then that Dr. Nicholls' opinion was decidedly opposed to mine, and that he believed and believes that the disturbance about which I consulted him on Osborne's behalf was merely temporary. Dr. Nicholls would tell you that Osborne is as likely as any man to live and marry and beget children. If there was any skill used by Mr. Gibson so to word this speech as to conceal his own opinion, Mrs. Gibson was not sharp enough to find it out. She was dismayed, and Mr. Gibson enjoyed her dismay. It restored him to something like his usual frame of mind. "Let us review this misfortune, for I see you consider it as such," said he. "No, not quite a misfortune," said she. "But certainly if I had known Dr. Nicholls' opinion—" She hesitated. "You see the advantage of always consulting me," he continued gravely. "Here is Cynthia engaged—" "Not engaged, I told you before. He would not allow it to be considered an engagement on her part." "Well, entangled in a love affair with a lad of 23, which nothing beyond his fellowship and a chance of inheriting an encumbered estate, no profession even, abroad for 2 years, and I must go and tell his father all about it to-morrow." "Oh dear! Pray say that if he dislikes it, he has only to express his opinion." "I don't think you can act without Cynthia in the affair, and if I am not mistaken, Cynthia will have a pretty stout will of her own on the subject." "Oh, I don't think she cares for him very much. She is not one to be always falling in love, and she does not take things very deeply to heart. But of course one would not do anything abruptly. 2 years' absence gives one plenty of time to turn oneself in." "But a little while ago we were threatened with consumption and an early death if Cynthia's affections were thwarted." "Oh, you dear creature, how you remember all my silly words! It might be, you know. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick was consumptive, and Cynthia may have inherited it, and a great sorrow might bring out the latent seeds. At times I am so fearful. But I dare say it is not probable, for I don't think she takes things very deeply to heart." "Then I am quite at liberty to give up the affair, acting as Cynthia's proxy, if the Squire disapproves of it?" Poor Mrs. Gibson was in a strait at this question. "No," she said at last, "we cannot give it up. I'm sure Cynthia would not, especially if she thought others were acting for her. And he really is very much in love. I wish he were in Osborne's place." "Shall I tell you what I should do?" said Mr. Gibson in real earnest. "However it may have been brought about, here are 2 young people in love with each other. One is as fine a young fellow as ever breathed; the other a very pretty, lively, agreeable girl. The father of the young man must be told, and it is most likely he will bluster and oppose, for there is no doubt it is an imprudent affair as far as money goes. But let him be steady and patient, and a better lot need await no young woman. I only wish it were Molly's good fortune to meet with such another." "I will try for her, I will indeed," said Mrs. Gibson, relieved by his change of tone. "No, don't. That's one thing I forbid. I'll have no trying for Molly." "Well, don't be so angry, dear. Do you know I was quite afraid you were going to lose your temper at one time." "It would have been no use," said he, gloomily, getting up as if to close the sitting. His wife was only too glad to make her escape. The conjugal interview had not been satisfactory to either. Mr. Gibson had been compelled to face and acknowledge the fact that the wife he had chosen had a very different standard of conduct to that which he had upheld all his life, and had hoped to have seen inculcated in his daughter. He was more irritated than he chose to show, for there was so much of self-reproach in his irritation that he kept the feeling to himself, brooded over it, and allowed a feeling of suspicious dissatisfaction with his wife to grow up in his mind, which extended it by and by to the innocent Cynthia, and caused his manner to both mother and daughter to assume a certain curt severity, which took the latter at any rate with extreme surprise. But on the present occasion he followed his wife up to the drawing-room, and gravely congratulated the astonished Cynthia. "Has mamma told you?" said she, shooting an indignant glance at her mother. "It is hardly an engagement, and we all pledged ourselves to keep it a secret, mamma among the rest." "But, my dearest Cynthia, you could not have wished me to keep a secret from my husband?" pleaded Mrs. Gibson. "No, perhaps not. At any rate, sir," said Cynthia, turning towards him with graceful frankness, "I am glad you should know it. You have always been a most kind friend to me, and I daresay I should have told you myself, but I did not want it named. If you please, it must still be a secret. In fact, it is hardly an engagement. She blushed and sparkled a little at the euphemism, which implied that there was but one he present in her thoughts at the moment. "He would not allow me to bind myself by any promise until his return." Mr. Gibson looked gravely at her, irresponsive to her winning looks, which at the moment reminded him too forcibly of her mother's ways. Then he took her hand, and said, seriously enough, "I hope you are worthy of him, Cynthia, for you have indeed drawn a prize. I have never known a truer or warmer heart than Roger's, and I have known him, boy and man." Molly felt as if she could have thanked her father aloud for this testimony to the value of him who was gone away. But Cynthia pouted a little before she smiled up in his face. "You are not complimentary, are you, Mr. Gibson?" said she. "He thinks me worthy, I suppose, and if you have so high an opinion of him, you ought to respect his judgment of me." If she hoped to provoke a compliment, she was disappointed, for Mr. Gibson let go of her hand in an absent manner, and sat down in an easy chair by the fire, gazing at the wood embers as if hoping to read the future in them. Molly saw Cynthia's eyes fill with tears, and followed her to the other end of the room, where she had gone to seek some working materials. "Dear Cynthia," was all she said, but she pressed her hand while trying to assist in the search. "Oh, Molly, I'm so fond of your father. What makes him speak so to me to-night?" "I don't know," said Molly. "Perhaps he's tired." They were recalled from further conversation by Mr. Gibson. He had roused himself from his reverie, and was now addressing Cynthia. "I hope you will not consider it a breach of confidence, Cynthia, but I must tell the Squire of what has taken place to-day between you and his son. I have bound myself by a promise to him. He was afraid it's as well to tell you the truth he was afraid," an emphasis on this last word, "of something of this kind between his sons and one of you two girls. It was only the other day I assured him there was nothing of the kind on foot, and I told him that I would inform him at once if I saw any symptoms." Cynthia looked extremely annoyed. "It was the one thing I stipulated for secrecy." "But why?" said Mr. Gibson. "I can understand your not wishing to have it made public under the present circumstances, but the nearest friends on both sides, surely you had no objection to that?" "Yes, I have," said Cynthia. "I would not have had any one know if I could have helped it." "I'm most certain Roger will tell his father." "No, he won't," said Cynthia. "I made him promise, and I think he is one to respect a promise," with a glance at her mother, who, feeling herself in disgrace with both husband and child, was keeping a judicious silence. "Well, at any rate, the story would have come with so much better a grace from him that I shall give him the chance. I won't go over to the Hall till the end of the week. He may have written and told his father before then."
Cynthia held her tongue for a little while. Then she said with tearful pettishness, "A man's promise is to override a woman's wish, then, is it?" "I don't see any reason why it should not." "Will you trust in my reasons when I tell you it will cause me a great deal of distress if it gets known?" She said this in so pleading a voice that if Mr. Gibson had not been thoroughly displeased and annoyed by his previous conversation with her mother, he must have yielded to her. As it was, he said coldly, "Telling Roger's father is not making it public. I don't like this exaggerated desire for such secrecy, Cynthia. It seems to me as if something more than was apparent was concealed behind it." "Come, Molly," said Cynthia suddenly, "let us sing that duet I've been teaching you. It's better than talking as we are doing." It was a lively little French duet. Molly sang it carelessly, with heaviness in her heart, but Cynthia sang it with spirit and apparent merriment. Only she broke down in hysterics at last, and flew upstairs to her own room. Molly, heeding nothing else, neither her father nor Mrs. Gibson's words, followed her, and found the door of her bedroom locked, and for all reply to her entreaties to be allowed to come in, she heard Cynthia sobbing and crying. It was more than a week after the incidents last recorded before Mr. Gibson found himself at liberty to call on the Squire, and he heartily hoped that long before then Roger's letter might have arrived from Paris, telling his father the whole story. But he saw at the first glance that the Squire had heard nothing unusual to disturb his equanimity. He was looking better than he had done for months past. The light of hope was in his eyes. His face seemed of a healthy, ruddy colour, gained partly by his resumption of out-of-door employment in the superintendence of the works, and partly because the happiness he had lately through Roger's means caused his blood to flow with regular vigour. He had felt Roger's going away, it is true, but whenever the sorrow of parting with him pressed too heavily upon him, he filled his pipe and smoked it out over a long, slow, deliberate perusal of Lord Hollingford's letter, every word of it which he knew by heart, but expressions in which he made a pretence to himself of doubting, that he might have an excuse for looking at his son's praises once again. The first greetings over, Mr. Gibson plunged into his subject. "Any news from Roger yet?" "Oh, yes! Here's his letter," said the Squire, producing Let's black leather case, in which Roger's missive had been placed, along with the other very heterogeneous contents. Mr. Gibson read it, hardly seeing the words, after he had by one rapid glance assured himself that there was no mention of Cynthia in it. "I see he does not name one very important event that has befallen him since he left you," said Mr. Gibson, seizing on the first words that came. "I believe I'm committing a breach of confidence on one side, but I'm going to keep the promise I made the last time I was here. I find there is something of the kind you apprehended, you understand, between him and my stepdaughter, Cynthia Kirkpatrick. He called at our house to wish us good-bye, while waiting for the London coach, found her alone, and spoke to her. They don't call it an engagement, but of course it is one." "Give me back the letter," said the Squire, in a constrained kind of voice. Then he read it again, as if he had not previously mastered its contents, and as if there might be some sentence or sentences he had overlooked. "No," he said at last, with a sigh, "he tells me nothing about it. Lads may play at confidences with their fathers, but they keep a deal back." The Squire appeared more disappointed at not having heard of this straight from Roger than displeased at the fact itself, Mr. Gibson thought, but he let him take his time. "He's not the eldest son," continued the Squire, talking as if it were to himself, "but it's not the match I should have planned for him. How came you, sir," said he, firing round on Mr. Gibson suddenly, "to say, when you were last here, that there was nothing between my sons and either of your girls? Why, this must have been going on all the time." "I'm afraid it was, but I was as ignorant about it as the babe unborn. I only heard of it on the evening of the day of Roger's departure." "And that's a week ago, sir. What's kept you quiet ever since?" "I thought
that Roger would tell you himself. That shows you have no sons. More than half their life is unknown to their fathers. Why, Osborne there, we live together. That's to say, we have our meals together, and we sleep under the same roof, and yet, well, life is as God made it. You say it's not an engagement yet? But I wonder what I'm doing. Hoping for my lad's disappointment in the folly he set his heart on, and just when he's been helping me? Is it a folly, or is it not? I ask you, Gibson, for you must know this girl. She has not much money, I suppose. About £30 a year, at my pleasure during her mother's life. Whew! It's well he's not Osborne. They'll have to wait. What family is she of? None of 'em in trade, I reckon, for her being so poor?
I believe her father was grandson of a certain Sir Gerald Kirkpatrick. Her mother tells me it is an old baronetcy. I know nothing of such things.
Well, that's something. I do know something of such things, as you are pleased to call them. I like honourable blood.
Mr. Gibson could not help saying, but I'm afraid that only 1/8 of Cynthia's blood is honourable. I know nothing further of her relations, excepting the fact that her father was a curate.
Professional. Well, that's a step above trade at any rate. How old is she?
18 or 19.
Pretty?
Yes, I think so. Most people do. But it is all a matter of taste. Come, Squire, judge for yourself. Ride over and take lunch with us any day you like. I may not be in, but her mother will be there, and you can make acquaintance with your son's future wife. This was going too fast, however, presuming too much on the quietness with which the Squire had been questioning him. Mr. Hamley drew back within his shell, and spoke in a surly manner as he replied,
Roger's future wife. He'll be wiser by the time he comes home. 2 years among the black folk will have put more sense in him.
Possible, but not probable, I should say, replied Mr. Gibson. Black folk are not remarkable for their powers of reasoning, I believe, so that they have not much chance of altering his opinion by argument, even if they understand each other's language, and certainly if he shares my taste, their peculiarity of complexion will only make him appreciate whiteskins the more.
But you said it was no engagement, growled the Squire. If he thinks better of it, you won't keep him to it, will you?
If he wishes to break it off, I shall certainly advise Cynthia to be equally willing. That's all I can say. And I see no reason for discussing the affair further at present. I have told you how matters stand, because I promised you I would, if I saw anything of this kind going on. But in the present condition of things, we can neither make nor mar. We can only wait. And he took up his hat to go, but the Squire was discontent.
Don't go, Gibson. Don't take offence at what I've said, though I'm sure I don't know why you should. What is this girl like in herself?
I don't know what you mean, said Mr. Gibson. But he did, only he was vexed, and did not choose to understand.
Well, is she like your Molly, sweet-tempered and sensible, with her gloves always mended and neat about the feet, and ready to do anything one asks her, just as if doing it was the very thing she liked best in the world?
Mr. Gibson's face relaxed now, and he could understand all the Squire's broken sentences and unexplained meanings. She is much prettier than Molly to begin with, and has very winning ways. She is always well-dressed and smart-looking, and I know she has not much to spend on her clothes, and always does what she is asked to do, and is ready enough with her pretty lively answers. I don't think I ever saw her out of temper, but then I'm not sure if she takes things keenly to heart, and a certain obtuseness of feeling goes a great way towards a character for good temper, I've observed. Altogether, I think Cynthia is 1 in 100. The Squire meditated a little.
Your Molly is 1 in 1,000, to my mind. But then, you see, she comes of no family at all, and I don't suppose she'll have a chance of much money.
This he said as if he were thinking aloud, and without reference to Mr. Gibson. But it nettled the latter gentleman, and he replied somewhat impatiently,
Well, but as there is no question of Molly in this business, I don't see the use of bringing her name in, and considering either her family or her fortune." "No, to be sure not," said the Squire, rousing up. "My wits had gone far afield, and I'll own I was only thinking what a pity it was she would not do for Osborne. But of course it's out of the question, out of the question." "Yes," said Mr. Gibson. "And if you'll excuse me, Squire, I really must go now, and then you'll be at liberty to send your wits afield uninterrupted." This time he was at the door before the Squire called him back. He stood impatiently, hitting his top boots with his riding whip, waiting for the interminable last words. "I say, Gibson, we're old friends, and you're a fool if you take anything I say as an offence. Madam, your wife, and I did not hit it off the only time I ever saw her. I won't say she was silly, but I think one of us was silly, and it was not me. However, we'll pass that over. Suppose you bring her and this girl Cynthia, which is as outlandish a Christian name as I'd wish to hear, and little Molly, out here to lunch some day. I'm more at ease in my own house, and I'm more sure to be civil too. We need say nothing about Roger, neither the lass nor me, and you keep your wife's tongue quiet if you can. It will only be like a compliment to you on your marriage, you know, and no one must take it for anything more. Mind, no allusion or mention of Roger, and this piece of folly. I shall see the girl then, and I can judge her for myself, for, as you say, that will be the best plan. Osborne will be here too, and he's always in his element talking to women. I sometimes think he's half a woman himself, he spends so much money, and is so unreasonable." The Squire was pleased with his own speech and his own thought, and smiled a little as he finished speaking. Mr. Gibson was both pleased and amused, and he smiled too, anxious as he was to be gone. The next Thursday was soon fixed upon as the day on which Mr. Gibson was to bring his womankind out to the Hall. He thought that on the whole the interview had gone off a good deal better than he had expected, and felt rather proud of the invitation of which he was the bearer. Therefore, Mrs. Gibson's manner of receiving it was an annoyance to him. She, meanwhile, had been considering herself as an injured woman ever since the evening of the day of Roger's departure. What business had any one had to speak as if the chances of Osborne's life being prolonged were infinitely small, if in fact the matter was uncertain? She liked Osborne extremely, much better than Roger, and would gladly have schemed to secure him for Cynthia, if she had not shrunk from the notion of her daughter's becoming a widow. For if Mrs. Gibson had ever felt anything acutely, it was the death of Mr. Kirkpatrick, and amiably callous as she was in most things, she recoiled from exposing her daughter wilfully to the same kind of suffering which she herself had experienced. But if she had only known Dr. Nicholls' opinion, she would never have favoured Roger's suit. Never. And then Mr. Gibson himself. Why was he so cold and reserved in his treatment of her since that night of explanation? She had done nothing wrong, yet she was treated as though she were in disgrace, and everything about the house was flat just now. She even missed the little excitement of Roger's visits, and the watching of his attentions to Cynthia. Cynthia, too, was silent enough, and as for Molly, she was absolutely dull and out of spirits, a state of mind so annoying to Mrs. Gibson just now that she vented some of her discontent upon the poor girl, from whom she feared neither complaint nor repartee. End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 15. The New Mamma. On Tuesday afternoon Molly returned home, to the home which was already strange, and what Warwickshire people would call unked to her. New paint, new paper, new colours, grim servants dressed in their best, and objecting to every change, from their master's marriage to the new oilcloth in the hall, which tripped 'em up and threw 'em down, and was cold to the feet, and smelt just abominable. All these complaints Molly had to listen to, and it was not a cheerful preparation for the reception which she already felt to be so formidable. The sound of their carriage wheels was heard at last, and Molly went to the front door to meet them. Her father got out first, and took her hand and held it while he helped his bride to alight. Then he kissed her fondly and passed her on to his wife, but her veil was so securely and becomingly fastened down that it was some time before Mrs. Gibson could get her lips clear to greet her new daughter. Then there was luggage to be seen about, and both the travellers were occupied in this while Molly stood by, trembling with excitement, unable to help, and only conscious of Betty's rather cross looks, as heavy box after heavy box jammed up the passage. "Molly, my dear, show your mamma to her room." Mr. Gibson had hesitated, because the question of the name by which Molly was to call her new relation had never occurred to him before. The colour flashed into Molly's face. Was she to call her mamma, the name long appropriated in her mind to some one else, to her own dead mother? The rebellious heart rose against it, but she said nothing. She led the way upstairs, Mrs. Gibson turning round from time to time with some fresh direction as to which bag or trunk she needed most. She hardly spoke to Molly till they were both in the newly furnished bedroom, where a small fire had been lighted by Molly's orders. "Now, my love, we can embrace each other in peace. Oh dear, how tired I am!" after the embrace had been accomplished. "My spirits are so easily affected with fatigue, but your dear papa has been kindness itself. Dear, what an old-fashioned bed, and what a... but it doesn't signify. By and by we'll renovate the house, won't we, my dear? And you'll be my little maid to-night, and help me to arrange a few things, for I'm just worn out with the day's journey." "I've ordered a sort of tea dinner to be ready for you," said Molly. "Shall I go and tell them to send it in?" "I'm not sure if I can go down again to-night. It would be very comfortable to have a little table brought in here, and sit in my dressing-gown by this cheerful fire. But to be sure, there's your dear papa. I really don't think he would eat anything if I were not there. One must not think about oneself, you know. Yes, I'll come down in a quarter of an hour." But Mr. Gibson had found a note awaiting him, with an immediate summons to an old patient, dangerously ill, and, snatching a mouthful of food while his horse was being saddled, he had to resume at once his old habits of attention to his profession above everything. As soon as Mrs. Gibson found that he was not likely to miss her presence, he had eaten a very tolerable lunch of bread and cold meat in solitude, so her fears about his appetite in her absence were not well founded. She desired to have her meal upstairs in her own room, and poor Molly, not daring to tell the servants of this whim, had to carry up first a table, which, however small, was too heavy for her, and afterwards all the choice portions of the meal, which she had taken great pains to arrange on the table, as she had seen such things done at Hamley, intermixed with fruit and flowers that had that morning been sent in from various great houses where Mr. Gibson was respected and valued. How pretty Molly had thought her handiwork an hour or two before! How dreary it seemed as, at last released from Mrs. Gibson's conversation, she sat down in solitude to cold tea and the drumsticks of the chicken. No one to look at her preparations and admire her left-handedness and taste. She had thought that her father would be gratified by it, and then he had never seen it. She had meant her cares as an offering of goodwill to her stepmother, who even now was ringing her bell to have the tray taken away, and Miss Gibson summoned to her bedroom. Molly hastily finished her meal and went upstairs again. "I feel so lonely, darling, in this strange house. Do come and be with me, and help me to unpack. I think your dear papa might have put off his visit to Mr. Craven Smith for just this one evening." "Mr. Craven Smith couldn't put off his dying," said Molly, bluntly. "You droll girl," said Mrs. Gibson, with a faint laugh. "But if this Mr. Smith is dying, as you say, what's the use of your father's going off to him in such a hurry? Does he expect any legacy, or anything of that kind?" Molly bit her lips to prevent herself from saying something disagreeable. She only answered, "I don't quite know that he is dying. The man said so, and papa can sometimes do something to make the last struggle easier. At any rate, it's always a comfort to the family to have him." "What dreary knowledge of death you have learned for a girl of your age! Really, if I had heard all these details of your father's profession, I doubt if I could have brought myself to have him." "He doesn't make the illness or the death. He does his best against them. I call it a very fine thing to think of what he does or tries to do. And you will think so too, when you see how he is watched for, and how people welcome him." "Well, don't let us talk any more of such gloomy things to-night. I think I shall go to bed at once. I am so tired. If you will only sit by me till I get sleepy, darling. If you will talk to me, the sound of your voice will soon send me off." Molly got a book and read her stepmother to sleep, preferring that to the harder task of keeping up a continual murmur of speech. Then she stole down and went into the dining-room, where the fire was gone out, purposely neglected by the servants to mark their displeasure at their new mistress's having had her tea in her own room. Molly managed to light it, however, before her father came home, and collected and rearranged some comfortable food for him. Then she knelt down again on the hearth-rug, gazing into the fire in a dreamy reverie, which had enough of sadness about it to cause the tears to drop unnoticed from her eyes. But she jumped up and shook herself into brightness at the sound of her father's step. "How is Mr. Craven Smith?" said she. "Dead. He just recognized me. He was one of my first patients on coming to Hollingford." Mr. Gibson sat down in the armchair made ready for him, and warmed his hands at the fire, seeming neither to need food nor talk, as he went over a train of recollections. Then he roused himself from his sadness, and looking round the room, he said briskly enough, "And where's the new mamma?" "She was tired, and went to bed early. Oh, papa, must I call her mamma?" "I should like it," replied he, with a slight contraction of the brows. Molly was silent. She put a cup of tea near him. He stirred it and sipped it, and then he recurred to the subject. "Why shouldn't you call her mamma? I'm sure she means to do the duty of a mother to you. We all may make mistakes, and her ways may not be quite all at once our ways, but at any rate let us start with a family bond between us." What would Roger say was right? That was the question that rose to Molly's mind. She had always spoken of her father's new wife as Mrs. Gibson, and had once burst out at Miss Browning's with a protestation that she would never call her mamma. She did not feel drawn to her new relation by their intercourse that evening. She kept silence, though she knew her father was expecting an answer. At last he gave up his expectation and turned to another subject, told about their journey, questioned her as to the Hamleys, the Brownings, Lady Harriet, and the afternoon they had passed together at the Manor House. But there was a certain hardness and constraint in his manner, and in hers a heaviness and absence of mind. All at once she said, "Papa, I will call her mamma." He took her hand and grasped it tight, but for an instant or two he did not speak. Then he said, "You won't be sorry for it, Molly, when you come to lie as poor Craven Smith did to-night." For some time the murmurs and grumblings of the two elder servants were confined to Molly's ears, then they spread to her father's, who, to Molly's dismay, made summary work with them. "You don't like Mrs. Gibson's ringing her bell so often, don't you? You've been spoilt, I'm afraid, but if you don't conform to my wife's desires, you have the remedy in your own hands, you know." What servant ever resisted the temptation to give warning after such a speech as that? Betty told Molly she was going to leave, in as indifferent a manner as she could possibly assume towards the girl, whom she had tended and been about for the last 16 years. Molly had hitherto considered her former nurse as a fixture in the house. She would almost as soon have thought of her father's proposing to sever the relationship between them, and here was Betty coolly talking over whether her next place should be in town or country. but a great deal of this was assumed hardness. In a week or two Betty was in floods of tears at the prospect of leaving her nursling, and would fain have stayed and answered all the bells in the house once every quarter of an hour. Even Mr. Gibson's masculine heart was touched by the sorrow of the old servant, which made itself obvious to him every time he came across her, by her broken voice and her swollen eyes. One day he said to Molly, "I wish you'd ask your mamma if Betty might not stay, if she made a proper apology, and all that sort of thing." "I don't think it will be of any use," said Molly, in a mournful voice. "I know she is writing, or has written, about some under-housemaid at the Towers." "Well, all I want is peace and a decent quantity of cheerfulness when I come home. I see enough of tears in other people's houses. After all, Betty has been with us 16 years, a sort of service of the antique world. But the woman may be happier elsewhere. Do as you like about asking mamma, only if she agrees, I shall be quite willing." So Molly tried her hand at making a request to that effect to Mrs. Gibson. Her instinct told her she should be unsuccessful, but surely favour was never refused in so soft a tone. "My dear girl, I should never have thought of sending an old servant away, one who has had the charge of you from your birth, or nearly so. I could not have had the heart to do it. She might have stayed for ever for me, if she had only attended to all my wishes, and I am not unreasonable, am I? But you see she complained, and when your dear papa spoke to her, she gave warning, and it is quite against my principles ever to take an apology from a servant who has given warning." "She is so sorry," pleaded Molly. "She says she will do anything you wish, and attend to all your orders, if she may only stay." "But, sweet one, you seem to forget that I cannot go against my principles, however much I may be sorry for Betty. She should not have given way to ill temper. As I said before, although I never liked her, and considered her a most inefficient servant, thoroughly spoilt by having had no mistress for so long, I should have borne with her, at least I think I should, as long as I could. Now I have all but engaged Maria, who was under housemaid at the Towers, so don't let me hear any more of Betty's sorrow, or anybody else's sorrow, for I'm sure, what with your dear papa's sad stories and other things, I'm getting quite low." Molly was silent for a moment or two. "Have you quite engaged Maria?" asked she. "No, I said all but engaged. Sometimes one would think you did not hear things, dear Molly," replied Mrs. Gibson petulantly. "Maria is living in a place where they don't give her as much wages as she deserves. Perhaps they can't afford it, poor things. I'm always sorry for poverty, and would never speak hardly of those who are not rich. But I have offered her £2 more than she gets at present, so I think she'll leave. At any rate, if they increase her wages, I shall increase my offer in proportion, so I think I'm sure to get her. Such a genteel girl, always brings in a letter on a salver." "Poor Betty," said Molly softly. "Poor old soul! I hope she'll profit by the lesson, I'm sure," sighed out Mrs. Gibson. "But it's a pity we hadn't Maria before the county families began to call." Mrs. Gibson had been highly gratified by the circumstances of so many calls from county families. Her husband was much respected, and many ladies from various halls, courts, and houses, who had profited by his services towards themselves and their families, thought it right to pay his new wife the attention of a call when they drove into Hollingford to shop. The state of expectation into which these calls threw Mrs. Gibson rather diminished Mr. Gibson's domestic comfort. It was awkward to be carrying hot, savoury-smelling dishes from the kitchen to the dining-room at the very moment when high-born ladies, with noses of aristocratic refinement, might be calling. Still more awkward was the accident which happened in consequence of clumsy Betty's haste to open the front door to a lofty footman's rantan, which caused her to set down the basket containing the dirty plates right in his mistress's way, as she stepped gingerly through the comparative darkness of the hall. And then the young men, leaving the dining-room quietly enough, but bursting with long-repressed giggle, or no longer restraining their tendency to practical joking, no matter who might be in the passage when they made their exit. The remedy proposed by Mrs. Gibson for all these distressing grievances was a late dinner. The luncheon for the young men, as she observed to her husband, might be sent into the surgery. A few elegant cold trifles for herself and Molly would not scent the house, and she would always take care to have some little dainty ready for him. He acceded, but unwillingly, for it was an innovation on the habits of a lifetime, and he felt as if he should never be able to arrange his rounds aright with this new-fangled notion of a 6 o'clock dinner. "Don't get any dainties for me, my dear. Bread and cheese is the chief of my diet, like it was that of the old woman's." "I know nothing of your old woman," replied his wife, "but really I cannot allow cheese to come beyond the kitchen." "Then I'll eat it there," said he. "It's close to the stable yard, and if I come in a hurry I can get it in a moment." "Really, Mr. Gibson, it is astonishing to compare your appearance and manners with your tastes. You look such a gentleman, as dear Lady Cumnor used to say." Then the cook left, also an old servant, though not so old a one as Betty. The cook did not like the trouble of late dinners, and, being a Methodist, she objected on religious grounds to trying any of Mrs. Gibson's new recipes for French dishes. It was not scriptural, she said. There was a deal of mention of food in the Bible, but it was of sheep ready dressed, which meant mutton, and of wine, and of bread and milk, and figs and raisins, of fatted calves, a good well-browned fillet of veal, and such like. But it had always gone against her conscience to cook swine flesh and make raised pork pies, and now if she was to be set to cook heathen dishes after the fashion of the Papists, she'd sooner give it up altogether. So the cook followed in Betty's track, and Mr. Gibson had to satisfy his healthy English appetite on badly made omelettes, rissoles, vol au vents, croquets, and timbales, never being exactly sure what he was eating. He had made up his mind before his marriage to yield in trifles, and be firm in greater things. But the differences of opinion about trifles arose every day, and were perhaps more annoying than if they had related to things of more consequence. Molly knew her father's looks as well as she knew her alphabet. His wife did not, and being an unperceptive person, except when her own interests were dependent upon another person's humour, never found out how he was worried by all the small daily concessions which he made to her will or her whims. He never allowed himself to put any regret into shape, even in his own mind. He repeatedly reminded himself of his wife's good qualities, and comforted himself by thinking they should work together better as time rolled on. But he was very angry at a bachelor great-uncle of Mr. Cox's, who, after taking no notice of his red-headed nephew for years, suddenly sent for him, after the old man had partially recovered from a serious attack of illness, and appointed him his heir, on condition that his great-nephew remained with him during the remainder of his life. This had happened almost directly after Mr. and Mrs. Gibson's return from their wedding journey, and once or twice since that time Mr. Gibson had found himself wondering why the deuce old Benson could not have made up his mind sooner, and so have rid his house of the unwelcome presence of the young lover. To do Mr. Coxe justice, in the very last conversation he had as a pupil with Mr. Gibson, he had said, with hesitating awkwardness, that perhaps the new circumstances in which he should be placed might make some difference with regard to Mr. Gibson's opinion on... "Not at all," said Mr. Gibson quickly. "You are both of you too young to know your own minds, and if my daughter was silly enough to be in love, she should never have to calculate her happiness on the chances of an old man's death. I dare say he'll disinherit you after all. He may do, and then you'd be worse off than ever. No, go away and forget all this nonsense, and when you've done, come back and see us." So Mr. Coxe went away, with an oath of unalterable faithfulness in his heart, and Mr. Gibson had unwillingly to fulfil an old promise made to a gentleman farmer in the neighbourhood a year or two before, and to take the second son of Mr. Brown in young Cox's place. He was to be the last of the race of pupils, and as he was rather more than a year younger than Molly, Mr. Gibson trusted that there would be no repetition of the Coxe romance. End of chapter 15. Read by Kara Schallenberg. www.kray.org. On October 20th, 2006, in Oceanside, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Cleghorn Gaskell. Chapter 22. The Old Squire's Troubles. Affairs were going on worse at the Hall than Roger had liked to tell, moreover. Very much of the discomfort there arose from mere manner, as people express it, which is always indescribable and indefinable. Quiet and passive as Mrs. Hamley had always been in appearance, she was the ruling spirit of the house as long as she lived. The directions to the servants, down to the most minute particulars, came from her sitting room, or from the sofa on which she lay. Her children always knew where to find her, and to find her was to find love and sympathy. Her husband, who was often restless and angry from one cause or another, always came to her to be smoothed down and put right. He was conscious of her pleasant influence over him, and became at peace with himself when in her presence, just as a child is at ease when with some one who is both firm and gentle. But the keystone of the family arch was gone, and the stones of which it was composed began to fall apart. It is always sad when a sorrow of this kind seems to endure the character of the mourning survivors. Yet, perhaps, this injury may be only temporary or superficial. The judgments so constantly passed upon the way people bear the loss of those whom they have deeply loved appear to be even more cruel and wrongly meted out than human judgments generally are. To careless observers, for instance, it would seem as though the squire was rendered more capricious and exacting, more passionate and authoritative, by his wife's death. The truth was that it occurred at a time when many things came to harass him, and some to bitterly disappoint him, and she was no longer there to whom he used to carry his sore heart for the gentle balm of her sweet words. So the sore heart ached and smarted internally, and often, when he saw how his violent conduct affected others, he could have cried out for their pity, instead of their anger and resentment. Have mercy upon me, for I am very miserable. How often have such dumb thoughts gone up from the hearts of those who have taken hold of their sorrow by the wrong end, as prayers against sin? And when the squire saw that his servants were learning to dread him, and his firstborn to avoid him, he did not blame them. He knew he was becoming a domestic tyrant. It seemed as if all circumstances conspired against him, and as if he was too weak to struggle with them. Else, why did everything indoors and out of doors go so wrong just now, when all he could have done, had things been prosperous, was to have submitted in very imperfect patience to the loss of his wife? But just when he needed ready money to pacify Osborne's creditors, the harvest had turned out remarkably plentiful, and the price of corn had sunk down to a level it had not touched for years. The squire had insured his life at the time of his marriage for a pretty large sum. It was to be a provision for his wife if she had survived him, and for their younger children. Roger was the only representative of these interests now, but the squire was unwilling to lose the insurance by ceasing to pay the annual sum. He would not, if he could, have sold any part of the estate which he inherited from his father, and, besides, it was strictly entailed. He had sometimes thought how wise a step it would have been could he have sold a portion of it, and with the purchase money have drained and reclaimed the remainder. And at length, learning from some neighbour that government would make certain advances for drainage, at a very low rate of interest, on condition that the work was done and the money repaid within a given time, his wife had urged him to take advantage of the proffered loan. But now that she was no longer here to encourage him, and take an interest in the progress of the work, he grew indifferent to it himself, and cared no more to go out on his stout roan cob, and sit square on his seat, watching the labourers on the marshy land all overgrown with rushes, speaking to them from time to time in their own strong nervous country dialect. But the interest to government had to be paid all the same, whether the men worked well or ill. Then the roof of the hall let in the melted snow water this winter, and, on examination, it turned out that a new roof was absolutely required. The men who had come about the advances made to Osborne by the London moneylender had spoken despairingly of the timber on the estate, very fine tree sound, perhaps, too, 50 years ago, but, gone to rot now, had wanted lopping and clearing. Was there no wood ranger or forester? They were nothing like the value young Mr. Hamley had represented them to be of. The remarks had come round to the Squire's ears. He loved the trees he had played under as a boy as if they were living creatures. That was on the romantic side of his nature. Merely looking at them as representing so many pounds sterling, he had esteemed them highly, and had had, until now, no opinion of another by which to correct his own judgment. So these words of the valuers cut him sharp, although he affected to disbelieve them, and tried to persuade himself that he did so. But, after all, these cares and disappointments did not touch the root of his deep resentment against Osborne. There is nothing like wounded affection for giving poignancy to anger, and the Squire believed that Osborne and his advisers had been making calculations based upon his own death. He hated the idea so much it made him so miserable that he would not face it, and define it, and meet it with full inquiry and investigation. He chose rather to cherish the morbid fancy that he was useless in this world, born under an unlucky star, that all things went badly under his management. But he did not become humble in consequence. He put his misfortunes down to the score of fate, not to his own. And he imagined that Osborne saw his failures, and that his firstborn grudged him his natural term of life. All these fancies would have been set to rights could he have talked them over with his wife, or even had he been accustomed to mingle much in the society of those whom he esteemed his equals. But, as has been stated, he was inferior in education to those who should have been his mates, and perhaps the jealousy and the mauvaise honte that his inferiority had called out long ago extended itself in some measure to the feelings he entertained towards his sons, less to Roger than to Osborne, though the former was turning out by far the most distinguished man. But Roger was practical, interested in all out-of-doors things, and he enjoyed the details, homely enough, which his father sometimes gave him of the everyday occurrences which the latter had noticed in the woods and the fields. Osborne, on the contrary, was what is commonly called fine, delicate, almost to effeminacy in dress and in manner, careful in small observances. All this his father had been rather proud of in the days when he had looked forward to a brilliant career at Cambridge for his son. He had at that time regarded Osborne's fastidiousness and elegance as another stepping stone to the high and prosperous marriage which was to restore the ancient fortunes of the Hamley family. But now that Osborne had barely obtained his degree, that all the boastings of his father had proved vain, that the fastidiousness had led to unexpected expenses, to attribute the most innocent cause to Osborne's debts, poor young man's ways and manners became a subject of irritation to his father. Osborne was still occupied with his books and his writings when he was at home, and this mode of passing the greater part of the day gave him but few subjects in common with his father when they did meet at meal times or in the evenings. Perhaps if Osborne had been able to have more out-of-door amusements it would have been better, but he was short-sighted and cared little for the carefully observant pursuits of his brother. He knew but few young men of his own standing in the county. His hunting even, of which he was passionately fond, had been curtailed this season. As his father had disposed of one of the two hunters, he had been hitherto allowed. The whole stable establishment had been reduced, perhaps because it was the economy which told most on the enjoyment of both the Squire and Osborne, and which, therefore, the former took a savage pleasure in enforcing. The old carriage, a heavy family coach brought in the days of a comparative prosperity, was no longer needed after Madam's death, and fell to pieces in the cobwebbed seclusion of the coach-house. The best of the two carriage horses was taken for a gig, which the Squire now set up, saying many a time to all who might care to listen to him that it was the first time for generations that the Hamleys of Hamley had not been able to keep their own coach. The other carriage horse was turned out to grass, being too old for regular work. Conqueror used to come whining up to the park palings whenever he saw the Squire, who had always a piece of bread or some sugar or an apple for the old favourite, and made many a complaining speech to the dumb animal, telling him of the change of times since both were in their prime. It had never been the Squire's custom to encourage his boys to invite their friends to the hall. Perhaps this, too, was owing to his mauvaise honte, and also to an exaggerated consciousness of the deficiencies of his establishment as compared with what he imagined these lads were accustomed to at home. He explained this once or twice to Osborne and Roger when they were at Rugby. You see, all you public schoolboys have a kind of freemasonry of your own, and outsiders are looked on by you much as I look on rabbits and all that isn't game. Ah, you may laugh, but it is so, and your friends will throw their eyes askance at me, and never think on my pedigree, which would beat theirs all to shivers, I'll be bound. No, I'll have no one here at the hall who will look down on a Hamley of Hamley, even if he only knows how to make a cross instead of write his name. Then, of course, they must not visit at houses to whose sons the Squire could not or would not return a like hospitality. On all these points Mrs. Hamley had used her utmost influence without avail. His prejudices were immovable. As regarded his position as head of the oldest family in 3 counties, his pride was invincible. As regarded himself personally ill at ease in the society of his equals, deficient in manners, and in education his morbid sensitiveness was too sore and too self-conscious to be called humility. Take one instance from among many similar scenes of the state of feelings between the Squire and his eldest son, which, if it could not be called active discord, showed at least passive estrangement. It took place on an evening in the March succeeding Mrs. Hamley's death. Roger was at Cambridge. Osborne had also been from home, and he had not volunteered any information as to his absence. The Squire believed that Osborne had been either in Cambridge with his brother or in London. He would have liked to hear where his son had been, what had he been doing, and whom he had seen, purely as pieces of news, and as some diversions from the domestic worries and cares which were pressing him hard. But he was too proud to ask any questions, and Osborne had not given him any details of his journey. This silence had aggravated the Squire's internal dissatisfaction, and he came home to dinner weary and sore-hearted, a day or two after Osborne's return. It was just 6 o'clock, and he went hastily into his own little business room on the ground floor, and, after washing his hands, came into the drawing-room, feeling as if he were very late. But the room was empty. He glanced at the clock over the mantelpiece as he tried to warm his hands at the fire. The fire had been neglected, and had gone out during the day. It was now piled with half-dried wood, which spattered and smoked instead of doing its duty in blazing and warming the room, through which the keen wind was cutting its way in all directions. The clock had stopped. No one had remembered to wind it up, but by the Squire's watch it was already past dinner time. The old butler put his head into the room, but, seeing the Squire alone, he was about to draw it back and wait for Mr. Osborne before announcing dinner. He had hoped to do this unperceived, but the Squire caught him in the act. "Why isn't dinner ready?" he called out sharply. "It's 10 minutes past 6. And, pray, why are you using this wood? It's impossible to get oneself warm by such a fire as this." "I believe, sir, that Thomas—" "Don't talk to me of Thomas. Send dinner in directly." About 5 minutes elapsed, spent by the hungry Squire in all sorts of impatient ways attacking Thomas, who came in to look after the fire, knocking the logs about, scattering out sparks, but considerably lessening the chances of warmth, touching up the candles, which appeared to him to give a light unusually insufficient for the large cold room. While he was doing this, Osborne came in dressed in full evening dress. He always moved slowly, and this, to begin with, irritated the Squire. Then an uncomfortable consciousness of a rough black coat, drab trousers, check cotton cravat, and splashed boots forced itself upon him as he saw Osborne's point-device costume. He chose to consider it affection and finery in Osborne, and was on the point of bursting out with some remark when the butler, who had watched Osborne downstairs before making the announcement, came in to say that dinner was ready. "It surely isn't 6 o'clock," said Osborne, pulling out his dainty little watch. He was scarcely more aware than it of the storm that was brewing. "6 o'clock! It's more than a quarter past," growled his father. "I fancy your watch must be wrong, sir. I set mine by the Horse Guards only 2 days ago." Now, impugning that old steady, turnip-shaped watch of the Squire's was one of the insults which, as it could not reasonably be resented, was not to be forgiven. That watch had been given him by his father when watches were watches long ago. It had given the law to the house clocks, stable clocks, kitchen clocks, nay, even to Hamley church clock in its day, and was it now, in its respectable old age, to be looked down upon by a little whippersnapper of a French watch which could go into a man's waistcoat pocket, instead of having to be extricated with due effort like a respectable watch of size and position from a fob in the waistband? No, not if the whippersnapper were backed by all the Horse Guards that ever were, with the Life Guards to boot. Poor Osborne might have known better than to cast this slur on his father's flesh and blood, for so dear did he hold his watch. "My watch is like myself," said the Squire, gurning, as the Scotch say, plain, but steady going. "At any rate, it gives the law in my house. The King may go by the Horse Guards if he likes." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Osborne, really anxious to keep the peace. "I went by my watch, which is certainly right by London time, and I'd no idea you were waiting for me. Otherwise I could have dressed much quicker." "I should think so," said the Squire, looking sarcastically at his son's attire. "When I was a young man I should have been ashamed to have spent as much time at my looking-glass as if I'd been a girl. I could make myself as smart as anyone when I was going to a dance, or to a party where I was likely to meet pretty girls. but I should have laughed myself to scorn if I'd stood fiddle-faddling at a glass smirking at my own likeness, all for my own pleasure." Osborne reddened, and was on the point of letting fly some caustic remark on his father's dress at the present moment, but he contented himself with saying in a low voice, "My mother always expected us all to dress for dinner. I got into the habit of doing it to please her, and I keep it up now." Indeed, he had a certain kind of feeling of loyalty to her memory in keeping up all the little domestic habits and customs she had instituted or preferred. But the contrast which the Squire thought was implied by Osborne's remark put him beside himself. "And I, too, try to attend to her wishes. I do. And in more important things. I did when she was alive, and I do so now." "I never said you did not," said Osborne, astonished at his father's passionate words and manner. "Yes, you did, sir. You meant it. I could see by your looks. I saw you look at my morning coat. At any rate, I never neglected any wish of hers in her lifetime. If she'd wished me to go to school again and learn my ABC, I would. I would, and I wouldn't have gone playing me, and lounging away my time, for fear of vexing and disappointing her. Yet some folks older than schoolboys—" The Squire choked here, but though the words would not come his passion did not diminish. "I'll not have you casting up your mother's wishes to me, sir. You, who went near to break her heart at last." Osborne was strongly tempted to get up and leave the room. Perhaps it would have been better if he had. It might then have brought about an explanation and a reconciliation between father and son. But he thought he did well in sitting still and appearing to take no notice. This indifference to what he was saying appeared to annoy the Squire still more, and he kept on grumbling and talking to himself till Osborne, unable to bear it any longer, said, very quietly, but very bitterly, "I am only a cause of irritation to you, and home is no longer home to me, but a place in which I am to be controlled in trifles, and scolded about trifles as if I were a child. Put me in a way of making a living for myself, that much your older son has a right to ask of you. I will then leave this house, and you shall be no longer vexed by my dress, or my want of punctuality. You make your request pretty much as another son did long ago. Give me the portion that falleth to me. But I don't think what he did with his money is much encouragement for me, too." Then the thought of how little he could give his son his portion, or any part of it, stopped the Squire. Osborne took up the speech. "I'm as ready as any man to earn my living, only the preparation for any profession will cost money, and money I haven't got." "No more have I," said the Squire shortly. "What is to be done then?" said Osborne, only half believing his father's words. "Why, you must learn to stop at home, and not take expensive journeys, and you must redeem your tailor's bills. I don't ask you to help me in the management of the land, you're far too fine a gentleman for that. But if you can't earn money, at least you needn't spend it." "I've told you I'm willing enough to earn money," cried Osborne, passionately at last. "But how am I to do it? You really are very unreasonable, sir." "Am I?" said the Squire, cooling in manner, though not in temper, as Osborne grew warm. "But I don't set up for being reasonable. Men who have to pay away money that they haven't got for their extravagant sons aren't likely to be reasonable. There's two things you've gone and done which put me beside myself. When I think of them, you've turned out next door to a dunce at college, when your poor mother thought so much of you, and when you might have pleased and gratified her so if you chose, and—well, I won't say what the other thing is." "Tell me, sir," said Osborne, almost breathless with the idea that his father had discovered his secret marriage. But the father was thinking of the money-lenders, who were calculating how soon Osborne would come into the estate. "No," said the Squire. I know what I know, and I'm not going to tell you how I know it. Only, I'll just say this, your friends no more know a piece of good timber when they see it than you or I know how you could earn £5 if it was to keep you from starving. Now, there's Roger, we none of us made an ado about him, but he'll have his fellowship now, I'll warrant him, and be a bishop, or a chancellor, or something. Before we've found out he's clever, we've been so much taken up thinking about you. I don't know what's come over me to speak of we in this way," said he, suddenly dropping his voice, a change of tone as sad could be. "I ought to say I. It will be I for evermore in this world." He got up and left the room in quick haste, knocking over his chair and not stopping to pick it up. Osborne, who was sitting and shading his eyes with his hand, as he had been doing for some time, looked up at the noise, and then rose as quickly and hurried after his father, only in time to hear the study door locked on the inside the moment he reached it. Osborne returned into the dining-room, chagrined and sorrowful. But he was always sensitive to any omission of the usual observances, which might excite remark, and even with his heavy heart he was careful to pick up the fallen chair, and restore it to its place near the bottom of the table, and afterwards so to disturb the dishes as to make it appear that they had been touched, before ringing for Robinson. When the latter came in, followed by Thomas, Osborne thought it necessary to say to him that his father was not well, and had gone into the study, and that he himself wanted no dessert, but would have a cup of coffee in the drawing-room. The old butler sent Thomas out of the room, and came up confidentially to Osborne. "I thought master wasn't justly himself, Mr. Osborne, before dinner, and therefore I made excuses for him, I did. He spoke to Thomas about the fire, sir, which is a thing I could in no wise put up with, unless by reason of sickness, which I am always ready to make allowances for." "Why shouldn't my father speak to Thomas?" said Osborne. "But perhaps he spoke angrily. I daresay, for I'm sure he's not well." "No, Mr. Osborne, it wasn't that. I myself am given to anger, and I'm blessed with as good health as any man in my years. Besides, anger's a good thing for Thomas. He needs a deal of it. But it should come from the right quarter, and that is me myself, Mr. Osborne. I know my place, and I know my rights and duties as well as any butler that lives. And it's my duty to scold Thomas, and not master's. Master ought to have said, 'Robinson, you must speak to Thomas about letting out the fire,' and I'd ha' given it him well, as I shall do now, for that matter. But as I said before, I make excuses for master, as being in mental distress and bodily ill health. So I've brought myself round not to give warning, as I should have done, for certain under happier circumstances." "Really, Robinson, I think it's all great nonsense," said Osborne, weary of the long story the butler had told him, and to which he had not half attended. "What in the world does it signify whether my father speaks to you or to Thomas? Bring me coffee in the drawing-room, and don't trouble your head any more about scolding Thomas." Robinson went away offended at his grievance being called nonsense. He kept muttering to himself in the intervals of scolding Thomas, and saying things is a deal changed since poor missus went. "I don't wonder master feels it, for I'm sure I do." She was a lady who had always a becoming respect for a butler's position, and could have understood how he might be hurt in his mind. She'd never have called his delicacies of feelings nonsense, not she. No more would Mr. Roger. He's a merry young gentleman, and over fond of bringing dirty, slimy creatures into the house, but he's always a kind word for a man who is hurt in his mind. He'd cheer up the squire, and keep him from getting so cross and wilful. I wish Mr. Roger was here, I do." The poor Squire, shut up with his grief and his ill temper as well, in the dingy, dreary study in which he daily spent more and more of his indoors life, turned over his cares and troubles till he was as bewildered with the process as a squirrel must be in going round in a cage. He had out day books and ledgers, and was calculating up back rents, and every time the sum totals came to different amounts, he could have cried like a child over his sums. He was worn out and weary, angry and disappointed. He closed his books at last with a bang. "I'm getting old," he said, "and my head's less clear than it used to be. I think sorrow for her has dazed me. I never was much to boast on, but she thought a deal of me, bless her. She'd never let me call myself stupid, but, for all that, I am stupid. Osborne ought to help me. He's had money enough spent on his learning, but instead he comes down dressed like a popinjay, and never troubles his head to think how I'm to pay his debts. I wish I'd told him to earn his living as a dancing master," said the Squire, with a sad smile at his own wit. "He's dressed for all the world like one, and how he spent the money no one knows. Perhaps Roger will turn up some day with a heap of creditors at his heels." "No, he won't, not Roger. He may be slow, but he's steady. It's old Roger. I wish he was here. He's not the eldest son, but he'd take an interest in the estate, and he'd do up these weary accounts for me. I wish Roger was here." Chapter 22